Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes.
Check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, it is 9 o'clock. We will call the May 6, 2025 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9. Just to give you an idea, as usual, how we will start. In just a minute, I will ask you to stand, if you care to, for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. All faith groups are welcome to participate in the invocation. If your faith group would like to do that, please just send an email to K, the letter K, Green at volusia.org, and she will get you set up to do that. This morning we have the Reverend Neil Ganzel of Coquina Presbyterian Church in Ormond Beach. So if you would care to stand with me. Pastor Ganzel, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Join me as I pray. Father, we recognize that we are people made in your image, all of us, male, female, black, white, any part of what the human race is like. They bear all of us. We bear all of us your image. And we thank you in the governance of your of people anywhere that you're interested in that. We thank you for the governance of this body. We thank you for the good service that they have given and continue to give to Volusia County and its citizens. We ask you, Lord, in this meeting that you would give them wisdom as they talk to one another and, Father, good counsels. And then an open ear, Father, as during this meeting, the citizens stand up and have something to say. May all be done, Lord, remembering that as the teachings of the New Testament and the Old say, that kings and all those in rulers and authority over people will themselves one day give an account in the great size, the great judgment for all that we've done. Recognizing that and realizing that the Lord Jesus Christ is alive, risen from the dead, and willing to help us in all of these things through the great power of the Holy Spirit. Father, please bless this meeting. Thank you again for the governance of Volusia County that we see every month working in this building. Give these men and women great wisdom as they do what they do here today. I pray this all in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Kent,
Mr. Kent is here.
Mr. Reinhardt, Mr. Robbins, Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Dempsey,
Here.
Mr. Johansson,
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. We have a quorum, have 100% here. I will give the audience, the participants, and the council some fair warning. I think I can say this, Don, that Councilman Dempsey will have to leave right after 1 for a very important case that involved a local matter. So if we can, if the council can make it, I'm going to try and push the wall for lunch at that time. And Mr. Santiago is already getting worried. He came in hungry.
I did.
So for those of you that are waiting for items, we're gonna try and get through everything as quickly as possible, starting as efficiently as possible, giving it the time that it deserves. But we'll start with public comments. When I call your name, please come to the front. Make sure that there's a microphone right in front of you so that we can hear you. The podium actually can go up and down. There'll be a timer on the monitor in front of you and the screen behind me. You'll have 3 minutes to talk about anything that pertains to Volusia County business that this council may be able to act on. You have a lot of freedom with the First Amendment. I'm going to ask you to handle that in the sphere of liberty. Liberty says that you're respectful of those around you. So while you can say anything you want about any one of us, we ran for office, we'll take it. I just ask you to be respectful of those around you. And if you cause a disturbance, then that is a means for having you removed. I don't want to do that. Our chief responsibility as your representatives is to protect your rights. So first of all, we will start with Dr. Wendy Anderson. She will be followed by Tracy Vandra.
Good morning. Thank you all. I'm Dr. Wendy Anderson. I live in DeLand, District 1. On February 11th, when the LID comp plan changes were first discussed, Mr. Dempsey used his identity as a libertarian who prefers small government with less regulation and free market approaches to build support among his colleagues on the dais for a voluntary and incentivized approach to encourage developers to use LID rather than mandate it. I'd like to unpack that. Free market and incentives don't go together. He used tariffs as an example of incentive, but tariffs are paid by consumers to the government. A better example of an incentive is a tax credit for electric Cybertrucks, which is a government giveaway to the consumer, not something the consumer has to pay extra for. But what's the difference, really, between a carrot and a stick? Both are ways to tip the scales in favor of one product over another, which is the exact opposite of a free market. But it is the big government's prerogative to manipulate the economic landscapes to achieve desired outcomes. You all frequently invoke your shared values of small government, lower taxes, and deregulation, except when it suits you to do otherwise. Incentives are not small government, and reaching into not just one but two public cookie jars to fund pet projects is also not small government. But you all frequently reference a certain Mr. Chester who writes you many letters. He has trained you all to speak about core government responsibilities. Well, addressing past, current, and future flooding risk is a core responsibility of even a small government. As I explained to you in the April 15th meeting, all of Mr. Kent's flood mitigation ideas are low-impact development. It would actually simplify things for developers if we streamlined land development policies into that simpler regulatory framework compared to the current multiple chapters that are rife with mind-numbing details. A low-impact development framework is the small government option that is also more cost-effective for developers, according to several examples from Florida reviewed by UF Professor Penniman in 2013, a whole 12 years ago. Mr. Robbins, in your own district, the largest development project on the horizon, Deering Park, is committed to LID. If it were snake oil, I don't think they'd be playing along just for the optics. While Miami Corp is committed to using best practices for management of their agricultural operations, wetlands protection, and urban development, ultimately they are in the business of making money. They wouldn't be using LID if it didn't make financial sense to do so. Other developers require stronger guidance. The LID language in the comp plan needs to be mandatory, not voluntary. On April 15th, Mr. Kent, you said that you voted for it so you could bring it back up. Today is your chance to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Tracy Vondra. And you will be followed by James Shepard.
Yes, hi, thanks for letting me speak. My name is Tracy Vondra, and I'm doing my senior research at Stetson University on low impact development. And through that, can you hear me? Through that research, I've come to a number of these council meetings. And I do remember one where everyone was wearing these bright orange shirts that said solutions, not moratoriums. And then this council voted on LID ordinances to be voluntary. To me, that's a suggestion, not a solution. So I sent out a survey to developers. I didn't get a great response, but they did agree that increased rainfall will impact their approach to development. Also, they thought that development strategies would change, next slide, in the manner of cost savings. They didn't think that corporate responsibility and sustainability would be affected, but what they want you to do is they want you to show you the money. Next slide. So let's show you the money. Daniel Penniman of the University of Florida did a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis of 4 projects in Central Florida. I'll run through them as quick as I can. Lake County, 170-acre residential development, used 26 storage areas connected by vegetated swales, replacing large retention basins. They had a 40% reduction in grading and an 85% reduction in length of piping, a 92% cost reduction, over $2 million. Seminole County, 28 acres, commercial development, used vegetated swales in lot buffers and designated multifunctional park spaces for stormwater attenuation. $1.2 million in savings, and they achieved a 10% increase in buildable space by eliminating retention ponds. Newberry, 250-acre mixed development, replaced 34 acres of traditional retention ponds with storm trails, bioretention basins, and they maintain 55 acres of green space for recreation and infiltration. A roadway development in Bradenton implemented pervious sidewalks and bioswales, and they eliminated the use of retention ponds. So that's the key, the cost-benefit analysis. You can see they all four saved money. Next slide. Low-impact development works. We did some LID models on 4 different development scenarios, and LID performed the best in all of them. LID is more effective. It's cost benefit, and it also instead of taking the water, piping it elsewhere and letting the pollutants build up, it infiltrates it where it lands. That's what we need to do. Nature has already shown us how to do this development. So the time to start, next slide, was yesterday. We need to mandate low impact development. It works. Thank you.
Thank you, James Shepard, and you will be followed by John Nicholson.
Hi, my name is Jim Shepard, District 1 DeLand. I'm here today to request that you advise county staff not to mandate residential fire sprinklers in my new home in Glenwood Reserve. The permit application has been flagged with the condition that I must add fire sprinklers to the plans. Glenwood Reserve was created by Resolution 2004-73. Fire sprinklers are not mentioned anywhere in the resolution or development agreement. Fire Services and Growth Management cite HOA restrictions that state each home shall be provided with a fire sprinkler system. That restriction was removed in the Fourth Amendment to the declarations after a letter from the former Director of Planning and Development clarified the matter. Even if the clause was still in the declarations, it is not enforceable by the county as prescribed in the development agreement. The development agreement says that Volusia County will not enforce private set agreements, covenants, easements, or restrictions, and will only enforce what's in the development agreement and county ordinance. In my opinion, if Volusia County would not be trying to mandate sprinklers if they read and properly applied the development agreement. I have been provided with preliminary plats as documents to justify the fire sprinkler requirement. The official plats in the plat book do not include any enforceable language about fire sprinklers. Florida Statute 633.202 paren 6 reads, the Florida Fire Prevention Code does not apply to, and no code enforcement action shall be brought with respect to zoning requirements or land use requirements. 27 of the 50 homes built in Glenwood Reserve do not have sprinklers. This was not a mistake, but a conscious decision by prior administrations to not mandate fire sprinklers. The most recent home built last year does not have fire sprinklers. The Florida legislature makes it clear through multiple statutes that it does not intend to burden single-family residential structures with the exorbitant expense of residential fire sprinklers. The Florida Fire Prevention Code cited by the staff does not require fire sprinklers, and the Florida Life Safety Code does not apply to one-family and two-family dwellings. I will be sending an email detailing the flaws in the interpretation and application of the development agreement, Florida Fire Prevention Code, and Florida statutes. I ask that instead of repeating the talking points, that you undertake a serious review of the pertinent documents and arrive at the appropriate conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, John Nicholson, followed by Laura Taylor.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Jeff, thank you for saying that we are allowed to say anything we want about any of the commissioners before us. It gives me free rein to say happy birthday, Danny. It is about time that we now have adults across our commissioners. We have no little kids anymore. You're all over 40. Secondly, I've been reading The Economist from England, the Macleans from Canada, and of course all of our newspapers are big on AI. What have we as a county done? Because I don't recall over the last 40 years that anything's been said about what we're going to do about AI, how we're going to change, how the county is going to use AI or introduce it. If we have not, I ask you to think, because I do believe that AI is coming down the pike. It's a reality. When I grew up, there was no thing as computers. There was no any of that. So you all grew up with no AI, guess what? It's coming. So I'm asking you to think about how it could impact the county and how we can benefit from it. Beach accesses. I happened to go to a beach access, and I was just appalled by the condition. All right, the one up at Bel Air Plaza, at Plaza Boulevard, it's over a year, and it's rusting. The plants are gone. It is just a big cement, gray cement area blocking the beach from the residents. Then as you go down, you hit the approach just south of Bel Air Plaza. Again, we built this fortress-like approach that looks like a castle kind of thing that you have to jump over the railing to get to it, but no plants, no visual look of attraction. And most of our approaches have none. You just did ISB. ISB is about an acre of cement. No trees, no plants, nothing that would make you believe you're approaching a beach. It is denuded. It's terrible. It's besides the appearance is not nice. It's not functional. I'm asking you to think about that. And lastly, they came before you on the driving on the beach. They did not ask the city about driving on the beach. They did not ask the property owners about driving on the beach. They forgot to tell you that the reason to go to that location was the amenities that were there. Well, 10 of the 13 amenities are now gone. There is no reason for people to go back to that location. You can go anywhere on the beach and park. So why would people go to that particular location? Unless we can put those things back in, there's no reason to put that there. So I'm asking you to think very carefully before you do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Laurie Taylor, followed by Connie Colby, followed by David Hill.
Good morning, members of the County Council. My name is Laurie Taylor, and I'm a resident of Ormond by the Sea, District 4. I stand before you today to plead for a remedy, if not a solution, for the citizens that have been victimized by the lawsuit between the Florida tax collectors and FloridaPace.gov. I am one of 260 homeowners in Volusia County that was approved by FloridaPace.gov to obtain a loan for necessary home repairs. My loan was approved, but when it came time for the lender to pay the approved contractor, a lawsuit had been filed by the aforementioned parties, and my jurisdiction was no longer available for this program. I remind the County Council that you voted for this. However, this program is still available in other cities within Volusia County, such as Port Orange. If I lived just a few miles to the south, I would not be in this predicament. As a citizen of Volusia County, I am not receiving equal rights. When the loan company did not pay the contractor, he immediately filed a loan on my home for several $1,000s over the last agreed upon bill. I am now being sued for almost $20,000 more than what I owe. Larry Bartlett has been quoted as saying his office was protecting citizens from large loans on their property that they didn't understand. I ask, if a homeowner can't understand a loan, will they understand what it means to have a lien on their home? If this loan was for necessary home repairs, do they have the money to hire legal help to protect their homes? Where will the money come from to pay the contractor now that this type of loan is no longer available, as this funding option is an alternative for people who don't qualify for a typical loan? In an email, Will Roberts recognized this issue extends well beyond individual cases, affecting a significant number of Floridians who are now experiencing substantial financial hardship due to the program's unintended consequences. One unintended consequence is that a door has been opened for unscrupulous contractors to take the homes of your citizens. Constituents are in danger of losing their homes, the very thing that this lawsuit was to protect them from. I understand that the county chairman is trying to find solutions, and I have a few to propose. Identify the homes that are involved in the FloridaPace.gov debacle. Contractors not be allowed to charge exorbitant late fees and interest, inflating the money owed significantly. Liens and lawsuits will not be allowed on these homes until the matter is resolved in court and an alternative funding solution is found. I believe a county council that so quickly stopped this program will be able to quickly enact a solution. Also, at a bare minimum, until solutions can be put in place, a contact number, a person, someone that knows the situation must be set up for constituents to call and be directed on what to do when they have no idea where to turn. I am terrified that I will lose the home that I have owned for 20 years. I appreciate your time, and I look forward to seeing solutions put in place to rectify this situation.
Thank you for your comments. Connie Colby, followed by David Hill, followed by Peggy Hill.
Good morning, Connie Colby, Ormond Beach. I would like to speak to the Code of Ordinances as it applies to motocross. I have not heard a whole lot about it. I did talk about it once. Article 2, Park Rules, Section 8231. The intent of this section is to protect public lands of the county by regulating or prohibiting, when necessary, the use of motor vehicles in order to prevent damage to or destruction of said lands. And the definition of the public park lands means any land in the county owned, leased, or otherwise assigned over which the county has authority and are used by the general public for recreation or park purposes. Article 3, rules relating to conservation lands. There's a whole section. I'm just reading skeletal. You need to read the details because I only get 3 minutes here. The intent is to provide uniform requirements and procedures for the public access and recreational use of certain conservation lands. 82-43, conservation lands shall be open to the public for access on foot, except where otherwise restricted or otherwise provided herein. 82-49, motor vehicles. Motor vehicles that are not licensed for highway use, including off-highway vehicles, are prohibited except for impaired mobility people or an activity through which a special use authorization, and they must be operated by a licensed driver no more than 10 miles per hour. Swamp buggies and similar vehicles are prohibited on all conservation lands. Volusia Forever approved an entire property for accomplishing the mission of their board, not 50% of the property, and nobody voted for motocross, attempting to give them 50% of this land. 74% of the voters lost the ability for eco ranking property as funds were redirected. The eco funds could be used for restoration of the disturbed area of that property. Thank you.
Thank you, David Hill, followed by Peggy Hill, followed by Sean King.
Hello, Dave Hill, Miller Road. I'm just going to show you some pictures of my front yard. You can hit the next one. That's a 52-year-old pine tree. Next. Same one. Next. 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 Okay, thank you. So I just wanted you all to see a picture of my front yard. This is what I've been living with for probably the last 6 years. The pine tree that I had cut down in 2020 and 21 was killed by the flooding that started after Royal Oaks installed their drains on and under Tremont Drive in 2017. From that time, my front yard started to flood. The water would come and go, and in 2021, it never went away. That pine tree was 52 years old. It didn't live in water, and you see what the water did to it. My property used to be 300 feet away from Miller Lake. The county retention pond prior to 2017 used to come and go with water as most retention ponds do. After Royal Oaks installed their drains on and under Tremont Drive in 2017, the county retention pond has never been dry. It has always been wet and now is just an extension of Miller Lake. The water at this time in Miller Lake has never been this high. The FDOT retention pond on Miller Road is close to spilling over into Miller Lake. Please pump this lake down and stop the flow of water coming from the 2017 Royal Oaks St. John's Water Management Permit. If you don't stop this water from coming into Miller Lake, the flooding of Miller Road will continue to happen. We will start losing homes and portions of Shady Lane will flood. The flooding won't be and hasn't been just docks and sheds. its wells, septic systems, tennis courts, driveways, access to homes, and more, the flooding has caused a tremendous loss of value to our properties. It's a lot more than just docks and sheds. Stop the 2017 Royal Oaks permitted system from flooding Miller Lake and help us remove this water from Miller Lake. Thank you for your time.
Peggy Hill, followed by Sean King, followed by Cynthia Slater.
Hi, my name's Peggy Hill, and I live on Miller Road in Orange City. I have two photos to show you today. The first is Miller Lake as it was prior to the start of the damage-causing 2017 St. John's Water Management District permit, which was given the go-ahead by Volusia County. The second photo I'd like to show you is from this past Saturday. The lake is still full and still ready to overflow when the drought ends. At your March meeting, the staff said the emergency pumping order from St. John's Water Management District had ended, so pumping was stopped. Why hasn't a new order been issued and pumping restarted? We need the water level to go down. Clearly, there's a problem with this permit as it's been modified and is not doing what it was intended to do. Please tell your staff to send a letter to St. John's Water Management District to revoke the permit today. Thank you for your time.
Sean King, followed by Cynthia Slater, followed by Reginald Williams.
Good morning, Sean King Deltona. I have an open letter to the Volusia County Council. This letter is written on behalf of numerous residents of Volusia County who wish to express their thoughts and concerns regarding the use of hate speech and racist language on March 18th during a council meeting. During his public participation statement, resident Alec Redner used an extremely derogatory and offensive racial slur to refer to African Americans. His bold usage of this degrading and disrespectful word was delivered so nonchalantly as if he was attending a barbecue with other like-minded individuals, rather than presenting in a very public space, the Volusia County Council chambers. This racial slur is discriminatory, hateful, and unacceptable. Once he finished speaking, he walked away from the podium without correction or censorship from the County Council of Men. The lack of response from any of the council members suggests indifference regarding the harmful impact of such language in public forum and highlights a failure to maintain order and decorum as outlined in the county charter, which prohibits disruptive behavior like hand clapping, yelling, using profanity. The chair is responsible for ensuring appropriate behavior. However, no action was taken against Mr. Redner's derogatory remarks, while another audience comment was immediately addressed. It is acknowledged and understood that every individual has the right to freedom of speech as outlined in the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Still, there is a clear distinction between appropriate free speech and inappropriate hate speech. Likewise, it is also acknowledged and understood that free speech and hate speech are polar opposites, and that this type of free speech used by Mr. Radner is hate speech and inappropriate public behavior. When speech, which is also hate speech, is allowed in public chambers such as the county council, it compromises decorum and sacrifices protection that safeguard public trust for all. Later, when interviewed for a follow-up article, responses from the council members revealed mixed reaction, with some acknowledging they should have intervened. Every resident deserves a civil and respectful environment in public meetings, and the Volusia County Council and community must address these issues collaboratively. We, the citizens of Volusia County, look forward to seeing what actions Volusia County leadership implements to ensure that racist, inappropriate language and behaviors are not used or condoned in a public space such as this county council chamber. Lastly, I want to offer condolences to the Harris family who lost a young man, and also to the Williams family whose son will have changes for the rest of his life. Thank you.
Cynthia Slater, followed by Reginald Williams, followed by Catherine Levinson.
Good morning. Cynthia Slater, NAACP President for Daytona Beach. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution protects freedom of speech, enabling individuals to express their opinions without government interference. This includes both kind and offensive expressions, as well as symbols and actions. However, this protection is not absolute. Types of speech like obscenities and incitements to violence are not protected. Hate speech is expression that vilifies or incites hatred against groups based on characteristics such as race, religion, sexual identity, gender identity, ethnicity, disability, or national origin. It targets or dehumanizes individuals, potentially leading to violence, threats, or harassment, and can significantly harm societal participation. While some forms may be seen as free speech, they are still harmful, unethical, and most times will result in retaliation against the offender. Racial slurs, though not always direct threats, are often aimed at vilifying or inciting hatred against individuals or groups based on their ethnicity, race, religion, sexual identity, or disability. When used, they serve to insult or offend, leading targeted individuals to perceive them as personal attacks on themselves and their race. Racial slurs spoken publicly can disrupt the atmosphere, provoking retaliation and highlighting the tension between freedom of expression and public safety. The N-word is a powerful symbol of hate and oppression. Using it, even in jest or without malicious intent, perpetuates racism and inflicts significant emotional and psychological harm on Black people. In the past, the N-word originated during the era of slavery and was used to intimidate, harass, inflict emotional and psychological harm, dehumanize, and degrade enslaved Africans and their descendants. Today, using the N-word continue to be deeply offensive due to its historical association, reinforces negative stereotypes, slavery, racism, systemic oppression, intolerance, and violence against Black people. While some Black individuals have reclaimed or reappropriated the word within their own communities, this does not negate its harmfulness when used by others. It's important to recognize that the First Amendment does not protect all speech, particularly when it comes to incitement and obscenity. Freedom of speech allows for expressing opinions, but it doesn't excuse all forms of expression. While there's no specific law that mandates eviction for using racial slurs in government buildings, leadership has the responsibility to maintain safety and can remove individuals who create a disruptive environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Reginald Williams.
My name is Reginald Williams, and I live at 505 West Volusia Avenue in DeLand, Florida. I'm here representing the Volusia County African American Leadership Council, which is an organization that has probably 50 Black entities that participates with it. Also, the Volusia Remembrance Coalition that has been addressing historic lynchings here in Volusia County while also promoting community reconciliation and healing, and also representing my community. I was in the audience the day that Mr. Rednam made his very derogatory, hateful, and disrespectful comment. I wasn't paying much attention because of his opening comments and proceeded to talk with the friend sitting next to me. When I heard the N-word spoken, my first thought was, did he say what I think he said? A silence seems to come over the audience at that time. As we all know, nothing was said to correct Mr. Rednam as he finished his comments. I'm not here to bash the council because of the lack of addressing this issue at that moment. I want to thank the council chair and council members who acknowledged that this comment was inappropriate. However, what matters today is where do we go from here? I believe we all agree that everyone has the right to freedom of speech as addressed earlier. African Americans or Blacks and some whites fought for our civil rights, which include the freedom to speak openly without fear of reprisal. However, we also understand that even free speech has limitations, and racial slurs and hateful, hurtful, and disrespectful speech in the public space is inappropriate and should not be condoned. I am here to ask the County Council to be proactive and take steps to prevent this from happening in the future. Some suggested actions might be develop a code of conduct for public commentary in this chamber. Another maybe is to post that code on the doors of the chamber so that everyone coming into the chamber will know. Another may be, if thought needed, to train the council, how to deal with these types of initiatives or comments at the appropriate time. And also ask staff to coordinate with the Volusia Remembers Coalition to promote and hold public forums addressing hard conversations for county citizens. Regardless of what actions this council may or may not choose to take, I believe it is the responsibility of all of us, to stand together and fight against racist, hurtful, and disrespectful speech. Volusia County is a great place to live in, and together we can make it better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Catherine Levinson.
Good morning. How are you guys doing today? Good morning, everyone. Anyway, little review. So Hurricane Milton hit in October of 24. It's been 7 months, and we're in a drought, which is great because we were drowning, at least at Miller Lake, Catherine Levinson Miller Lake, by the way. So what I'm showing you today is pictures of the dead oak trees. The reason why they're dead is because they were 4 feet underwater, and oak trees don't survive in that. What I was told is these oak trees are at least 150 years old, so that means it hasn't flooded this badly in at least 150 years. So the water has gone down a little bit with the pumping of DeBerry, which is over now, which we would like you to please try to get reinstated because the lake is still super high. It's higher than it was after Ian and right before Milton. Next slide, please. Here's another set of dead trees. You can see the water line on these. That's how high it got, but notice they're all dead. Eventually, they're all going to start to fall over, which, next slide, please. You'll see they're starting to do that now. There are several trees just knocking into each other, knocking all over. They're a hazard, and they're dying, and I bought my property because of these beautiful oak trees that are all dying. Next slide. Thank you. Here's another shot of dead trees right at the water line. If you go around the lake, you can see all the trees that circle the lake are all dead. And it's really shameful and shocking that this happened because all the water came in from north and south and eastern Orange City and was dumped into us. Unbelievable that it is, and we had no idea until 2 weeks after Milton when the water finally stopped flowing in so heavy. Still flowing in, but less heavy. Next slide, please. Uh-oh, sideways. Okay, so this one, still sideways. It's still sideways. Anyway, that's also dead trees. That's what I'm showing you. Yeah, there you go. Thank you so much. Dead trees again. Just letting you know the cost of this water influx has not stopped yet. Keep going to the next one. This was the sideways one again. There you go. Okay, so this is prior to Milton, prior to Ian. It is my property line where it is a dock that is not flooded, as you can see. It's completely, you can see the goats on the side, because that's a goat side, and then the other side is the dock. Look how dry it is. Really crazy. That's the day that I bought my property. That's the day. Next slide. It's a little sideways. Got to turn it a little bit. Anyhow, this is after Milton. So any goats I had there, which thank God I didn't, would have been dead. Please, if you could try to resolve this. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Susan Van Burnham, followed by Suzanne Scheiber, followed by Kelly Faust.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Susan Van Burnham. I'm the president of Sorba Orlando, and I'm also a member of FASTER, which is the Flagler Area Single Track Riders. Two of their trails are Spruce Creek and Chuck Lennon. We are part of Sorba, which is the Southern Off-Road Bicycle Association, and we have 47 chapters in 7 states and over 10,000 members. I wanted to talk about the 356 acres that were purchased for motocross and bring to your attention that we could possibly add mountain bike trails or multi-use trails to that area. We just had a grand opening in Castleberry at Wheels Park. It was a great grand opening. They have a pump track in there by Velo Solutions. These parks, it brought a lot of people. They build resiliency and self-confidence, engagement for kids of all ages, gets children off the couch and moving, helps moderate emotion, improves focus and concentration. So SORBA is, again, we have 47 chapters, and we help build and maintain mountain bike trails and single-track trails, and we help out with parks. So with Castleberry, we were there for the grand opening, and again, it was a great turnout with a lot of people. So we just want to promote more mountain bike trails or multi-use trails. Again, if that property is going to be set for motocross, maybe you can think about adding more around the motocross for mountain bike trails, multi-use trails. A lot of what we do is hope that the paved trails connect to these multi-use single-track trails, so you can ride your bike on the paved trail and then go into the mountain bike trails. Again, we help build and maintain those trails. As SORBA Orlando, we have 8 trails that we build and maintain. And again, Spruce Creek is a wonderful place, 16 miles of trail that are built and maintained by the FASTA group. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is the adaptive part of this, which is very much needed in Florida. These are trails that are designed for adaptive riders. They are bikes that are modified to fit people with mobility issues and disabilities. So these adaptive trails are wider, and they accommodate these bikes for adaptive riders. I can't think of any trails in Florida that have these. And in Orlando, I'm trying to get a mountain bike pump track designed with adaptive section. So I think the adaptive riders are really in need of trails, and I think if this property or any other property can be thought of for mountain biking, single-track trails, and adaptive riders, I think it would be great. They're not just two-wheelers, they're tools for social change, providing sustainable transport while weaving the fabric of a tight-knit community. And these are not just ways of getting around, they're community builders. So I hope you'll think about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Suzanne Schreiber, Kelly Faust, and Susie Peace will be last.
Good morning, Council. I'm Suzanne Schreiber, representing Dream Green Volusia. I signed up to speak twice today. I'm just letting you know. On Earth Day, April 22nd, the Florida Wildlife Corridor Foundation hosted a legislators' reception for Florida Wildlife Corridor Day at the Capitol Observatory. We attended, and the photography showcase was the Florida Forever lands purchase during the last year. It was a proud moment for the Carter Quell Ranch photo representing Volusia County's accomplishment. There was an interactive display for land purchased by Florida Forever throughout the entire state. The goal was to show state legislators where the funds went that they had approved by displaying images of wildlife, land, farms, and nature in the gallery. For future funding was the discussion, and the forecast is for a reduction. We all wait for the governor's approved budget. Overall, it was a highly motivational event. June 3rd through the 5th, the same Wildlife Corridor Foundation is holding the summit to take place in Orlando, and we will be attending to further our own education on land conservation and hopefully look forward to seeing staff there. Thank you.
Kelly Faust. You'll be followed by Susie Peace and Christine Wake.
Good morning. My name's Kelly Faust, and I live in DeLand. And currently, I work at the Ocean Center. Some of you people may recognize me. I work as a dock monitor, and I've worked and done facility activities that go on at the Ocean Center. The purpose of me coming to you today is the Ocean Center dress code policy. And I sent copies out to everybody. Hopefully I made enough just to show what it is. And I'm modeling what the standard Ocean Center policy is. I've worked there for almost 2 years, and this is basically what I've worn the whole time I've been there. Now, a strange thing happened back on May 1st. I was approached by Courtney Murphy, who is a security supervisor, and she immediately, looked at my pants and accused me of wearing jeans. And I responded back to her, it's like, no, these are not jeans, these are the same clothing that I've worn the whole 2 years I've worked there. And then she stated, the next time I see you, you better have a different pair of pants on. I'm like, I'm not changing my pants because they're fine. So the following day, I was approached by Bill Lally, who is a event supervisor, about the same issue. He looked at my pants and said, you can't wear these pants anymore because you're in violation of the dress code policy. And I stated to him, I'm in full compliance. Then he suggested I need to buy a new pair of pants. I'm like, it's not necessary because I'm in compliance. And he said, well, if you don't do this, buy the pants, I'm going to have to take it up to a higher level. So I'm like, I have nothing more to say. So Sunday afternoon, I get an email from Jacob Smith, the security manager, and basically I was supposed to work 10 days in May. He canceled all my shifts, and I have a copy of the email, and it was very vague, and it just said, due to recent concerns regarding work-related behavior. So the only thing I could possibly think of is, in closing, I want to say, I feel like I've, helped people, and I feel like I'm being targeted and harassed by management and supervisor people at the Ocean Center. And because of it right now, they've pulled all my hours for May, thinking I'm in violation of the dress code. I know you guys can't personally, do anything about it, but I just need to, advocate for myself and, hopefully something positive will come out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. County Manager, do you have a comment now, or can it wait till the end?
I was just trying to point out that we have an established extensive grievance procedure that they were all instructed on what to use, so that was totally inappropriate, and they should be following the in-house procedure for grievance. And that's
okay.
I want to point out. Thank you.
Thank you. Susie Peace.
Hello, County Council guys. Happy birthday to Mr. Robbins. All right, I'm here to talk about the amazing State Road 44 bridge, which is now operational. Have you all been across it? Maybe? It's quite a beautiful white, gleaming high bridge that's replaced the Whitehair Bridge. A bridge is a metaphor for connections. For past and present. It's an opportunity for naming and recognizing an important landmark, event, or person. And I'm here as a citizen from DeLand, member of DeLand Historic Trust, Inc., to ask you to dedicate this bridge to a highly distinguished World War II veteran from Volusia County. And I'm speaking about Captain Frank Gardner Gould. He was the commanding officer of the U.S. Navy destroyer USS Sterett and engaged with the Japanese in the Solomon Islands, for which he received a Naval Cross. Others will be following me today to discuss this with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and that concludes our comments from the public. Oh, what is your name? Okay.
morning, everybody. Christine Wake from Save Our Boating Rights, Florida, about the Silver Glen issue. I wanted to stop by and bring you guys up to speed. We managed to get our language rule change amendment on the SB 1388, which was the governor's bill. We are currently past the legislation. We're sitting on the governor's office desk waiting for it to be signed. What that gives us is the ability to change the threshold. So originally the threshold was harm. It is now going to be significant harm. And it also needs to be predominantly by vessels. And the other part of that rule change that we requested was that FWC now has the ability to modify what type of anchors that they can use. They were kind of handcuffed on that last law that was written. So we managed to win in legislation. I wanted to stop by and say, one, thank you, because you guys have led the charge with me, which then allowed Lake County, Marion County, and everybody else to kind of get in line. So heartfelt thank you. Mr. Robbins, thank you, and happy birthday. Also, I wanted to ask you guys one more favor. If we could rally and send an email or a notification off to the governor's office to ask him to please sign that bill so it can be done and over with. And when you guys take a break today, I'd like to get a picture with the group so I can publicly say thank you for all the work you guys have done with us.
You're with Save Our Boating Rights?
Yes.
Did you change your name to match your organization?
No.
Wake?
No, that's
Pretty appropriate.
I've had that name for a few years now, so the irony in it, yes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And I believe that concludes, did you just get one more items? Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I want to take a moment of personal privilege, if I may.
Okay.
I just wanted to recognize former County Council member Joyce Cusack, who's in the audience, a former state representative for this area. I want to welcome you to the County Council and thank you for attending.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I think at the end of the comments, I'll probably add a recommendation as a procedure for any former members. We recognize them at the beginning of each meeting. So thank you.
Okay. All right, item 1, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as
Motion
written?
approved, Johansson.
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilman Johansson, and the second was by Vice Chair Reinhardt. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passes 7-0. Okay, second for the consent agenda, and we will have one member of the public who wants to speak on item L. Did anyone have, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. Anyone have an item they would like to pull for a vote? No votes. Anyone have an item they would like to comment on after the vote or before the vote? Your prerogative. Danny Robbins.
I was just going to make a motion to approve consent agenda as.
Second, Johansson.
Okay, motion to approve by Danny Robbins, second by Jake Johansson. Before I call for the vote, let's bring the member of the public up, Suzanne Shiver, for item L.
Good morning, Suzanne Schreiber, Ormond Beach. I have several important questions for the council and staff on item L. Volusia Forever is a resource-based recreation land conservation program. Can staff point to the definitions of resource-based recreation in the policy? I looked at many documents on the county website, but I don't see definitions. Shouldn't they be defined in what is voted in this council chamber today? I'm asking for clarity and transparency for a taxpayer-funded program. Are the resource-based definitions from FDEP and Volusia Forever definitions? The definitions for Volusia Forever. FDEP subdivides activities into resource-based and user-based recreation. FDEP defines activity definitions as resource-based outdoor recreation as usually dependent on a particular element or combination of elements in the natural and cultural environments that cannot be easily duplicated by man. There is also user-oriented recreation in contrast that can generally be provided anywhere, assuming the availability of space and funds for development. FDEP defines resource-based and user-oriented as follows: bicycling, camping, canoeing, kayaking, freshwater and saltwater boating, freshwater and saltwater fishing, freshwater swimming, hiking, bicycling, horseback riding, hunting, motorized OHV riding, nature study, picnicking, saltwater beach activities, visiting archaeological and historical sites. With the program in place for 24 years and precedents by conversation on public record, this committee inherited what had been in place for 20 years prior. What raised the question was when Councilman Dempsey put the state statute on the screen when voting for Volusia 44. That statute said outdoor recreation on conservation land, but that verbiage is not what citizens voted on in Volusia County, which is resource-based recreation. Does the state statute take precedence over resource-based liability purposes? That may be addressed liability, but not in our policy's definitions of resource-based recreation. Are the land management plans up to date? Many LMPs on the website have dates from years ago, so it isn't possible to tell if they are on schedule or a one-time LMP. Can staff answer these questions, especially concerning the definitions of resource-based recreation in the Volusia Forever policy? There are 4 pages of FDEP resource-based recreation with definitions that I cannot cover at the podium. The criteria the council votes on today with these questions are pertinent to being good stewards of our funding, policy, lands, history, resource-based recreation, and culture for our taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. And there is one more member of the public who would like to speak on item T, John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach, beachside. On T, Troy wanted more musicals, events of that kind at the Ocean Center. Now, Tom Stead created the tax on our hotels specifically to do 2 things: to keep the Ocean Center going, and 2, to advertise, to put heads in beds. All right? Those were the specifics. When we put events on, the one that I spoke on last week about getting caught in traffic because Peabody and the Ocean Center had it at the same time, all right? None of those people came from the hotels where they could just walk across the street. There are 2,000 hotel rooms within walking distance, so almost everybody at these events will be locals, and they'll be driving to the Ocean Center. What does that do to our taxes? What does that do to the taxes to run the Ocean Center? What does that do to the hotels who need the hotel rooms rented? So I understand the reasoning behind this. I like the idea that it was done at a time when we were remodeling the Ocean Center. We were spending megabucks. One of the best things to do is to make sure that if we were going to have an event there, it's going to be the best. All right? So I like the idea that we're doing this. I just wonder about where the taxes are going to go, up or down, or if it's going to be affected whatsoever. Did we look into that? If not, we need to look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of public comments on the consent agenda. We have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins, a second by Councilman Johansson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved as written. That takes us to item 3.
Mr. Chair, if we could.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Are you interrupting for the county manager? George Rechtenwald.
Yeah, we were just, there was a question on the other item. We have an answer to that.
Good.
If the council would like to hear it.
Yes, please.
Good morning, members of council. Brad Burball, Community Services Director. So the resolution before you today is evaluation criteria and some language changes. There are actually rules that were adopted by the council in 2006 that kind of govern our conservation lands. And those do have the definitions of resource-based, I believe ATV or a utility vehicle.
Dr. Burball.
Yes.
You're speaking on item 11?
No, I'm just clarifying that there is.
I just want
definitions.
everybody to have the context of what you're
Yes,
talking
sir.
about. Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
Continue, please.
So that's it. I just think that there's a separate resolution that kind of governs and has some of those definitions. I just wanted to let council know. I'd be happy to share it with you.
Okay.
Question?
You have a question for Brad?
Yes, regarding that. So what you're saying is the statements that were made were inaccurate?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you here for item 3?
I'm here for item 3, yes.
Thank you.
Chairman, before we go to item 3, may I, just because I'd hate for the moment to pass and not be able to say something about the comments about the Ocean Center.
Okay.
May I? Thank you.
Please.
Council, I don't always agree with Mr. Nicholson, and he knows that. But I'll just say, part of what he said as far as the bed tax, which funds the Ocean Center, is accurate, but he didn't mention that the Ocean Center was built with Volusia County taxpayer dollars. That part wasn't mentioned. And I hold strong that we have to feed the people that live here, and they deserve to be able to attend their center. And I started with 6 events a year. I'm now up to 12, I believe, we should be doing. And with our great leadership at the Ocean Center, I don't know where Lynn went, but I saw her, there she is. With our great leadership at the Ocean Center, and to talk about the thousands of people that are coming, and to say that they're all locals and they're not staying in hotels, is outlandish, in my opinion, because as close as St. Augustine is to us, and you've heard me talk about having to drive my wife to St. Augustine to see musical acts that we're interested in, we will time to time spend the night there. And it's 52 minutes from my doorstep to the St. Augustine Amphitheater. So we're spending our dollars to spend the night in St. Johns County, and there are others doing that as well. I just didn't want this moment to go by. I know we had 100% 7 out of 7 support on this, and there's another side to this story. And I would just end with, I think Lynn sent us the information, Ms. Flanders, the Ocean Center this past year, I believe if my memory is right, was the most successful it has been in the history of the Ocean Center. So I just say we stick with this path that we're on, and we continue to offer incredible venues for our residents and our visitors alike, whether it be a motocross event that I paid for my son and I to go to, or a circus, or the Harlem Globetrotters, or maybe one day the Red Hot Chili Peppers, just saying, I won't even repeat what the chairman said. But thank you, Chairman, for the latitude there.
Thank you. We're probably all thinking that. Okay, item 3 is ordinance 2025-11, amending section 1442, classification of dogs as dangerous.
Right, so Randa Matusiak, Director of Public Protection. This does change our ordinances related to dangerous dogs in that it adds $100,000 liability insurance. This mirrors, or it doesn't mirror exactly, but it's close to recent legislation that passed and is awaiting signature right now, the Pam Rock Act, which also does establish up to $100,000 liability insurance, or at least, $100,000 liability insurance. So this does kind of fall in line with that. There's some additional changes that we might need to address down the road with regard to that statute, but this does focus on that $100,000 insurance that was requested back in July.
Thank you. Questions for Councilman Kent?
Yes. Why stop at 100,000? Why not make anybody that is foolish enough to own a dangerous dog, and I believe to be dangerous, they had to have killed another animal or attacked a human. Why stop at 100,000? Why not say, if you want to have a dangerous dog, we're going to make you have a rider on that insurance policy of $1 million minimum?
That's just the direction that we received. So I think it was at least $100,000 for the state statute currently.
Mr. Kennedy,
that's awaiting signature.
You and I discussed this a little bit. I think council has discretion to go beyond that I did send something out. The state law just changed on dangerous dogs. We're waiting for the governor to sign it. It mandates for the first time in state law $100,000 policy or more.
Yeah. And thank you, Mr. Dyer, for sharing that. And Council, Mr. Dyer and I had a couple of conversations about this issue in particular. And I believe you said that we mirrored almost what Ormond is doing with their liability, what they're making them have.
Yes, sir.
And, it's a good thing I don't always rely on my memory, because I think in that conversation I said, are you sure? I think it's $1 million that they have there. I thought I voted on that.
Well, you caused me to double check because I was afraid. Yeah.
Right. So after the questions, I'll be happy to talk a little more with the council about that.
Okay, Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, I don't see anybody else has ringed up, but you took my question, so thank you. I'm very scared of Bad Boy Dudley, and you ought to have some high limits. Mr. Chairman, my thing is more commentary. I agree with you. We need to raise that up. If state law permits us to do that, I'm okay with the $1 million.
Any other questions for staff?
One other question, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Okay.
Would that be? It has to be named. How is it written that it has to be named in the policy, or it has to be a writer? I know that my colleague mentioned a writer, but
I'm gonna rely on our legal for
Okay.
that one. It's I believe. Let's see.
So the requirement is in the amount of at least $100,000, covering any damage or injury which may be caused by the dangerous dog. So it has to be proof of the liability insurance that includes coverage. So it would be, however, it most likely would be in a rider, but it would just require coverage for dog bites.
it has to be named somehow that it covers it.
Yes.
In the policy. And Mr. Chair, I move that we amend this ordinance to have a limit of no less than $1 million.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to hold that just for a second. Don, did you have a question for staff before? Okay.
Yeah, for, I guess,
Councilman
Paula
Dempsey.
or Russ or Mike or somebody, what's the minimum requirement for auto insurance in this state? No, it's PIP.
I know the PIP is 10,000, if
Yeah,
I remember
okay.
correctly. So
That's all. I just wanted to ask that question.
Okay. Any other questions before we? Okay. Okay. Councilman Robbins.
Questions? Sorry, thanks, Jake. Getting old. What classifies, again, can you go through the criteria to be labeled as a dangerous dog?
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to bring up our expert.
Jennifer Meister, Field Supervisor for Animal Services. There are three different criteria, or three different types. So the first most common one is if a human is severely injured or killed. Severe injury is anything needing stitches, sutures, reconstructive surgery. The second type is if a animal, more than one animal or an animal on more than one occasion is severely injured or killed. And then the third type is a dog based off of a affidavit from multiple reliable witnesses that a animal approached or attacked a person in a menacing fashion. So it doesn't even have to be specifically that a person or an animal was injured. It just has to be that the person was approached in a menacing fashion by an animal and they weren't defending their owner, they weren't on their own property.
In terms of other municipalities or local governments, what do you see kind of the standardized rate for this, or are they just going to go with the state statute at this point? Are we seeing $1 million? Are we seeing 500,000? I'm trying to figure out the pros and cons.
We had a requirement already of liability insurance, have an amount set for our county. I'm not sure about the other municipalities.
So $100,000 was a little high for the other municipalities. I believe it was, let me see, I have it written down here. Well, I have all of the other information. So not less than, many others had not less than 50,000 or not less than 100,000. So Brevard County, Ormond Beach, New Smyrna Beach, Deltona had language related to that, but 100,000 was kind of on the top end of that. So I don't believe the state statute specified an amount previously. So, once it's signed, it would
That's
go
right.
with, that.
I mean,
But,
if the new state law is signed by the governor, we're going to see a lot of amendments, and we may have to come back to you with some other updates, tweaks, not related to the insurance, because before a minimum amount had not been established in the statute.
So, and real quick, ma'am, in order to get classified as a dangerous dog, there has to be several incidences, right?
So no, so it's either a like what Field Ops Supervisor Meister said. So either multiple severe attacks on other animals or killed, a severe attack on a person or killed, and then again that an affidavit saying that a dog has approached in a menacing fashion multiple times. That is then our process is to deem a dog dangerous, and then the appeal for that goes to a special magistrate.
Because I remember, and the only reason I ask is, there was a lot of cases in Daytona Beach when I was a police officer that go through this process, that take the dog, euthanize it, right? So, once it gets to a certain point, are they going to really release that dog back out there to now get insurance?
It's up to the owner. So are there specific euthanasia requirements?
So the owner has the right, if they choose to surrender the animal for euthanasia, then we would go forth with that. The owner does have the right to appeal our decision. It would go through a special magistrate. If the special magistrate determines that our criteria is met, they would say that the animal has the final order that they are deemed. After that, the person does have the opportunity to go up to the circuit court to appeal. After that decision is determined, they can either comply or they can either comply with the requirements, so getting the liability insurance, getting a proper enclosure, getting signage, getting their animal fixed, vaccinated, microchipped. A lot of the requirements are basic requirements, but they're specified in that ordinance as well. And then after that process, they have they can either comply with surrendering the animal for euthanasia, or they comply with those requirements. If they don't comply with those requirements, it is outlined that they receive citations for the amount of time that they are not in compliance, or if the animal gets out an additional time and severely injures a person or an animal, at that point, we have the point to immediately remove and euthanize.
Okay, and I understand a little bit better now. And do we have any data in terms of how many cases this happens in a year or over the last 5 years where insurance would obviously make a difference, because as I'm sitting here, and Mr. Dempsey brought up a kind of a good point, and we all want to do the best we can do, but trying to, sometimes logic comes into it. Do we have any data on how many cases that this would kind of influence?
Sure. So we have kind of a handful of dogs every year that are deemed dangerous. So 2024, for instance, had 3 dogs deemed dangerous, and 3 were ultimately destroyed or euthanized for after that. The requirements to own and maintain a dangerous dog are substantial, and many people do make that choice to not.
How many dangerous dogs do we have in Volusia County right now that are registered?
I don't have those numbers with me, but as of, for instance, so 3 deemed dangerous in 24, 1 deemed dangerous in 23, in 22, 4 deemed dangerous, 1 deemed dangerous in 21. And so many are surrendered by their owner, for euthanasia, humane euthanasia, because of those requirements. But there's not many, that are deemed dangerous.
Rare, if any. Is that safe to say? Rare, if any?
Rare, I would say. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mr. Kent, did you have a question? Let me slide a question in before we go to debate. I think Danny just got the answer. I just want to push it a little bit more. If a person's accused of hurting somebody else, they're innocent until proven guilty. There's a court case. I don't think that happens with a dog. So I'm interested in the process of, say, my daughter's walking a dog off of our property and somebody stops and begins to harass her and the dog bites him. How is that proven that it's the dog's fault and that he wasn't fairly protecting his owner?
So every bite that we receive a report from is investigated. And so as of, for instance, just with those same stats that I gave you, in 2024, 3 dogs were ultimately deemed dangerous. There were 191 bite investigations. And so our ACOs are well-versed and well-trained in identifying instances where, somebody might have been provoked, or a dog might have been provoked into an attack like that. So there is substantial investigation that's done to deem a dog dangerous, and then ultimately, if there is an appeal, then all of that investigation goes into, the paperwork then that's presented to a special magistrate. So ultimately, deeming a dog dangerous does not happen with every single bite that occurs.
So it's not an immediate death sentence?
It is not an immediate death sentence. And again, there are the requirements that somebody can follow if they choose to maintain and own that dangerous dog.
Okay. Did you have a question or comment?
No,
okay.
Question.
Councilman Kent.
Sorry.
Did you have a question?
I have a question,
okay.
yes. Okay, ma'am, you said earlier in response to Mr. Robbins' question that it would be multiple approaches to to another animal or a person in an aggressive manner to be deemed dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
But using John's idea of using AI, it says here that the Volusia County's dangerous dog ordinance classifies a dog as dangerous, severe injury, dog fighting, but it could also be for an unprovoked menacing manner, which is if a dog is unprovoked, chases or approaches a person on public property in a menacing way, it can be deemed dangerous, provided it's attested to by sworn statement. That sounds like one incident to me. Also, I looked at the the county's definition. Oh, wait a minute, did it go through? Here it is. The Volusia County Animal Services declared dangerous dog list, and it says the same thing. Dog can be declared dangerous if, without provocation, chased or approached a person on the streets or sidewalks or any public grounds in an aggressive, menacing fashion, so long as it's attested to by sworn statements.
So I might have misspoken, or is that, she's the expert.
Right. So if Troy's at the dog beach with Dudley and he goes after somebody's pet ferret, just does that count now that Dudley is a dangerous dog?
So the only one that is a multiple instances is on an animal. So for a human, if they approached a human in a menacing fashion, and it is attested to, and we do the investigation, and it's determined that it meets the criteria, then we would issue paperwork for a sufficient cause for a dangerous dog. If they severely injure a human on one instance, that would be determination for a dangerous dog. It does require either multiple instances with the same animal or multiple animals for B in the ordinance, or in the state statute.
I haven't had time to thoroughly research this. I didn't know we were going to get on this direction to a million, but yeah, I just don't see anywhere in the ordinance where it says for that scenario it has to be multiple events as opposed to one. Because if that person was holding the ferret and Dudley came up after him, now who's to say he wasn't going after the person or the ferret?
Right.
That scenario would classify him then as potentially dangerous.
Yes,
And Troy would
yes,
have to get
for
$1 million
approaching
insurance
the
policy.
person. For the animal, it's an animal that's severely injured or deceased on multiple occasions. That's the state statute requirement. So our ordinance mirrors that. The difference in our ordinances is the actual requirements for compliance. But I can read all three from the state statute if you would like me to.
So this just completely tracks the state statute?
The ordinance does, except for 14, which goes into the actual requirements for compliance. So the difference from our ordinance with the state statute is our additional requirements for compliance.
So
Okay, and the state statute now is it at 100,000 now, insurance, or that's what they're talking about?
that's what they're talking about, is setting a $100,000 minimum.
The current state law is like our current ordinance. It did not identify an amount.
Thank you.
Yeah, our current state law did not have any requirement for insurance at all. That was just our county ordinance that we were a little bit ahead of the game with that.
Gotcha.
We have another question from Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, first I wanted to correct Don. You said Dudley. It's Bad Boy Dudley. Make sure you get the full name right. So the legislature, I just wanted two questions. The legislature now is just enacting the minimum, correct? But they did not cap us at a maximum. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay. And though I hate to kind of bring this back, but I think it helps in the context of understanding why owners of dangerous dogs should be held to a very, very extreme standard and make them think very much about their decision to maintain that animal after they're deemed dangerous. Question: the juvenile that was killed by those two dogs.
Yes, sir.
And I know when it's a death involved, I understand that would cause the euthanization of the animal in almost all cases. Had that child not been killed, this person could have kept those two dogs. They probably would have been deemed dangerous, but they would have kept those two dogs in that neighborhood. They could have. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is why I want to make sure, as an individual council member, that we hold them to an extreme high standard. They want to think very carefully if someone with those two dogs that are capable of doing what they did, they should be held to a very, very high standard. And that's why I support the $1 million motion that's in play. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, are there any more questions?
Yes, sir, Jake.
Okay, Councilman Johansson.
So, we keep on picking on Bad Boy Dudley, but if he's out on the beach tomorrow, Mr. Kent's going to have him on a leash. If he's on a leash and he barks at a ferret, he's not a dangerous dog yet.
Right.
Till multiple people go, he was going to kill that person and the ferret too. So, and that goes through the process.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then at the end, we determine that the dog is a dangerous dog. And so you're saying that all those things have to comply. Enclosed has to be, Mr. Kent's fence needs to be 20 feet high, and no dog ever in public can be off a leash anyhow, right? So that dog will be on a leash forever,
Right.
as with any other dog in the public, technically.
And muzzled, I believe. Yeah, and muzzled.
And muzzled. So I'm wondering. I guess I'm dealing with common sense. I'm wondering if common sense prevails and you don't take your dangerous dog to the beach because you're scared that you might end up euthanizing the damn thing, and that where I live, I don't have room for a fence for a dog in an enclosure, but many people do, and as long as we have those stipulations that they not run free and they not menace. They have a right to their property, I guess, and so I'm kind of torn right now on this. I get that we don't want dangerous dogs running amok on our beaches and in our public areas, but they shouldn't be to begin with, and we should be able to hold those people accountable. So I'm kind of torn, but thanks for clarifying all those stipulations for the dangerous dog.
Okay, yeah, this went in directions I don't think we all anticipated. Mr. Robbins still has a question. Any other questions after Danny? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Are you familiar with homeowner insurance coverages and what they do when it comes to dogs?
I am not that particularly for homeowner insurance coverages.
I'm just looking, and I'll just say it real quick, and I'm sorry for putting you on the spot, but when we're talking about some of this stuff, I want to support my colleagues wherever I can. I just don't want, when it's too far, and when you see overlappings. But homeowners insurance generally covers liability, for instance, involving dogs, meaning it will cover medical bills, legal fees, and damages if your dog causes injury or damages someone else's property. However, it typically does not cover medical bills for your own dog or damage to your own belongings. Some insurance companies may exclude certain dog breeds or increase premiums for dogs. So I was just trying to see if you guys are familiar with that. But
Not well versed in it.
We do have our risk manager in the back, if you'd like him to opine.
Danny, what you read is accurate. I used to be an insurance agent. I owned an agency. Everything you said was exactly accurate. With new policies, they ask those questions, and some breeds are excluded.
So my question, David, what I'm trying to establish is, are we just wanting just to set a higher limit or an overlapping coverage?
My personal goal is to make it extremely difficult to maintain that dog in Volusia County, and if they want to keep it, they got to pay the premium.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Troy, I know you had, you wanted to start debate, and apparently Don as well. We have an amendment on the floor to raise the minimum insurance to $1 million. That was made by Santiago. Was there a second on that amendment?
Yes, I second it.
Second by Kent. Okay. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll start with the obvious, and that is Bad Boy Dudley. We have family friends that beat me up because I refer to this dog as Bad Boy Dudley because they love him so much. And my wife says it accurately. It's a good thing he's cute. And he is that. But if we're going to beat up on one of my dogs, I prefer that we beat up on that one compared to sweet little Miss Daisy. So thank you, gentlemen, for choosing the right one to beat up on. And those that are fans of Bad Boy Dudley online, I'm sorry you had to hear all this today. But council, as the leading government body in Volusia County, I believe we set the tone. And I don't always agree with Councilman Santiago, but he took the words out of my mouth, which is the reason for the $1 million is if you want to continue to own a dog that is deemed dangerous, I think Volusia County should make it extremely difficult for you. And if you're going to, then you need to make sure that you have the proper coverage to cover the permanent disfiguring that happens to human beings when they get bit by a dog, or, God forbid, the death of somebody that we had happen in Volusia County. What I have found is that with any situation, I think most people are rational. But there are some people who become irrational about things. And one of those things I have witnessed firsthand is people who own dogs that are dangerous. And there are people who they train their dogs to be dangerous. I don't know if it's a sense of pride or it's a protection thing, but it's absolutely frightening. And to go with what Councilman Dempsey was saying about a ferret on the beach, which I don't think is legal, by the way. But Mr. Johansson is absolutely right. Every dog on our beach is on a 6-foot-long leash, non-retractable, where you're holding on to your dog. So those incidents are very unlikely to happen because the owner needs to have their dog under control at all times. But if you have a dog that is deemed dangerous because it has attacked another animal multiple times or attacked a human being, and you want to keep that animal, it is just my belief that you need to make sure you have a a policy that can cover the absolute destruction that that dog can bring into the lives of other people and your own personal life if you're foolish enough to want to own an animal like that. And then as far as the homeowner's insurance, what if you don't own a home? What if you're one of the thousands upon thousands of renters in Volusia County because you live in an apartment complex? And I think it's telling, Mr. Santiago, when you mentioned that, you know, when you're writing a homeowner's insurance policy, I believe what I heard you say is there's certain types of dogs that are completely excluded because of their temperament and the behaviors that have happened. Now, I want to publicly say this is not Troy Kent against dogs, because you all know how much my family and I love dogs. I told you, my wife and son are the best 2 dog owners I know on planet Earth. I don't know 2 other dogs that are more spoiled than Miss Daisy and Bad Boy Dudley by Heather and Wyatt Kent. That being said, if we had a dog that was deemed dangerous and we decided to keep it, I live in Volusia County, and I'm saying I would vote for myself to have to purchase $1 million policy on having a dangerous dog in our home. So that's why I'm with you, Councilman Santiago. I appreciate the motion, and it doesn't say you can't own it. It just says if you want to own it in Volusia County, this is what you're going to have to come to the table with, and it also lets the other municipalities in Volusia County know where the leading government body is on this. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I have a lot of concerns.
Don, you got court today. You better save all your good stuff.
I understand where you guys are coming from. I understand why you guys are so fearful of this scenario. But, we have to remember that the biggest killer in our state are automobiles. I mean, you can't open a newspaper without seeing some tragedy on the highway. And yet we only require $20,000 insurance for people to drive an automobile. The biggest killer in the state of Florida, an automobile. And we only require $20,000 insurance. So there's a lot of tragedies that happen out there without insurance. We just had that whole big debate here with the medical lien ordinance to try to come through about the priority and the lack of money that's there whenever people are significantly injured on the highways in an accident. So I understand your commitment, but there's also criminal penalties. If a dog is deemed dangerous and it gets out and injures somebody, there's criminal sanctions that can happen. So not only is it a financial thing, it's criminal. And I understand the $100,000. I mean, I guess I get it. I mean, I was kind of okay coming in with this at 100, and our legislation is kind of apparently going to be set at 100. I don't know why we should outdo the state legislature by tenfold. If they deem it at 100, I think we should keep it at 100. And I hate to be the ones to tell you this, but animals are just property. I mean, so if you run over somebody's dog, they don't get pain and suffering. They don't get lost wages or anything like that. It's basically the replacement value of a dog. And so it's not that much money if an animal dies in a civil case. So the $100,000 is probably a good benchmark. It's 5 times greater than the insurance needed to drive an automobile on the streets. And I just think $1 million is excessive. I think it's going to equate to a death penalty for the dog, because your average person is not going to be able to afford the premiums. We have no idea what the premiums are going to be for $1 million insurance policy, but I would imagine it's going to be the equivalent of trying to insure a burning building. I mean, there ain't an insurance company in the world going to write a policy for $1 million for, I can't even imagine what that premium would be. So it's just going to be a death sentence for the dog. And if we want to put an animal down because they went after another animal on the beach more than once, that just seems pretty extreme, because we do have the criminal remedy for it. So I just think it's excessive. I'm on board for 100,000, even though I think it's a little on the high side. I think $1 million is kind of way out of bounds. So that's why I'm a no at the million mark. Thanks, guys.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Can I imagine that this would exclude any dog who attacks in a trespassing situation? My dog who defends my property?
Yeah, these are, I think the deeming dangerous dogs, I mean, it's all part of the investigation. Again, we have very few dangerous dogs that are deemed after a bite. That would be covered. These are unprovoked attacks, really, is what the dangerous dog.
Yes, so there are exclusions in there. So if somebody breaks into your home or the animal is deemed to be protecting their owner. So also if you're inside of the home and you're having an altercation with somebody and it's determined that your dog jumped in to defend you, and again, that's part of the investigation, but there are exemptions in that.
That's in the current ordinance.
Right. So a solicitor that enters my gate that says no soliciting when my dog's out playing in the backyard and he gets a little nip on the calf, that's we're good with that.
Yeah, if they jump the
Yeah.
if they got in the fence. or
You
they
said
jumped
in the
gate.
home. I'm talking about on the property.
Property,
right?
yes. So we have, again, with part of the investigation, there's a lot of Amazon drivers, actually, that
Right.
enter people's
Right.
property. And again, that's part of the investigation. But for the most part, like we said, we have many bite investigations. It's only if it's something severe, and if there are exemptions, then that is the case. I believe I had a land surveyor who got severely injured, but he completely jumped their fence, and the dogs defended their property.
Yeah.
So it would meet the criteria if the dogs got off their property, or the person was invited on the property and the injuries happened. But because the person jumped the fence and went on the property without their permission, obviously those dogs were exempt from that.
All right. Yeah, we'll see how the state goes with their laws. Well, thank you very much.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. It's amazing how council, we get into these discussions with relation to dogs. Dog beach, the dog kennel issue, now this. I've gone back and forth. I mean, I was right along with you, and I'm still leaning that way. You too. And Don, you're right with respect to car insurance. I get that. But I don't see the car attacking people. I think the person driving the vehicle causes the accident or whatever, but the dog, dangerous dog is gonna attack the individual. The criminal sanctions, you're absolutely correct, but that doesn't usually pay the bills unless they file a civil lawsuit. And that's true. They can probably get more civil lawsuit for the injury than they could the person that had the animal would receive in the civil lawsuit. So it's kind of unbalanced there. And then you got me when you talked about good luck trying to find an insurance company that would insure them. That leaned me back to the other way. I said, you're right. They're not going to be able to find that. So, but I'm still undetermined, so I hope somebody can swing me the right way. I just want to point that out. I had to point out the car thing. So thank you, though, for your input. Appreciate it.
Councilman Kent.
Mr. Reinhardt, your comments are very well received. Thank you. Thank you for sharing those well thought out comments. And to Councilman Dempsey, you talked about the state requiring $20,000 for auto insurance. It was interesting. I've got to bring up, and that's funny because the state is sent to the governor to sign for dangerous dogs to have $100,000, 5 times more than what they require for auto insurance. Makes me scratch my head. So another comment was, we're outdoing the state legislature by 10 times. And to me, putting it at $1 million does 2 things. One of those things reminds me of Councilman Robbins whenever he brought up and we voted on the new rules for sexual predators and offenders in Volusia County, which you had a great defense on that. And I'm appreciative of that. But part of what Councilman Robbins did was he said, and agree or disagree, and Don, like I said, I thought your points were very valid. But basically what you said was not in Volusia County. Or if so, we're going to make it extremely difficult for you. So I think by doing this, not only are we that leading governing body of Volusia County, but we also say two things. Not in Volusia County. You have a dog deemed dangerous, not in Volusia County. And if you do want it, you can get the insurance on that burning building. You can, but you're going to pay for it, because I believe anybody that has a dog that is deemed dangerous and still brings that dog out in public to be around other people, other animals, I question their thought process. I don't want to hang around people like that. I don't want my family around people like that. There are people who take risky behaviors, and our son, you hear me talk about Wyatt all the time, 18 years old, just got home from his first year of college, and we talk all the time about good, healthy decisions. You're not perfect, but gosh, you can't make bad decisions on the big things. The big things. I'll just tell you all, one of the big things as we talk about is you can't text and drive. You can't do that, man. Distracted driving, you can't, that's a big one. Could change your life and that of others forever. So if you want to have a dog that's deemed dangerous, I want to make sure that this government body is doing all we can to protect those that are severely negatively impacted by somebody who wants to have that type of risk in their lives. So that's why I continue to support Councilman Santiago's, I think, very well thought out motion, because I think it says, and I'll just repeat it one last time, it does two things. It says we don't want that in Volusia County, and if you do want to have it, you're going to have to make sure that you have enough protection to take care of the absolute mayhem and destruction that you could bring because of past behaviors on and by your animal. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to share a story kind of my legislative days and then bring it home to this particular issue. I remember when we used to have the debates for the Airbnb issues and a lot of the complaints, about the partying that's happening and the neighbors and just that whole intense debate that often gets very little changes. But when the people that were advocating for strong rules against Airbnbs, I would often tell them, they would raise money for their efforts. And I said, you only have to raise enough money to buy 2 houses. And where are those 2 houses located? Neighbor to the Speaker of the House and neighbor to the Senate President, and rent it out to college students only, right? And guess what will happen the next legislative session? There will be tough rules on Airbnbs that you want to see that benefit your cause. Now, how do I make that pertinent to what we're doing here? I hate to bring it up again, but those 2 dogs that did kill that boy, had those dogs not, if the child did not die, that person could have kept those 2 dogs in their neighborhood under very easy rules. You're their neighbor. You have 4 kids. All right? Do you want to make it easy for that person to maintain those 2 dogs that have now been deemed dangerous and almost killed someone? I don't want to be there. So put yourself in that position, and it's someone else's neighbor. It's not me now. So, we do rules, for everybody. But if you really bring it down to that perspective, I said it very clearly, and I think, Troy, you said it also. I want to make it very difficult for them to maintain it. Not impossible. They may have to go out for surplus lines coverage, and it may not be one of our traditional insurance companies like State Farm or something like that. A product will develop. Now with this state policy, what'll happen, it'll create a marketplace. May not be cheap, I'll agree. But there's business folks out there that have their algorithms and figure out how to sell policies. And a product will develop for people that want to make that decision, and they'll pay handsomely for it. So that's a reason why I think this is a good move. And I agree, Troy. Let's be leaders.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Troy, I appreciate the analogy there, and I do think it's and I'm trying to get there, I do think it's a message when we do some of this stuff. But just like with the sexual offenders and predators, I could have went up to 2,500 feet, but also understood that if I wanted to still make a positive impact, we can't always hit a home run, even though I would have liked to go to maybe 2,500, like a lot of other places. But is there, can we still send a message and still gain consensus? And my proposal to the maker of the motion, you'll have my support. If we can still send this message, and I want to support you guys, would the maker of the motion be willing to amend it to 500,000? It still sends a message. It's still 5 times, the amount. I still think it's going to be very hard to get that, but there is an excessive limit here, because no matter the price of a policy, no matter any amount of money, it's not going to bring that person back. It's a very tragic event that shouldn't happen, but it's very, very rare and whatnot. And I think would still send a great message. But I'll support you, and I'll be interested to see. I think you may get some additional support.
Mr.
My
Chairman,
tea
may I
leaves are
reply?
correct.
Yeah, you wanted to reply to Councilman Robbins?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't know where the count is here, but I'll take a deal when I can get one. And if 500,000 gets you to a yes, if my seconder of the motion would support it, I'll take that deal. I think it's still it's a high threshold. There's no doubt. And I think we still would be leaders in our community, Mr. Troy. So I'll modify my motion, Mr. Chair, to amend from $1 million to 500,000.
Mr. Kent?
Chairman, may I respond? Yeah. I too will take a deal when I can get one. And I was counting up here as well, but we haven't heard from the chairman really on this. I do think it's close. I'm hoping this will get Councilman Dempsey there, because with the state requiring $20,000 auto insurance, but the dog's $100,000, it's 5 times, the amount. This is 5 times the amount that we were looking at, that staff was bringing us. So yes, I'll second your amended motion to 500,000.
Okay, so now we're debating the amendment of insurance policy of $500,000 proposed by Santiago, second by Kent, and Councilman Dempsey for debate.
Can I ask a question again?
I allowed it for Jake, so I'm going to allow it for you, and then I'm going to allow it for myself.
Oh, well, thank you. That's as fair as you can be. Ma'am, did I hear you correctly when you said earlier that the average claim on a dog bite case is 100 or less, 100,000 or less?
I don't think I made any statement on the average claim.
Or not the average, but typically what they are.
So $100,000 is high. Ours have been general liability. Many other municipalities actually just don't have insurance requirements. And then there's some others that do set an amount, and it was 50,000 or 100,000.
Okay, and how many other jurisdictions have set that amount?
We found, I believe, let me see, 1, 2, 4, and those fall under kind of both the direction of either not less than 50,000 or not less than 100,000. So I'm not sure which one's which, but in my notes here. But 4 jurisdictions: Brevard County, Ormond Beach, New Smyrna Beach, and Deltona.
And do we have any idea what those premiums are?
I don't.
Average.
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, but most other municipalities don't actually have the insurance requirement.
Okay.
Pre the new legislation that's about to be signed.
And once a dog's deemed dangerous, what are the extra restrictions that the owner has to go through to keep that dog?
Sure, there's a list of them, so I'll have Jennifer come up.
so that I don't miss them, I'm gonna go through it for you.
Thank you.
So in our county, they would have to register their dog with us at a price of $1,500 per dog. So there are instances where there are actually multiple dogs involved in a situation. So that's $1,500 per animal. And then they have an annual registration of $500. And they have a annual inspection where we go through, we make sure that they have signage on the property at every entrance to the property, identifying that they have a dangerous dog there, that they have a enclosure that either they have a exterior enclosure that is solid roof, floor, and all four sides with a lock on it, and a sign on that enclosure as well that does not allow for entry of children or people that come to visit that don't live inside of the home, or the animal must be secured inside of the home with a lock, and as well as signage to let people know when they come inside that, you know, that there is a dangerous dog there. And then if they do leave the property, they have to be on a leash attached to a harness that is strong enough for the animal. They have to be muzzled, and they have to be fixed, up to date on rabies shots, and they have to be microchipped, and that information is provided to us in the annual inspection. They have to have their liability insurance that is valid, and we check that every year. And then double check that I got through everything. If they are renting, so if they do not own their property, they also need to have a letter from their landlord stating that they understand that they have a dangerous dog and they are allowing them to have that dog in their home.
So the follow-up question is, does the landlord, if this is a rental scenario, does the landlord, the property owner, have to also carry that insurance?
At this time, I don't believe it outlines that, just that the owner of the animal has to have liability insurance that covers dog bites.
Ms. Swink, do you want to respond to that?
The requirement for insurance is that it be on the premises. So if a renter was in the home, they would be required to have that type of insurance on the premises. Within the...
Who is they? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Who is they would be required? The landlord or the tenant?
The tenant. Our requirements for the affidavit currently require not only that the landlord indicate that they are aware that a dangerous dog is going to be on the property, but also that they understand that there will be compliance with all of the requirements, both the physical containment of the animal, the signage, and also the insurance requirement. So
will the landlord be required to carry this type of insurance as well?
It would be the requirement of the tenant. If I don't believe we've had a situation where the tenant has not obtained insurance, and that we've had to require it from the landlord, but there is a requirement within the current ordinance that the owner of the property renting must include that they understand that there will be requirements and that they all must be met. So theoretically, that would be something that could be required, but that is not how it is written currently. It requires that the owner of the dog have it on the premises.
Okay. And how many scenarios have there been where a dog was deemed dangerous and then went out and reoffended? Either bit an other animal or a human being?
Yeah, not to our knowledge. And just to clarify the question earlier, I believe there's 18 dogs currently deemed dangerous in the county.
Okay. And those 18 dogs, none of them have gone out and attacked another human or animal?
Not to our knowledge.
So is it fair to say that these restrictions that the county's put in place are effective? The muzzle, the enclosed, locked cage?
That's a judgment. Not to our knowledge that they've been, that they've had any kind of, other incident. So.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's all I have for questions. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you. It's a good questions from everybody. I'm thinking this whole time, what about the owners? We really should be going after the owners. However, whether it's $1 million or $500,000 insurance requirement, it really does go after the owner because they've got to pay for it. But Don, you brought up something really interesting that I haven't heard anybody deal with, and that's going to be my last question to y'all, because for me, this turns. I'm sitting here thinking, what are the constitutional rights here that need to be protected? The family who lost a child to aggressive dogs, they lost their right of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for a child. And that deserves to be protected. But I really want to go after the owner. Maybe the insurance does it. Don, you said there's a criminal remedy. What triggers that criminal remedy? Does that come from your Are you investigating the dog or the owner or both? Because it's really the owner's fault and the owner's responsibility.
Anything that goes towards criminal, that goes to the sheriff's office for investigation. So it could be something like negligence or something like that. But our investigations tend to focus on, again, what caused the bite, and the bite investigation to deem the dog dangerous, anything criminal related. And we do assist with those investigations with the sheriff's office, but that would be on them to be able to.
Well, how does it trigger? How does it get to the sheriff's office? Do you report it?
In the case of this of the child, that unfortunate incident, they were on scene at the same time, and that was that was part of their investigation. Then when it's something,
so the victim has to call the sheriff's department.
Well, no, it's all part of the response, and then we could call the sheriff's department if it's something that's significant. Injury, or an animal abuse type of situation, we would help with those charges. What else would we have for the?
Yes. So in that instance, because of when the call comes out through dispatch, the sheriff's department responded on scene, and due to the severity of the incident, they did take over that case. We did assist with obviously the animal component with. Handling the custody and everything, since we are the experts in that regard. But due to the death of the person, and we're not able to enforce the statutes in regards to negligent homicide and everything, that's when the sheriff's department does take over for that.
Okay. That's all that I see for anybody wanting to debate it. So the motion on the floor it's actually an amendment to the motion. It's to change the $100,000 insurance requirements to $500,000. Carissa, would you call the roll?
Chairman.
We have two more people.
Very briefly,
Councilman Kent,
if possible, I would just add, because the analogy was brought in with automobiles, but if you're a reckless driver, those insurance companies, they have a way of making you pay. Or if God forbid anybody has a DUI, your insurance rates, I would assume, are astronomical. So I just share that before we vote, Chairman. Thanks.
And Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I guess I would just ask that if we could continue this and get staff to give us some basic general idea of what premiums are going to be for somebody. We've got a system now that's in place. We're 18-0 with our current setup on reoffending dangerous dogs. So whatever's in place currently, I think, is working. Once the dog's deemed dangerous, we've never had a problem again. But now, how many of those 18 people are going to be able to afford the $1 million or $500,000 premium? I know, David, you said the market's going to adjust itself and they'll become vendors of a $500,000 policy, but we have no idea what that premium's going to be. And that may cause those 18 dogs to get put down, not because they're necessarily uncontrollable, but it's because they can't afford the premium. A lot of people are losing their homes because they can't afford the higher insurance rates. Who's to say they're not going to let these family pets, in a lot of cases, who's going to keep them once we can't afford the premium? So I'd ask that we continue this until we get a better idea of what these premiums are going to be and what we're going to be asking of people, because right now we have a 100% working system. And now we're just going to add another layer that really may be overly burdensome to where people are going to have to just get rid of their dogs because they can't afford it in an otherwise perfect system that protects the public from dangerous dogs. So that's my request right now. Otherwise, I'm a no.
Okay, that may be possible. I think to stay within our rules, we have to deal with the amendment first. If it's voted down, then that can be your next motion. But Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. Yeah, I ask that we don't delay it. We won't know when those numbers or any of that. There's too many variables to consider, and I don't think that's on us. The market, like I said, will play out, and it is what it is at that point. But for us delaying, there's to get those numbers. I don't even know if we'll even get them. So I ask that we vote and take action. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Krista, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
No.
Mr. Johansson,
No.
Mr. Brower.
No, but the yeses have it by one vote. Vote is 4-3, so the amendment passes. And now, finally, we go to the main ordinance.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve as amended.
Second.
Councilman Santiago makes a motion to approve as amendment. The second was by Troy Kent. Krista, would you call the vote? Hold on. Any questions or debate? Krista, would you call the vote?
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
No.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. So the main motion passes as amendment 6-1. So that's really our first big item. Don, when you leave, we're going to move a lot faster.
I'm sorry.
today. Don't be sorry. I think it's more important that we try and do the business correctly than item 4. Well, I'm not going to make any comments. Item 4, ordinance 2025-14, an ordinance deleting the Animal Control Board.
Hi, so Randa Matusiak again, Director of Public Protection. So this does basically eliminate the Animal Control Board. In February 2025, this council voted to go ahead and utilize a special magistrate for animal or dangerous dog appeals, which was the question when we brought this before regarding the Animal Control Advisory Board. We have not been able to maintain or hold a meeting since March 2024 due to quorum issues. Currently, we have 2 members on this board. It's a 9-person board, so we are asking here to eliminate the language related to the board in the ordinance.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Any of the 2 people on? Okay, Councilman Santiago.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by David Santiago. The second is by Councilman Robbins. Debate? David? No? Okay. Don Dempsey. Okay. Is your mic on?
Yes, it is now. I'm sorry, guys.
Sorry.
So is this going to go ahead and replace, or this is a change to the due process of when somebody's dog is going to be deemed dangerous?
It doesn't actually change anything. We've been using a special magistrate for some time now. And as I mentioned in February, this council did vote to go ahead and maintain that special magistrate as the appeal. So the advisory board didn't have, in our current process, a role in the dangerous dog declarations.
Don, at this point, their role is only to make recommendations on changes to the animal control ordinance. They don't deal with the quasi-judicial items.
So they have nothing to do with even recommending whether a dog should be deemed dangerous or not?
No, sir.
Nothing at all? Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Chairman, my name's up there for the next agenda item. Just wanted to get ahead of things.
Okay. You think we're going to get to it? Okay.
Trying to keep moving.
All right. No other questions, no other debate. All in favor of deleting the Animal Control Board, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries 7-0 unanimously. And item 5 is an adoption hearing for ordinance 2025-02, large-scale comprehensive plan future land use element amendment to implement a voluntary low-impact development and green stormwater infrastructure program. Would you like to hear from them first?
We've heard this 3 times. We've debated it 12 times.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to make a motion to adopt the hearing as presented.
Second.
Okay, Councilman Robbins makes a motion to approve as presented, and Councilman Santiago makes the second. Clay, what are we voting on? Just a quick synopsis.
Yes, sir. These are changes to the comprehensive plan that are ensuring that the regulations you put in place for LID are consistent with the comp plan. This is just really a cleanup item. It went along originally with that ordinance, but because of the comp planning process, it was a delay because we had to send it to the state for review.
Okay. Okay. We do have one member of the public that would like to speak on it, John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Since Wendy's not here, I wanted just to reiterate, she would both like to eliminate the volunteer, make at least part of this mandatory. Through my own experience, I know when you make things voluntary, most people do not voluntarily do things that are not in their best interest. Went through the storms in Miami years ago. You had to have a type of nail to nail down your shingles because they kept going. That you had to tie down your roofs because they kept going. It was no longer voluntary, it was mandatory, and it really did help. So I'm asking you to think about that. I know it's kind of late in the game, but voluntary doesn't always work. Thank you.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a brief comment, if that's okay at this time.
It is.
Perfect. Council, I, at the last moment, voted yes on this topic so that I could bring it back if possible. And I'll just briefly say, if this is voted down, then I would bring back the hybrid approach. I think staff told us in the last 20 years there was one development that partook in the voluntary LID. Clay looks perplexed. Am I wrong in saying that?
What I was saying is the conservation subdivision, which has similar type of provisions, which was implemented in 2014. We've not had anyone really addressing that until the recent years, and during that time frame, at that point, we only had one application.
Right. So I'll just say I am more for the hybrid approach that we looked at a few months ago, and that's where I am. Thanks.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Chair. Clay, since we've last made changes to this, I'm under the impression that we have in the pipeline interested developers to take up the current.
We've had two pre-applications where they've been expressed interest in utilizing these standards. They have not finalized the plans yet. So we're hearing people are interested, just haven't fully followed up on it. And just from a staff's perspective, right now we have something that's all queued up. This is the last thing to do. If the council wants us to go back and work with the Environmental Natural Resource Advisory Committee to come back with recommendations on either a hybrid, which they've already done, or a mandatory, we can do so. We would appreciate if you could just vote this through so we can get implementing these regulations, because the actual effective date of those rules and regulations is contingent on the adoption of this. So if this can be adopted today, but if there's a desire for us to go back to the Environmental Natural Resource Advisory Committee, we can do so and say that the council wants you to bring back the hybrid, bring back a mandatory, whatever you feel is appropriate, we can follow through. But if we can get through this, it'll help us so that if there are any parties out there that want to proceed with a LID type of development, we want to have the tools in place.
Yeah, and thanks for that recommendation, Clay. I hope that helps. I think, and Troy, to the conservation one that Clay just described, and I looked into that months ago, and the reason why, in my opinion, we only had one, it was like looking for a needle in the haystack. The requirements to get to a conservation development, from geographical descriptions and other things that required it, it made it almost impossible. There is that one developer that did ask for it, and I think when he was here, I asked him about how he went through that process, and he didn't complain about it, but he did say it was very difficult to accomplish it, and maybe that was by intent, right? So I wouldn't use that description because we only had one in 20, 30 years to say that LID may not work. I don't know the answer to the LID idea, right? But I do know this: it's gotten a lot of attention across the state. Developers are already talking to our staff about it. That's a conversation that has almost probably never happened before. So I think we're on the right path. Certainly, I hope for it to work. But if it doesn't, then maybe we go to that step. I don't want to go to that step, me personally, yet, until we give this opportunity a try. And I think our staff is very, very competent to help guide people this way, especially if they want approvals from this council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. Clay, real quick, we've heard a few, I don't know who the clients are, but we've heard Cobb Cole, we've heard Storch Law Firm coming up here a couple times and sharing with us some requests, and those requests involve aspects of LID. Is that correct?
Yes.
So earlier in public comment, I think it was Dream Green that talked about a few other counties that have projects that involve LID. We, in fact, have 5 or 6 projects in the last year, maybe 14 months, that involve aspects of LID as well. They could have been on that list, yes?
Yes, sir. There's several different projects that have identified that they're utilizing one, maybe 2 of the different methods of LID. The big difference would be that if you look at what we're striving with this, with the adoption of this comp plan and the implementation of the ordinance, it's a more cohesive method. So you are not just doing 1 or 2 of the items that are identified as low impact development. It's a commitment to making sure the development meets all of the criteria. So yes, we have had elements of LID in other projects. This gives them, the development community, better tools to work within and incentives to work towards that.
So that just goes on to my comment or my conclusion that voluntary LID is starting to take hold, and as time goes on and things get more common, they will become more common. The only fear I have of making things mandatory is when something gets built and they cut the ribbon, it's beautiful, LIDs all over the place. And then 3 years later, the HOA or the group of folks start un-LIDing their LID, and it causes more problems. Thank you very much.
Clay, I just have a question. I'll reserve my comments for a minute. But I think you just answered it. I wanted the whole council to be reminded of the way it's written right now, completely voluntary, but you just said they have to comply with all of the elements of LID to qualify for the incentives, including an increase of density, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions?
Yeah,
Okay, Councilman Robbins.
Is it question time, or are we? I could have sworn we were in. I could do whatever you want, Chair.
You're the last one up, so nobody else has a question. Everybody else just left the room.
Okay.
So you're starting debate, which is fine.
Sure.
Okay.
I feel a lot of the same as Mr. Johansson and Mr. Santiago. It's incentivized, and the reason we took this approach, because there is some additional costs that go along with it. Stem wall construction is a perfect example. For a 3-2, I've met with some builders and asked them, what's the difference in price between mandatory stem wall? And it was about a $20,000 difference just in the slab. And with what we deal with, we're trying to find affordability. We're trying not to add bureaucracy and more red tape. We're trying to keep the costs down, trying to minimize government. But then, we want to permanently put some of this stuff in play. And one of the biggest things, researching this since day one, we've had this in front of us, myself and the chairman, a bunch of times in the last 4 years, is roughly only 2 counties out of 67 mandate this, and there's several reasons why. I'm not trying to dog LID as a whole, because some of these things apply or can apply in certain areas geographically better and work, but Florida is every county's different. Some of them may not work here, and once we put some of these in place or make mandates, it's hard to get out of, right? But I've noticed too, with presentations with Clay, and also some of these developments, I think it was around Jake Lake Winnemucet, we had a couple projects. You know what I do? Mr. Vanacore, can you look at this and see, can we do ABC on this? Are you open to this? Okay, yep. I bring it in front of council and say, hey, builder's this, or hey, Mr. Watts, can you negotiate with your client or talk about this, and are they open to this, and there's certain ways that we can bring this stuff up in front of council and implement things. I think we did do it around Lake Winnemucet. So, I think it's all about relationships too, and how we talk to our constituents and let them know that some of this stuff can apply, and make a deal, but to mandate it, I'm still with keeping it voluntary, and yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Danny, I apologize that I stepped in the back for a quick second. And I know when I came back in, you were talking about the stem wall stuff. Just refresh my memory on what we have here. That's not doing any stem wall requirements, 100% mandatory yet. I think we directed NRAC to look into those options. Is that correct?
Okay, there's a couple different things, and I want to make sure we all have a clear understanding.
Perfect.
The LID has multiple options for you in what we call our treatment train. So from how you design the site, how you construct on the site, street widths, type of materials you use, there's multiple different options that are available to the development community to implement this. Part of it would be limiting the amount of fill utilized for the residential lots by utilizing construction methods such as stem wall. That would be part of the treatment train that we would be looking at to see if they merit some of the waivers and or density bonuses. So yes, stem wall construction is an option that's available as part of the efforts to limit the amount of fill brought in. That's why when we were going through the 7 strategies, we wanted to emphasize that the LID aspects of this meet a lot of the concerns that y'all were having. What we took from you is that if you're not doing LID, we do need to utilize an avoidance and minimization aspect for projects in the floodplain to come in and utilize, albeit not LID, but other methods to address some of those issues as well. So we're trying to carry over those same concept for multiple applications so that way the overall impact to a new development site is minimized.
You refreshed my recollection, and that was my understanding. And Danny, one of the other things that I did a little bit of research because I talked to a couple folks, and I agree with certainly what you found also. But I also had some folks say to me that if they were doing a let's say a large scale development, and if it was all stem wall, then the economies of scale are very different, and it doesn't add that much of a cost to it because that's what their standard is across the whole development. Yes, that's correct. Yes, I get you. I agree. Very different. I agree 100%. And I think giving it that it's still optional here is just one of the tools. I think we're okay. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, Clay, if I could just ask you one more question. Sorry, no worries. In affordable housing, we offer a lot of incentives, right, to get developers to do an affordable housing project. And some of those include what? Impact fee waivers?
Yes, sir. Well, yes, sir, depending on what happens later today.
And increased density?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it possible we could offer the same type of incentive? Well, hold on. And does it work? Do those incentives help draw in affordable housing projects?
Yes, for affordable housing, and yes, there's already put into this project. In other words, in our LID program, we do have things such as expedited review. I wouldn't call it expedited review, but it's handled through the subdivision process. So they are able to get through, and follow these standards, and they will get density bonuses. They will get other things such as alterations in some of the configurations and other dimensional requirements that we have in the code, so that way they can come forward with it. So in other words, like if you come in and instead of doing our standard street detail, you reduce the amount of asphalt and can do so in a manner that still meets emergency management access and meets our requirements for two-way traffic, then you get a bonus because it's part of the treatment train that you're selecting. So there's all kinds of different options. So you do get reductions in costs, you get reductions in time, you get density bonuses. So yes, there are incentives that are identified here. And I can tell you that's why we're probably seeing folks very much interested in coming forward with these types of projects.
Okay, and how long have we been offering equivalent incentives to LID as we have?
Well, there's been density bonuses and expedited review for a considerable time. I would say going back to the original 1990 comp plan for affordable housing. Those were some of the strategies we adopted back then. I have to say that in the county, you don't see it as much because we're not necessarily where affordable housing wants to go because of proximity to transit routes, schools, hospitals, etc. But we have had interest in affordable housing because of the density bonuses.
But would you say that our incentives are as strong for LID as they are for affordable housing?
It's a different animal, but very similar. I would say that affordable housing has more elements beyond Volusia County, in that there are federal and state authorities that have different grant programs and different funding sources that can direct or locate affordable housing, whereas the LID standards are going to be more of a market-driven aspect.
All right. Do you know of anything else that we could do to add more incentive for more LID development than we currently have?
Well, I would say that we've put a lot into this in regards to what we feel are reasonable incentives. This is it is a code change or code, and so if we start seeing that either lack of participation or feedback from our development community as to why they're not taking advantage of it, we'll be able to come back with corrections. We've done that in other types of things, such as the conservation subdivision.
But how much more interest have you received than previous years?
Well, again, when you hear from a developer and you want to have a pre-app and they're indicating that they want to implement some of the LID standards, that's really what we're hearing right now because, one, the issue of flooding is a number one issue across Volusia County, across the state of Florida. I'd say it's almost across the country in certain locations. The second thing is they understand that this is something that is favorable to the general public, favorable to this council, so they understand that that's the path of least resistance. So, of course, they're going to be looking at that.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I don't think there's any more questions, at least not yet, but stand by. I'm struggling with this because I really want I want LID to go forward. I'm struggling with incentives that are completely voluntary, optional. We just increased the size of government and government regulations by requiring $500,000 of insurance for a bad dog. And the reason was because we wanted to make a bold statement that not here in Volusia County. We've done the same thing with distance that somebody convicted of sexual crimes, a sexual offender, can't live within so many feet. And we did that, as it was said, because we wanted to make a clear statement that not here in Volusia County. in my mind, this is just as important, and in my mind, nothing more important than saying, if you want to develop in Volusia County, you do it in a way that provides the maximum protection to our environment, our quality of life, potentially reducing flooding. Because I want to make that statement for Volusia County. I want to be known for that if you want to develop here, you do it according to these standards. And so it needs to be mandatory. I'm afraid to just do away with it and not have it come back, but I'm afraid that it'll never be changed as well. If this was mandatory, Troy, it would cover all 7 of the flood principles that were brought to the council, that we're still trying to deal with, waiting for information to come back from NRAC. We heard 2 members of the NRAC committee, or 1 member of the NRAC committee, say that at the very least it needs to be a hybrid system. But if we want to be known for the county, as we've said this morning, that protects our residents, then why are we doing this? Why isn't this just as important to protect to prevent flooding? Will we lose a potential developer? We might, and I can live with that. What I would prefer to see is developers that come in and have the same respect and love for our community and the residents around where they're building as we do. In the affordable housing field, Homes Bring Hope is already doing this. Everything they build is on stem wall, and they're building stormwater protection, not just for them, even if it's one house, but for the neighbors around them, because they don't want to put a low-income person in a house and then put the neighbors out of a house. And that's the kind of development I would like to see. I'm not sure a completely voluntary system is going to do it. So I'm struggling with this. Clay, I hear you. Give us this. It's a start, and we can build from there. We'll hear back from NRAC. Well, we heard from NRAC today. They said don't make it 100% voluntary. So what do we want Volusia County to be known for? Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. And I think a couple highlights, and let me try to put this in a manner that's acceptable to support you, and maybe explain it the other side of this. But we ask, what makes us different, or let's make something that sets us out in front that others can example. And I must remind the council and public too that if you go through our Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1572, there's a couple things that you will find. And Clay and his team have done a good job of putting on slideshows and presentations over the last 4 years, multiple times explaining what we do differently. And you will find that Volusia County is different in a way where it's codified in our charter, that environmental protections is our number one concern. And if you actually dig down and look in our ordinances, as it's been covered before, you will see that probably 99% of everything that we do in Volusia County is above state and federal requirements in those sections, right? So to answer the question, what do we do differently? We're doing it already, above and beyond state. So, when we make the comparison of whether it's sexual offenders or whether it's dogs, guess what? We didn't do that stuff, right? We didn't do that stuff. So we addressed it, or addressed it in a higher manner. So in terms of the principles, we brought those principles forward, those 7 principles. Again, I believe 5 out of 7 or 6 out of 7 of those are already covered and controlled by either state statute or federal statute or limitations So, you know, I want to make sure when we're speaking about this stuff that we're giving the public the full story, and not to discredit you, Chair, because you hit on a couple good points, but you know, when we want something, typically, you know, we don't sometimes give the full story. But I just want to ensure that our team has gone over this, that we're talking apples to apples, that we're saying what we are doing in its entirety and not just what fits the topic at the time. And the most important thing with LID, if there was some sort of data that would support our data showing that LID, if made mandatory, would solve our flooding issues, I don't think there'd be any question up here. But there isn't one instance or one piece of data that shows that making LID mandatory would solve our rain events from 8 to 11 inches in a 24-hour period. Not one. Not one. So, you know, at the end of the day, we have to pay attention to the data and the facts, and I think it's very important. We've been down this road several times, and I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't subscribe to the notion that the Volusia County Council doesn't care about environmental issues or flooding issues or that narrative. You know, sort of along the lines some of the comments that Danny made. I think Volusia County, when you compare it to the other 66 counties, we are leaders on many levels, though it doesn't get paraded or bragged about often in the social media world and the often very vocal advocates for their own cause that make the most noise. The truth speaks for itself. I think we're being pioneers to a certain level with what we've done here. Mr. Chairman, I hope I can bring you to some level of to support this with the last part of what Clay had said, is we gave the NRAC direction on the avoidance and minimization direction for them to review that, to come up with recommendations. Remember, I brought up the stem wall, I brought up the tree preservation stuff. I think I brought up also the complete land flattening, for lack of a better term. I think that work is still to become before us, which could probably help maybe with some of your concerns additional. But I think this is, I think we're being pioneers right now, and not everybody might get everything they want, but we got to balance it at the same time. And I'll have to say also, I haven't received any data that shows that this is the silver bullet either, but I'm willing to try it. And that's where I'm at today, to say, let's try these LID standards. Let's encourage anybody that wants to develop in Volusia County to try them. And if they don't work or they don't do it, then I'm willing to revisit that. But I think we're on the right path, and NRAC, the additional work that they're going to do is hopefully going to help bring some more guidance to, I think, this good policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I just want to kind of agree. I do agree with Danny and David as far as what we're doing. I think there's been a lot done by the county already to regulate the environment and the building standards. I don't know if this LID, like Danny or David says, is a silver bullet. I'm not convinced that it's necessarily the cure-all for all our problems, but I do think it's definitely worth looking into. I'm definitely interested to see how we could get this implemented without making it mandatory, because I've talked to Mr. Vanacore too, and sat down and talked to him about the issues with flooding and all that and what he thought would be a resolution. And he was very, like you said, very open to the LID type of stuff. I think our developers in general would be more and more interested in having conversation with the county about doing it, but on a voluntary basis. I don't think we should require anything. You know, I don't like governments mandating things. We live in a free society. We kind of pride ourselves as the land of the free, and I just don't like mandates. And but I do like incentives. I've actually witnessed it myself. Like I talked about before, in the late 70s, we had the worst economy ever. Under the Carter administration, President Reagan brought us back through the Tax Reform Act of 81 through tax incentives. And the tariffs right now that we're dealing with that Ms. Anderson talked about, those are incentives. And like President Trump said, there's growing pains. There's going to be a time when you do all these tariffs, everybody's going to hurt for a while, but once it all plays out, I think it's going to be a good end game. The sex offender thing, I don't know if that's necessarily going to play out well. Every time we do a mandate, there's a ripple effect. And sometimes it could take years to see how it plays out. The VO-RIDE that the subsidization of Avello, all this stuff that we've done, sometimes it takes a while. We don't know if that's the right answer or not. It's got to play out. That's why I want to tiptoe into LID. I want to definitely look into it, but to mandate it when I'm not convinced it's the silver bullet, I think is dangerous territory to act like we know what the cure is when, truth be known, we really don't. We're just trying to steer the ship to get it where we want to be. And the other thing, I don't know if you guys are following the real estate market. I mean, we are now at the cusp of 2007, 2008. We're about to enter a market crash, in my opinion, and from what the experts are all saying. So we have 4 times the inventory now for sale than we did 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So I think just by the nature of the free market, developments are going to slow down now anyway. So I don't know if we're going to have this big push for more developments by the developers as we have in years past when the COVID boom was going on. So I just think we should keep things in a free market setup, voluntary if that's how you want to do it, but voluntary with incentives, because incentives are, in my opinion, a big thing. We have tons of them in place, and I think this is one more area where we should ask staff to give us some incentives. If anything, cut back on the incentives if possible for affordable housing, because I keep voting against this affordable housing stuff because here we are adding incentives to create more development. Okay, so I would just like to throttle that back. Affordable housing is still development, whether it's developments or affordable developments, it's still impervious surface. I would rather see much more incentivization going towards LID than to affordable housing. So I vote that we keep it voluntary with a lot of good government incentives tacked on. Thanks.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Council, I respect your thoughts on basically everything we talk about, and there's a lot of what you all said that I completely agree with. And for anybody that says that we are not advocates for the environment, I would just remind them that this council, I believe 6-1 voted for Regrow the Loop, and then I believe 7-0 voted for Regrow Volusia. So, we are a council that does care about the environment. I just put that out there as a reminder. I hear what you're saying, Councilman Dipsey, about the incentives. I like incentives as well. I am more towards the hybrid approach. I was before. I'm still am currently, and I'm reading the room. This is going to pass, so I'm going to vote yes on this, just for my own chess move in case, one of you, I hear you down the line teetering on this and changing your mind. I'll have an opportunity to bring it back. So I'm gonna be a yes because of that. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, I want to start by saying this because 3 of you have mentioned it. I didn't, or at least I don't believe I said Volusia County doesn't care about the environment. In fact, Volusia County is number 2 in the state for land conservation. I think that's a record that we should be and are really proud of. Danny, you said that and then tied it to that I'll say just about anything to get what I want. What I said was that we do things to go on the record to say not in Volusia County or in Volusia County. And because we are leaders in land conservation, I think this follows, that we have such a high standard for development, not just because I want it, not because I think it's a silver bullet. It's not, but the tiptoeing is over. There's other cities and counties that have tiptoed for a long time. I've studied this since before I ever got elected. I've been to every LID conference for 4 years that I've been here, and I hear example after example of cities in our state that are already using it in areas on their own property, city property, county property, where parking lots flood, where streets flood. When they switched to this, when they implemented some of the LID standards, it did solve it. So it's not like it's an unproven system. Last time we talked about this, I talked about the huge development in southwest Florida. Went through hurricanes, everybody else is flooded, lost electricity. They didn't have any flooding. Farmington wouldn't use this if they didn't think it would protect the timber that's still on the conservation land that they're going to keep. So it's not an unproven science. We can keep saying that, but it's not true. Is it a silver bullet? No, it's not going to solve our flooding problem this hurricane season, but it can slow it down in the future by the way that we build, where we build, how we build, and we have a responsibility, the people that will live here in 50 years or 100 years. We also have a responsibility to people who live here now, who want this, because they see that it will help our quality of life, preserve more of the land that we all want preserved, and will ultimately help in infrastructure problems, reducing traffic. It's wildly popular by our constituents. So if Clay recommends that this is a way to go, please don't vote it down. Get what we have in place there, and then we can start improving it as we get information back from NRAC. So it looks like that's the way the vote's going to go. So with that, Carissa, I'll just ask you to, I don't even think we need to call the roll. All in favor of approving item 5, voluntary LID development and stormwater infrastructure program, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. 1144, item 6, agreement with RAP Development USA, Inc. for transit operations and maintenance contract.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Was that serious?
As a heart attack, sir.
Okay, we have a motion to, I just didn't know if you were, I have a motion to approve this by Councilman Robbins, and the second was by Vice Chair Reinhardt, correct? Yes. Okay, what are we voting on?
Good afternoon. I have a quick presentation. Welcome to go through it, or whatever your preference is. Bobby King, Transit Services Director. I do want to introduce a large team from RATP Dev. The executive management team is here. They're from all over the country, but we actually do have several members of their team that are Volusia County residents. They've been involved with VOTRAN's 50-year history in a lot of ways, so we're happy to have them here today. So the following slides, we're just going to go to provide you with some information, real quick information about the RFP, the contract, and how the contract is vital to the future of transit in Volusia County. The current management contract with First Transit ends in August, so we set out to do an RFP. A solicitation was released in December. We were looking for an operations and maintenance contractor, full service contractor that can take over all the 300 employees and help us run the operation. The requirements of the solicitation was very specific about modernizing our system using innovative technology systems and their commitment to efficiencies throughout the entire service. The current management structure is different than what we asked for in the solicitation. We currently have what we refer to as a management contract in the transit world. We hire a transit company to provide a general manager. It's a small amount of a contract, and they oversee the employees throughout the system. And the employees are in a holding corp. They're not actually employees of the transit company. That contract doesn't really provide any incentives for efficiency. There's no performance measures. So we wanted to change that in this contract. We were looking specifically for a contractor that can help us reduce cost and are always looking at ways to help us reduce the cost. They also take on all of the liability, which is something we spend about $1 million a year on currently. So we pay them a monthly fee based on the amount of miles that they operate for us, and that service is dictated by us. They also provide lots of corporate support, which is something very key to our success. We need to be able to have our on-site team be able to reach out to a worldwide company, that's what they are, to seek advice on certain things that we're asking them to put into place. So we're excited about that. So this, we're just going to continue the benefits of this new structure. We're very excited about these types of things that are coming to the table, especially the innovative technology. The innovative technology helps us run the most efficient service. It helps us utilize our resources to the best of our abilities. It optimizes the resource use. That's key to efficiency in transit. The goal here was to keep the general fund contribution either level, but we're actually level every year. Sometimes we have challenges that face us with funding. We also have a big need for the elderly community, and we're always trying to balance those things, the general fund, the grant dollars, the revenues that we're getting in fares, with the need in the community. And so we're trying to do the best that we can to keep the general fund dollars lower every year. And so this next fiscal year, we've managed to keep the general fund dollars actually a little bit less than what we currently have in this fiscal year. And the way we're going to do that is with the help of this company. So the contract will take effect immediately. They'll start onboarding, but they really won't come into service until August 15th. And immediately going to start modernizing the service. And in between now and then, we'll be working all kinds of plans for service changes, cost cutting, things like that. So we may be back with you before you know it to talk about some of those service changes, all of which we want to take into effect on January 1, 2026. So I would like to open it up for you all to ask us any questions that you may have.
Questions from Matt? Did you have a question?
I didn't have a question, just a comment, sir.
Okay. David Santiago.
Are we having a cost savings with this contract?
No, not necessarily, but we haven't increased our budget this year.
Okay. Now, you mentioned there was $1 million that we spend in liability annually. Is that just being absorbed into the total budget of the per mile that we're paying now?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, they definitely take on that responsibility.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's 3 names on the board. Are any of those for questions? Jake? Okay. Jake Johansson, then you're next.
Yes, a couple questions I'm going to ask you that I've already asked you once. You said that there's no cost savings, but we'll get more service than we currently have.
Right, that's the goal, is to
better bang for the
definitely
buck.
create more service availability.
And we talked about metrics, you and I, on a one-on-one. What type of metrics do we not have now that we will have in the future to stimulate good service?
Right. So there are performance measures included in this contract, on-time performance, customer service satisfaction, safety requirements. There's a litany of items that we will be looking at every single month in data that's reported to us. And they know that there's disincentives, but there's also incentives for them to do better than the standard average in transit. So we're looking for that possibility too.
Got it. Here's a question I didn't ask before that I will ask now, and you may not have the answer to, but do you know how much money we paid out in claims for bus versus Votran versus?
There may be somebody
I'll
here.
take that answer later, but put it out there. I'd like to know. That's a good bellwether to get that number down for. I figure everybody in a tie represents here, so thank you.
Thank you. Troy, did you have a question?
I do,
Okay.
yes.
Councilman Kent.
So looking at the agenda item, I don't understand how it's not a cost savings. It says that the general fund was a decrease of $477,320. How is that not a cost savings? I mean, the other stuff is like grants and stuff.
Well, I mean, it's not that there maybe isn't some sort of cost savings. Everything is going up in our world. Parts are going up. Fuel, although right now fuel is pretty good, but our budget isn't just for this contract. We still maintain a lot of the costs at the county level. So the other, we have a $35 million budget. $22 million is for this contract. The rest of it's with the county through our own procurement or buildings and maintenance and things like that. So our general fund dollars are lower. Our grant dollars are higher. Our revenue is higher. So we kind of balance that out. And we just had the opportunity to take it from the general fund. We have reserves, very healthy reserves. So our general fund is lower.
Yeah, I appreciate your transparency with all of that. For me, though, like when I see that, you know, the expenditure is almost $23 million and almost $15 million comes from fares, 5.6 plus million comes from the general fund, and then you've got grants as well. When I see 477,000 less general fund dollars going in, I look at that, and correct me if I'm wrong, George, as a cost savings.
Well, yeah, that's actually I'm up to talk about it. So actually, I'd like to have Ryan come down and go over the different ways. But basically, she touched on it. Grant maximization. This allows us to do a little bit better with grants and take less from the taxpayers. So,
Right, and before Ryan starts, I'll just and Chairman, whenever Ryan is finished, I have a second question for Ms. King. But before Ryan starts on that, you know, I get it. You know, the grants are tax dollars, but we're getting help from the feds and the state. So that's why I say when I look at general fund for locally,
exactly,
it seems like it's a savings for Volusia County. But correct me if I'm wrong.
You're absolutely correct. It is a savings from the taxpayers, the local taxpayers' perspective. When you compare the two budget years, which this contract is part of, it is a lower contribution by our local taxpayers. There are some more grants that we're going to be able to take advantage of. This contract method is much more, it's much easier to bill these grants and get the federal government and the state government to sign off on our grant billings. With our current reimbursement contract, we're kind of in a quasi land of, are you in-house staff reimbursement or are you a fully contracted rate? Because we're kind of both. And sometimes we get rejected on some of our proposals to get cost reimbursement. So grant maximization is a big piece of it. And I'd be remiss to say that part of it is this contract, but part of it is other things, route reductions, other actions that have been taken by this council and recommended by Bobby and Janine in the management of Votran. Over the years, our total estimated general fund contribution, if you were to look at just about prior to COVID, where were we estimating we'd be about right now? We were estimating $14 or $15 million. We're at 11. So other actions that have been taken by the team, it all adds together to get to that budget savings, but this is kind of the main piece of it. It is 2/3 of the budget of the Votran fund.
Right. And Ryan, thank you for that explanation. And council, I'm not trying to play with statistics here, but that is how I view this, that there's almost $500,000 fewer general fund dollars from our tax bucket that's going into this. So I do look at that as a savings. And Ms. King, how many years is this contract with RATP DEV company? How many years?
It's a 5-year contract.
It's 5 years. So my only concern is, in my mind, I'm looking at a $500,000 savings this year, but I'm concerned about next year and the year after. I know we don't have a crystal ball, but I like to hold companies accountable for, hey, your first year you're going to have a savings, but next year, we get hit over the head with a hammer, or the year after that, it just doesn't sit well with me. I'm hoping that's not the case, but they're in the audience, so I wanted them to hear from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson, do you have a question? Are you
No,
waiting?
sir, waiting for comments.
Waiting for debate? Okay, Councilman Robbins, did you have a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
had to step out for just a second, but do we also have some cost savings, just to add on to Mr. Kent, with our implementation of VORIDE? I know it's been a couple $1 million. Did you hit on that, or are we saving that for
We haven't talked about it
opt-out
yet, but I
bunch,
can
or-
talk about it. So there's so many different ways that VORIDE has helped us. We've not had to buy large vehicles for that area. We took away at least 5 vehicles out of large vehicles out of the west side. Those are $700,000 a piece. The funding, although the funding is used from a grant to pay for vehicles, that funding is moved to different other areas to use in its place. But we do still have savings on the west side of the county because of the VORIDE, but we still have savings to recognize still. As we move, this is going to get complicated, but when we have fixed route lines in place, we also have to provide ADA paratransit in the same area. And so when we take away fixed route, we no longer have to provide that type of service in that area. That's our most expensive service. And so we chose not to immediately cut everybody off that was ADA eligible, and they all have to apply for eligibility. And as they go back for eligibility requirements, we'll move them into a different category, or they won't become eligible for ADA paratransit. Either way, they can use VORIDE, of course. So those savings will start to come into play very soon as we start to age those eligible ADA riders into a different category.
Sounds good. And with that, council, we got maintenance that we're saving on, labor, insurances, liability, all that stuff. So good job.
Anyone else with a question? Okay, then we'll move to discussion and debate. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Everything I would put down when I first hit to speak was thank you, Mr. Kent, because I'm like that too. The very first cost savings is what you look for. And the thing that stood out to me was the $500,000 in savings from the general fund. Also, what stood out to me as the chair of the TPO for Disadvantage was the fact that this will provide online scheduling for the paratransit as well, which I thought that's something we've discussed at the TPO for Disadvantage as well, and that was huge. Other things that stood out to me, the contractor will help with modernizing services, new software, which I just named. This would also, I love the statement that you used during the 101, this is a possible model for other states. So when we say we want to do it different, Volusia County's doing it different. So and I commend that for you for that, for looking for that. And the fact that it puts customer service as the number one priority. I'm a big yes on this, mostly because of the savings, but also namely for the paratransit issues that will be addressed. So thank you for that. That's all I had, Chair.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the things that we've been hitting on, we talked about it during our strategic goals and throughout my time here, is metrics-driven contracting, metrics-driven policies. And we touched on this during the question period, but I believe it's important that not only do we state the metrics and make it clear to the contractor what our expectations are, which I believe we've done, but that we make those results available online, hopefully on your website. So when when somebody can say, I wonder how they're doing, I wonder whether this is worth it, they can look, and just like we do on Amazon, right? There's 50 coat hangers for sale, but you go to the comments and you look at who likes them, oh no, the hanger fell apart after 2 days on the coat rack. So the same thing applies here. If a bus route is 97, 98, 99% on time, I'm not going to go out there in the pouring rain 45 minutes early to hope I catch the damn thing. I'm going out 2 minutes early because I know there's a good chance it's going to be on time. So get that data, be good at what you do, and get that data out there so I and other citizens know where they stand with that. I think it's great that you have that metric, and we should be doing this with all our programs. Janine, just add it to everything you would contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'll be quick with this. I'm also for this. When you look at I tell you what the public's concerned about when they saw the almost $23 million, they see it as new money. So I really appreciate Ryan coming up, and this is not new money. We're paying for bus service now. We're paying for mass transit. Now we're going to pay somebody else and reduce the expense by $500,000 to general fund. And I'm trusting staff that this will be better service. I agree with you. I think it will be, especially with the additions of some of the things that were just mentioned here. I'll end with just a quick question, because you don't have a crystal ball. It's a 5-year contract. What happens in 2 years? Is there a non performance clause in the contract?
Janine Jennings, Business Services Director. Yes, all of our contracts have a termination for performance clause in every contract. So there is an out clause if performance isn't there.
Okay. I think that's important for the public and everybody to understand too. All right. The motion on the floor is to approve. Motion by Councilman Robbins, second by Vice Chair Reinhardt. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Did you say aye?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any opposed? And the contract passes 7-0. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in and brilliant presentation. Item 7 is Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Action Plan for Hurricane Milton.
Motion to approve.
By Donna Butler, and we have a motion.
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by Councilman Robbins, second by Councilman Johansson.
With the motion and second order on the floor, I'll make my presentation super short. I think you'll all be very excited. If you haven't had a chance to review this, we'll go past this basic information of when the storm hit and then when HUD forwarded money to us. $133.5 million is what we've been allocated through the process. Same requirements for spending. 15% of the funds have to be used for mitigation at a minimum, and we have to complete our spending within 6 years. Here's the process as we have gone through. We went through extensive process for Milton's action plan development. We just knew what we were doing this time, so we could make it go a little bit faster. So we've got a great action plan to present to you today. Here's the income limits. Again, 70% of the funds have to be used for benefit low to moderate income individuals. And we have to have a duplication of benefits analysis for every homeowner or every project that moves forward. We had an unmet needs survey with over 500 responses, and you can see how the folks provided us with their feedback. 20% infrastructure, 49% mitigation, and of the housing, 55% for buyout, and that is reflected in what we're proposing in our budget to you. Here's some of the data: $248 million in unmet housing needs. Unmet infrastructure needs, $371 million. So proposed 6-year budget, oops, sorry, that zero slid over there on me, I apologize. But this is the really good news. 75% of the $133 million is going into 3 categories: infrastructure, mitigation, and buyout, totaling $100 million of the $133.5 million. We were extra creative with gathering data from the cities on infrastructure so that we could get to this number, because I heard the direction and I wanted to get there. So this will really be able to help our community. I know that there was a comment out there in the community that we were sneaking buyout in this program. Buyout is allowed under Ian as well. We are just now starting that process, but it will be a big component of the Milton Action Plan and our process moving forward if you all approve it, and then subsequently it's approved by HUD. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions, Councilman Robbins.
I have a question.
Questionman Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Donna, the same requirement, say a city wants to address an infrastructure issue, they still have to have skin in the game, so to speak.
They do.
And that's a HUD requirement, correct?
It's not a HUD requirement.
Oh, it's
no.
not?
So
Okay.
but we are required to score applications.
Okay.
All of the applications that came in last time from cities had some sort of a match. And the more match that they put in, the higher their score
The higher
is.
the score.
This case, any project that was eligible in our first round under Ian, we funded. And likely will be the same case for this round 2, which would allow every city to have made an application for an infrastructure mitigation project. Moving forward, we're going to have to be more competitive. So cities are going to have money in the game, and we are going to have to look at LMI. One of the benefits under this new program that's very exciting is previously you had to have a project, had to have a low to moderate income analysis for an area done. And it would only count as LMI, which is where 70% of the funds have to be spent, if 51% of that community area that was being served was LMI. Now we can take a percentage and apply it towards that. So if 40% of that area is considered LMI, that 40% can be charged against the LMI. So we're not automatically eliminating a
Gotcha.
project from that. It's a great new thing that they've done.
I guess, and I was planning on getting with this later with respect to a certain area. I was actually going to talk about it during council comments, but if this could assist a city in a certain area that I went through, I know the chairman had went through this area as well, the Highland Park or Highland area over there in Daytona Beach, where they're next to a high school and they suffered extensive damage as a result of a stormwater failure. Whether or not these dollars could help Daytona if they applied to do that. But when I approached Daytona, I had to sit down with them. They didn't have the match, or felt that they didn't have the match needed. Are there other programs out there that could assist them with that? And I'm probably getting a little off topic, and maybe a conversation we need to have upline, but
Yeah, we could have a more extensive
Okay.
conversation. However, I don't have other resources, and they don't have to have a match. What that happens, though,
they need to apply.
their score goes way down
Goes way
without
down.
having.
Okay.
So sometimes a city may not be able to bring as much to the table, but if they're serving a low to moderate income area, that can kind of balance out their application. So it just depends on the community that they're, or the area that they're trying to serve by the improvement.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Robbins? Okay. Can you take his name off so I don't call him again? Councilman Kent?
Comments, if that's okay, Chairman.
Okay, one more question from Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you go back and clarify for me the point where you were saying that it's going to be different going forward with more skin in the game? I think you used the word with
Sure.
the matching. Could describe that to me?
Well, the reason why is because we're going to have way more the amount of projects in a dollar amount than we're going to be able to fund. So even with the original, I think it was 92 million, plus the 50 million that you've asked for us to put over, that's 142 million, plus this 100 million, we're still going to have, when we get done with 26 studies, I assure you those dollar amounts for those projects that are going to want to come forward are going to be expensive. They are going to have land and property and home acquisition in them, plus all of the stormwater work that has to be done. So if cities aren't coming with some kind of money, if some cities are and some cities aren't, you're going to see a scoring difference, and you're going to probably have to make some hard choices.
How much have we allocated already to the
Approximately
cities?
60 million.
60 million. How many cities have received that?
Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus the county.
7.
Now, they've had multiple projects. You've seen these come forward, and it's a total of 65 million that also includes the 3 nonprofits that you approved.
So some cities received for multiple projects within that 60 million.
Yes, sir.
And were those matches also?
Almost, well, every single city had some match in. Some had higher match than others, and some just had a little bit. But every single one of them had some kind of match that they brought to the table.
The reason I'm asking the line of questioning is that I get it that it's going to be more competitive possible. Well, there's going to be more project requests and money's available. And I would argue or consider arguing that the other 9 cities that didn't receive funds, maybe they shouldn't be held to that same standard. Maybe we have a step up. If you've, I'm throwing ideas now. If you've already received one, then your match should be higher than another of the 9 cities that didn't receive any funding in that first wave.
So we have reopened the process for those that did not receive funds, or if they received funds but had indicated, and this is a source of potential funding match, is their HMGP grant that they had thought that they were in line for. So they were denied, so they are back in. So if someone has not before been through the process successfully, they are in the mix right now, and the same scoring criteria is in place.
You get where I'm going, right?
I do.
mean, if you already received money, okay, then I think you know where I'm going. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Dempsey, you have a question or a?
Comment.
Okay. Any other questions? Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Donna Butler, you listen to this council, and we listen to our constituents, and we listen to Don Dempsey. And you know, I feel much more comfortable with this before us. And I'll just say, because it was mentioned, for me, it's not a hard decision, you know, in the future, because I believe our cities need to be partners, and they need to come with money. And if they came with money and we participated with them, I might think a little differently than Mr. Santiago, but if they came with money, we participated with them, and others did not come with any money, I'm ready to continue to partner with those that have skin in the game and are ready to continue to bring money to the table. That's just where I am. But you listened, and thank you.
Welcome.
Councilman Dempsey.
To reiterate what Troy said, I mean, thank you so much for kind of listening to my whining and kind of following that direction. Yeah, this is beautiful, and I think the fact that you're going to ask these cities to be part of it and have, you know, money investments as well, I think that's appropriate. Because when you hear these people come and complain about the situation, they're not necessarily even blaming the county for the problem. A lot of times they blame one of the cities for allowing things to happen, but they're coming to us. So it's good to see that we're going to ask the cities to contribute to the resolution, because yeah, I agree. I think George and I talked. It's going to be hard to fund after all these studies are done. It's going to be hard to fund what's necessary to fix these problems if we can. So it'd be great to actually get these cities to put, you know, stake money up to cure the problem. So thank you so much. I can't be any happier than what you presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. As you all know, I'm one of the co-chairs on the flooding subcommittee on the roundtable of elected officials. And one of the things we talked about from the get-go, and we're in our 3rd meeting now, is that cities work together with the county to produce no harm to other cities. So as these projects come up, I'm hoping and praying that we make the hard decision to put the money where it's needed the most in the county. We very often do a peanut butter spread of, everybody's got to get a little bit of money. There's a lot of money there. Every city's got to get some. But, I'll pick on Carmen Rosamonda. He says DeBerry's doing pretty good because we prepped for this beforehand. So he might not get or need as much money as Daytona, the Highland area, or somewhere down in Osteen or something like that. So we may have to make that hard decision. But the good news is it seems like on the subcommittee and through the roundtable that we're getting all 16 cities to think about each other and come up with plans that kind of intertwine with each other. And George and Ben's back there sleeping. Sorry, no, he's awake. They're doing a great job working with the practitioners and the city managers to make sure that all that data is in one place. So Donna can do her job and get the right money to the right place. And it might make sense to give it to South Daytona and Daytona at the same time because those two projects dovetail on each other. So I think we're very much on the right track here. I wish all flooding projects could go through Donna and filter down to be managed by the county because that would make sure everything works. But that's just not how we do government here. So these networks of cities, 16 cities, will benefit us through a relationship that the city managers, the practitioners, and the mayors and the chair have. So Donna, thank you very much for putting that money in the right place to get stuff done. Thank you for being quick at getting this one out. Now you got to go execute. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify, I do support skin in the game from the cities. Maybe my line of questioning wasn't good enough there. I think I was just trying to put some light on that the first wave that we put out, not every city was ready to do it. For whatever reason, it could be they didn't respond quick enough, but it could also be that they couldn't get what they needed to be done in time from us putting out the notice of the deadlines for receiving these funds. So I just wanted to make sure that the other 9 cities are not at a disadvantage now because they did not make those time frames. That their requests have the same validity as the initial request. That was the reason. So,
And they do.
yeah, good. Yeah, and skin in the game, absolutely. Thank you.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Real quick, and I got to say thank you because it is an answered, and we appreciate that. But I also want to make sure you're okay because when Jake made the comment about all flooding projects going through you, her heart skipped a beat. So you could literally see it from the podium. So I want to make sure she's okay.
We're good.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Donna, for what you've done. Appreciate it.
We've got a great team between
you and your
Ben
team,
and
absolutely.
myself, his team, my team. We're all working together to get this accomplished. We're trying to move as fast as we can with the stormwater studies and design in most cases for the big projects that are going through. So you'll start seeing a lot of agenda items coming through, hopefully on consent and moving right on.
Amen.
This will take, after we submit this in our HUD system, it will take 45 days for review. And as soon as our software system is ready to take applications, we will reopen applications for homeowners, which will include for the buyout program as well. So,
thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to approve the Disaster Recovery Action Plan for Hurricane Milton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And
thank you.
it is approved 7-0. Item 8, property insurance renewal with an excess of 2% savings, unlike last year, where everything went up, it seemed like.
Motion to approve.
A
Second.
Motion to approve by Danny Robbins, second by David Santiago.
Well, and all of the policies are outlined in your agenda items, so if you have any questions, we'll answer any questions you might have on this, but it is a savings of over 2%.
Nice. Good job.
Okay.
Great job.
No questions? No comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Another brilliant presentation.
Trying to get through for Don.
Okay, that was item 8. Item 9, ordinance 2025-13, reducing accessory sheds and fence permitting requirements.
Good afternoon. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. The County Council directed staff to look at ways we can improve our permitting process and improve our efficiency. We went forward, and what you see before you today is that folks installing sheds under 480 square feet will no longer need a building permit for that. Also, for fencing that is not otherwise required for swimming pools, will also not require a permit. These will be handled through a code enforcement process. Additionally, we will be doing public outreach to make sure folks understand what the standards are, so that way, when they do the installation of these items, they will be in compliance with the code. Made it through your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Motion to approve.
Did they beat you to it?
No, I wanted to say something.
Okay,
So,
we have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins and a second by Councilman Johansson. And questions, David Santiago?
just comment, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Just wanted to say freedom and liberty. Welcome to Volusia. Keep doing it.
Anyone else? Okay, all in favor of ordinance 2025-13, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that also is approved 7-0. Okay. Item 10 is a proposed vacation.
Motion to approve item 10.
Okay.
Second.
This is
Second,
the next two items are quasi judicial hearings. Does anyone have any ex parte to declare on either item 10 or 11?
None here.
None.
Item 10 and 11 are very similar. They're both in the same subdivision. We're just vacating existing alleyways at the rear of the properties. Property owners were in favor of it. The utilities had no issues. And as always, we've been trying to get rid of these as much as possible. So, any question?
Any questions? Is there a motion?
Danny.
Okay.
10 and 11.
Motion to approve on 10 and 11 by Robbins and Kent.
We do both of them at the same
but
time?
I'll just write it down so I don't have to ask again when we get there.
Yeah, do you have anything you want to present on 11? Or
No, I've already, it's the same on both.
All right,
So.
then I think you can. Thank you.
Okay. So we're voting to approve both vacations. This is pretty standard on 10 and 11. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
You're getting better at this, Tad.
Motion carries 7-0.
Work on his button, though.
Item 12, ordinance 2025-01.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. The County Council last year approved comprehensive plan amendments that were consistent with the directives that we received from prior county councils in regards to our affordable housing strategies. This is an ordinance that implements those requirements. Some of these are state mandated, such as the expedited review. Others are tied to recommended best management practices, such as the deferral of impact fees. Again, it's a deferral such that if the housing remains affordable for the set time frame, then they would get the impact fees waived. If not, then we would be collecting them. Also, similar situation with building permit fees. Also, there are density bonuses broken down by the different residential land use categories. Again, this is implementing the comp plan amendments that y'all approved last year. So these are the same things that you saw in that body coming forward and being able to be implemented through the zoning and land zoning ordinance.
Motion to approve.
Second, Johansson.
We have a motion to approve item 12 by Councilman Robbins and a second by Councilman Johansson. Any questions from anyone? Any comments? All in favor of the motion on the floor?
Yeah, I just wanted to just reiterate,
Don Dempsey.
to be consistent with all my previous votes, I don't like the idea of incentivizing more development. I think, like I've said earlier today, I mean, we're at the cusp of a bust, and I just don't think the average taxpayer in Volusia County is wanting more development. So I just don't like the idea of using their tax dollars to incentivize more development. I'd like to see, if possible, this shifted over to LID initiatives or incentives. But again, just you've heard it ad nauseum from me over the years, so I'm just going to let you know I'm still a no vote on this because I don't like incentivization of more development. Thanks.
Okay, we have a member of the public who would like to speak, John Nicholson. You're reading the DeLand Beacon, right?
Yes.
Okay.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. The city of Daytona Beach has been pushing affordable housing 15 years. 2 weeks ago or so, a group came before the commission with regard to a affordable housing project that the city, I think, and the county went in on Clyde Morris Boulevard. Apparently, those people living in the affordable housing section are complaining about the quality of the construction. All right? I'm asking you to think twice when you do the affordable housing giveaways, that nothing be given away with regard to the construction or the livability of the people that are in the building. This project is 6 months old or so, and they are already having problems with water, leakage, the whole 9 yards. It's as if it's been a HUD housing project that's 30 years old, and it's only 6 months old. So I'm asking you just to be cautious. If you're doing this, don't give too many giveaways. Thank you.
Thank you. No one else from the public? No one else from the dais? Then we have a motion to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And the motion carries 6-1 with Don Dempsey voting no. Don, you were here for most of the, you have to leave at 1 or 1:30? 1:45, okay. Well, let's do item 13, right-of-way license agreement with May Shantushi for the University Boulevard Beach approach. And I will tell you that if we approve this, then item 14 goes away because the developer will build our approach. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then explain it to us.
You just did. That's fantastic. Item 13 is a right-of-way license agreement. Usually we bring use agreements. In this case, it's a license agreement. There are some legal differences between the two, but in this case, what the applicant or the person we're reaching the agreement with, Shantoshi, would be constructing the beach approach as detailed. They are, in return, getting the use of 10 parking spaces that they would pay basically about half of what we would get if we were receiving payment for those spaces by non-county users if it had full occupancy. So That's what they're asking for, is the ability to license those spaces for that time frame. In return, they'll pay half the price. They will construct the beach ramp, and they will maintain the public portions of that for 5 years. So that's the ask.
Okay, and for questions.
Nope, just a comment from me.
Matt, you have a question?
I do.
Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Part of that the rebuilding of the ramp by the developer, does that include that public bathroom as well? I thought that I briefly spoke to the attorney handling that, and he had mentioned that. I didn't know if that was part of it, or do you not know
I don't
that?
recall that being on.
And I don't see him here.
Right. He stepped out. He's supposed to be back here in a minute, but no, I don't recall, and I don't recall that we were constructing a bathroom at that location.
Okay, I could have sworn he had mentioned that, so.
Correct.
Okay.
He's got a request to speak, so maybe he'll be back.
No, there's not
That's all
going to
I
be a
have.
bathroom, whether we construct
Whether
it or
we
whether
do
they
or
develop.
that you're aware of. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, and for comments, Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Council, the main reason I am okay with this, allowing them to pay half the price, is because they're also going to be doing those improvements of a little over $300,000 for the beach ramp. So because of that, and then us getting that guaranteed income, that's why I'm okay with this. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give him one last try. Mark Watts? I think he's for it.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm good. I don't need the answer to that.
Then item 13, the motion, do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Vice Chair Reinhardt. No other questions, no other comments. Mark Watts, I'd suggest you don't talk yourself out of this. Did you still want to speak?
No.
Any questions? Did you hear the questions about the bathroom?
So, I'm sorry.
Can you come up to the mic? Because there is no bathroom on the plans, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then I heard wrong.
Correct. There's no bathroom on the
Okay,
plans.
all right.
But we want one now.
We're approving this with a bathroom. Thank you.
I sat here all morning.
Thanks so much.
You guys,
Speaking
I
of
figured I'd go
bathrooms.
get lunch and then, yeah.
Okay, his, her, and family. All right, all in favor of item 13, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries unanimously 7-0. So
I could have asked for a fountain.
Oh, jeez.
Motion to approve item 14.
Second, Johansson.
Mr. Chair, item.
We don't need to approve item 14 because then we're paying for what they just paid for.
It's withdrawn.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Yeah. 15.
So
Item 15 then. Keep it rolling.
item 15 is the Ocean Center monthly parking rate increase. And Director Flanders, are you going to present this to us?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Good luck.
Good luck.
Oh, give us 1 second here, please. Yeah. Yeah, we'll vote for you. Good luck. Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Dempsey had to leave. We will have one member of the public who wants to speak on this. So Director Flanders, please tell us about the parking rate increases.
So there are two parts to this request. The first request we presented, I believe 2 sessions ago, for some parking increases or to basically just shore up our parking. We had several different pricing in our model. We inadvertently left off monthly parkers, so we need to add them back. So we're asking that we can increase the monthly or put the monthly parking back in that we had left off, and the price would go from $60 to $70 a month for monthly, $75 monthly parkers. Thank you, Troy. So that's the first part.
I think we have some questions.
Okay.
Councilman Santiago.
So they're asking for a $5 reduction. I'm struggling with that.
Oh,
Why?
you're in the next section.
Huh?
You jumped ahead.
No, it's on this agenda.
No, I know it is, but do you want to go ahead and talk about that now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
We like
So-
efficiency.
We're going to
so
do
the
both of them.
At the same time? Okay. So the second part is the Ocean Walk Centers has requested a discounted pricing for $5. After talking with Pete, who is here, he's the general manager of the property outside, he is now requesting an off-season only, a $5 parking rate, limited to restaurants only. And he can speak better to the reasoning why, but it's literally in off season and non-tourist season, they struggle to get people to come there and eat at their restaurants is the reason for the request.
Lynn, is it $5 or $10?
So it's $5 as Pete originally requested it. But what we have also talked about outside is that if we reduced it to 10, if there was not an appetite for $5 and we were able to reduce it to 10, and then his restaurant owners can buy vouchers from us for $5, and then they pay $5 on their way out. So then everyone has basically $5 skin in the game, where we've discounted our pricing to 10, they bought in for $5, and then the customer pays $5. And this would be just during off-season only.
Can I ask?
Please.
Okay. My eyes have crossed a little bit.
Yeah.
Confused.
Okay.
So is the total fee 15 or is it 10?
We charge $15 now
Okay,
for our
okay.
pricing.
So the shop owner would pay 5 and then the consumer would pay 5. That's where the 10 comes to us.
Exactly.
In some format.
Exactly.
And they have changed their request to be during the off season. When is the off season and how long does it last?
The off-season is, Pete, what do you consider the off-season?
October 31st to March 1st.
Okay. October 31st to March 1st. So basically November 1st through March 1st. I know that's what we consider off-season. I wasn't
4
sure.
months.
Yes, 4 months. Mm-hmm.
And how many restaurants are there?
7.
I was
going to say 4. 7. Yes.
Are they all occupied with tenants? All right. I'm just interested to see what my colleagues say. I might have changed my position.
So right now, it's $15.
Currently.
For how long?
All day.
However long?
However long.
Okay. And so the request is $5 no matter how long.
So right now, we have a graduated rate. We have $5 for the first hour.
For one day.
Yeah, $10 for the second hour. Then anything over that is $15. And then it's $30 overnight.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just for clarity, because I know we're struggling with the rates here. I think the question to council is, are we willing to keep the $10 rate for beyond the 2-hour period? What the restaurant, what the property manager chooses to do to buy down below $10 will be up to them. But the request to council is to go from a $15 to a $10 during that off-season period.
That's the bottom line.
Yes, sir.
Not $5.
And that's what's changed today from when the agenda was published.
Okay. Okay. Councilman Kent?
It just comments, Chairman. So, for the first part, the Ocean Center seeking approval from $60 to $75. I'm okay with that, just so the council knows. Mr. Santiago, I share your concern for the second part, and there's 2 reasons why I have concern about it. I'm scratching my head up here a little bit because it wasn't as clear as it needed to be. Ms. Conchin had to jump in to try to help us with that to make it clear. I'm still not completely clear on it. I don't know how I feel about just for the restaurants, but what I really don't like is the $48,000 reduction, because we helped lead the charge on changing the price and at what time things changed to benefit the county. And I believe before we did that, there had not been a significant change in a long time. So the $48,000 is what's jumping out at me. It's got me very hesitant to implement that part, but first part I'm okay with.
Okay, then it sounds like we might better separate these two and get a vote on each one. So let's do the monthly rate of $75, the increase that Director Flinders is asking for.
Yep, move to approve the $75.
Second.
Motion to approve by Santiago, second by Troy Kent. All in favor of the monthly increase, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that part passes 7-0. Now the daily rent,
Mr. Chair, just for the record, it's 6-0 because Mr. Dempsey.
it's 6-0, I'm sorry. It's been 7-0 all day,
Mr. Chair.
almost.
Oh, I was going to make a motion.
You're going to make a motion on the $5, $10 in off-season.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I move to deny the requests of the reduction in the fee for the reasons of the fiscal impact on the county.
Second.
Okay, Councilman Santiago makes a motion to deny the request, and Troy Kent makes the second. Questions? Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Mine was more of a comment.
Okay,
Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I get that too. I understand that. The only thing I'm struggling with is the fact that the comment was made about their business suffering during off-season. And we've been a council that really backs small businesses, or any business for that matter, especially in Volusia County, and what it may bring to that area. And we're trying to increase well, you're doing a phenomenal job increasing the shows over there at the Ocean Center. So we want them to be able to enjoy those restaurants, because my understanding is we'll have those shows during the off season as well. And we want those individuals not to leave there and just go home, but also entertain some of the local restaurants and shops and whatnot that are nearby. So I'll be curious to hear if anybody else has any comments with respect to that, but that's the one issue I'm struggling with. Why not to allow that change?
Okay, Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, thanks for sharing your thoughts there, Mac. I was a no, and then I was a yes, and now I'm a no, and I'm still a no. But the people that go to the events, like you said, they're already past that 2-hour threshold, so they're already going to pay the $15, right? So if they pass the $10, so they're going to stay for dinner. It's not going to really it's not going to influence their behavior. I doubt it. And yes, I was sympathetic to the businesses struggling during the off season. But all those businesses suffer during the off season. Are we going to start subsidizing all of those other people around there, or wherever it is that suffers during the time? So I just see it as picking winners and losers, and that's why I struggle from that perspective. And I want the business to be successful, but I don't think that's our role on this particular scenario. Thank you, Mr. Chair, because of the fiscal impact again. Yeah.
Thank you. And Troy, before I call on you, I will just let everybody know that the Peter, is it Larson? Pearson. Your writing is just like mine. He's a manager, correct? And we will hear from him and then another member of the public. But go ahead, Councilman Kent.
Thank you. Yeah, just to tag along with the question that Councilman Reinhardt said or had, the $10 for entertainment event parking at Peabody and the Ocean Center, they pay $10 for any entertainment event they're going to, and then they can go to dinner as well. With that, they can come for an early dinner or go for a late dinner, and they're covered there. And I agree with you, Councilman Santiago. At what point do you say, hey, we're doing it for this group, but not for this group? And, where else are we going to jump in and help where the private sector can certainly do their part? Our fees and things, our bills don't diminish. We still have to provide and pay for those. And this is government, in my opinion, interfering in a place that we certainly don't have to interfere. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just thought about one thing. One thing that I, as an individual, would be willing to entertain is the mechanism to allow for the business owner to buy down the rate? Because that's part of this request, right? They're not capable of doing that today, right?
The original request is a $5, which was on, and then we changed to $10. And then even if it's $15, they have the right to buy a $5 voucher. Yes.
Okay, so the voucher, can they buy a voucher today without any involvement of us?
Absolutely.
Okay, then we can leave things as it is with the motion to deny.
Okay. Pete, you want to come take your 3 minutes? Thank you.
Hey y'all, thank y'all for letting me come out and talk to you today. I took over Ocean Walk Shops in December, but when I came to Ocean Walk Shops, it was not just saying that I wanted to make Ocean Walk Shops better. I wanted to make all of Daytona Beach surrounding that area better. That includes Main Street, the boardwalk, the ocean shops, the Ocean Center, the Hilton and all those places. They have their own parking, but everywhere else around us does not have parking. And I came in the time when it was a slow season. That is the slow season time, which is October 31st to March 1st, essentially the end of February. I've been doing this for about 15 years. I moved down here from North Carolina and took over businesses here in Florida, and I've seen it fluctuate at each place I've been. I've been in Panama City Beach. I've seen the slow season. I've been in Fort Lauderdale. I've been in Miami. I've been in Daytona Beach. I've been able to see the slow season. And what we're asking for is just help when it comes to people who want to come out and use the businesses, not just at Ocean Walk Shops, but in the area of that same spot. Again, we're not just trying to help the people here at Ocean Walk Shops. We're trying to help everybody in the whole area surrounding us. We did quote it down from everybody gets a little share of the pie. Now I'm just asking for help with the restaurants. And what Lynn didn't mention there is that we're asking for the validations from the Ocean Center that we can buy from them for their customers to be able to use. And we're not just going to give them to everybody. We're not just going to say, hey, welcome to Ocean Walk Shops. Here's your ticket. You get out. All right. And here's your ticket. You get out. No, they have to come to these restaurants and they have to spend X amount of money to be able to get that validation. So to be able to get that validation, let's say Bubba Gump Shrimp Company sets a $100 minimum. So somebody has to come in and spend $100 to be able to get this validation ticket to get out. So they're still putting the money into the validation ticket, but we're not just passing them out willy-nilly. Everybody gets one. Also, you said, sir, about the people are coming anyways for the events during the off season at the Ocean Center. We were going to take it away during the events. So this is the absolute slow, nothing's going on. So there's no events, there's nothing going on. It's just a random week in the middle of the wintertime with absolutely nothing going on. And that's when we're going to validate passes. But otherwise, no other times. Just slow season. And when there's nothing else going on, just to hope that people will come and spend a little money in our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call on you, Troy, let's hear from the last member of the public, John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, B-side. I wasn't going to speak on this, but it raises the point. I live in an area. I lived there 40 years. I'm sure you're aware COVID changed restaurants, all right? There have been a lot of diehard restaurants that have been around for 50, 60 years that closed. Many of the iconic restaurants in Volusia County closed. People are not going out to restaurants. It is really a hard time. This particular area relies, let's just say, on tourism. Because what do you do when the Ocean Center invites 14,000 people to the Ocean Center and they go out for lunch or for dinner? 2 restaurants are not going to serve 14,000 people. There is a need not only for the restaurants that are there now, but more restaurants. If you've been there at any time when there's a major event, and we have 9 major events in the city, plus the summer, you will walk outside and there's a line at the little restaurant right on the corner. So you're talking about every single restaurant will have a line for lunch and for dinner because there are not enough of them. We cannot afford to lose more. And I understand you're sitting there saying, well, we can't sit there and pick and choose who wins and who loses. But we do that all the time. You just did affordable housing. You chose who you're going to subsidize and who you're not going to subsidize. This is just to subsidize for people that you invited to the neighborhood. Ocean Shops is tied to the parking garage, is tied to taking cars off the beach. They're all interrelated. It would not have been done without the parking garage, city-owned parking garage, because they were attached to it. They did not have to build a parking garage because the city and the county were doing their bit to help the area. So this is something that's been done in the past. And what we're doing is they're asking, because of the situation right now, there's a time period in which there are no tourists. So if we want restaurants for when the tourists do show up in mass, we've got to keep these restaurants going because nobody can go 4 months without an income. So they're helping that time frame when there is no income to help keep them open. So when we absolutely do need them, they will be open. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe my last bite on this. And I'll just say, before the gentleman who spoke on behalf of the Ocean Walk Shops spoke, I was going to say, it'd be nice if the restaurants themselves, if there was a threshold that needed to be hit, whether it be $50 or $100, then, they let their customers know, hey, we're going to pick up X amount of your parking. And it sounds like they already have that plan in place, that they're going to do that. So it makes me even more resolved to say, I don't believe it's government, aka taxpayers' job, to keep X number of restaurants in business at the Ocean Walk. That I recently, I believe, read where, is it Joe's Crab Shack? Was having a banter year, if I read correctly. Like, it was incredible. And the city of Daytona Beach has a contract with them that they receive X amount of, and if I'm wrong on this, I apologize, but I believe X amount of whatever their profits are, after it reaches a certain threshold. And, the county doesn't have agreements like that with the restaurants at Ocean Walk. And, my belief is that people aren't going to restaurants as much. I can just talk about the Kent household because we do it better, healthier, and cheaper at home than what I'm receiving at many places. Now, that being said, we went out for Cinco de Mayo last night because if you don't go out for Cinco de Mayo, I don't know that I want to hang out with you. It was a great meal last night.
I ate Italian yesterday.
Oh gosh, David, I can't even talk to you right now. But my point is that I don't believe that it is taxpayers' responsibility to subsidize this any more than they already are. So I'm still with Councilman Santiago I'm going to vote yes on this because we're denying it.
Councilman Johansson.
I'm not tipping my hand on how I'm going to vote, but I do want to bring something up that our conversation has sparked a thought. In the off season, is there a Mexican restaurant in the Ocean Shops? I apologize. So if I invited you all to Cinco de Mayo and said, let's go to the Ocean Shops, would the answer be, yeah, we gotta pay $15 to park, but after we get in there, we'll have a good time? Or would we say, let's just go somewhere else where we don't have to pay parking? During the off season, I would opine that a certain high percentage of people that would go there are us, the taxpayers. So the question becomes to me, is $48K, you're actually putting money back in, let's say 80%, 75% of taxpayers' pockets so they can go support or go out and eat, at least at Ocean Shops. And there's some great restaurants there as well. So So have we done that in the past? Have we done anything that puts money back in the pockets of our taxpayers, not by reducing their property taxes, but by putting money back in their pockets? So here we are looking at an opportunity to put money back in my pocket if I'm going to go there by parking at the Ocean Center parking lot and going across the street. I'm not going to go there if I got to pay $15 before I put a bite of food in my mouth or a beer in my belly. So that's my thought process and where we are with this. Having said that, Mr. Kemp brought up somebody brought up a great idea. When it's going gangbusters, whoever, both of you guys, when it's going gangbusters, is there any way we can pay it forward and say, hey, look, we're making money hand over fist. Can we throw a little payback your way so in the off season we can get that discount and not have to worry about the vouchers? I don't know. Maybe there's an arrangement can be made when it's summertime and it's going gangbusters. We can prep the battlefield for the off season, so we're not sprinting and drifting and going from I'm buying cars and boats to I don't have any money. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Troy, I respect your opinion wholeheartedly. I do. I really do. And I don't often take the second bite, but I would be remiss if I didn't. So you're right. Government does not have a responsibility for that. But I do think government does have a responsibility with respect to economic development. And just last meeting, we approved the fact that we would terminate the UCF incubator program because we could do it better to assist small businesses, to help these. This is a way of helping them. I'm with respect to the city of Daytona Beach receiving money from that business out there, they own the boardwalk. So they're going to get paid for that. We don't own those shops at the Ocean Walk, so we don't get that. So there's the difference between that. But I'm still firm in that. I think it's pretty well said where I'm going to go on this. I still want to help them out during that off season. I respect the fact also, and I love the fact that you will have control over when the voucher goes out and when they don't. But that's your call. That's they're the businesses, that's your call. So there's no say of what we have to say about that. But I did like hearing that. So, and that's all I had. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The problem we're struggling to, I mean, these business, let me ask this question first. How long has that fee been in place?
The $15 price since April of 23, I believe.
And before that was what fee?
I'm not.
I don't know.
certain,
I know you're
yeah.
new. Sorry. Well, there's always been a fee, I'm assuming. Right? So, these businesses, again, they do their due diligence. At least they should, right? So if I'm going to open up any business in an area that I know the majority of my customers have to do paid parking to come to my business, and I would think that should formulate that into my equation on how many people I think I'm going to get to come to my business. So I think it's still picking winners and losers. And I can probably put 48,000. I know it's only 48,000, but I could probably put that in a better place that has a better return to our constituents than picking, in this case, what I strongly believe is winners and losers. These businesses should have a model that incorporates how they obtain their clientele. And there's no reason for us to give up 48,000.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Then the motion on the floor is to deny the daily rate, keep it at $15 for the months of October 31st to March 7 for the Ocean Walk attendees. Would you call the roll, please? Again, we're voting on affirmative is a vote to deny.
Correct.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
No.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Brower,
Yes, and so the denial is approved 5-1. Yeah. I think this is a good time to break. We don't have that much left,
Sure.
but with comments,
I was going to suggest, you do have the family here for item 16. They've been waiting. It might be nice if you could.
Oh, that'll be fine.
That'll be quick.
I didn't
Move
know
to
why
approve
you were
item
here,
16.
But you've been here all day. Okay, let's complete item 16. I hope this goes well for you.
And I'll second it.
Nomination of Captain Frank Gardner Gould. And who made the,
I think David made the motion.
did you make a motion?
Yes,
to
sir, made a
approve?
motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Second was by Vice Chair Kent.
Reinhardt.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Remember, we upgraded this year.
And Michael.
Wow. Oh, please continue with your vote. if I'm okay. If you don't need to make a presentation or hear one, I'm okay.
Okay.
We do have the applicant and a member of the family who would like to speak.
Okay, we do. We have two of them, so let's call them up. First, Stephen, and then Vincent Gould.
I'm gonna name something after you.
No, you're not.
Probably the urinal beach approach.
And just tell us which one you are and where you live.
Okay, I live in DeLand, Volusia County, actually, not in the city, and I'm fourth generation DeLand. And I wrote some things that might help me.
Are you Vincent or Stephen?
I'm Stephen.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Vincent's son, and Frank is my dad's uncle. So,
Okay.
yes. I'm sorry, I wasn't ready. I just got to get my notes. Well, I'd just like to read this first, and then let's see. Generations of the Gould family were born here, lived their lives here, and laid to rest here in Volusia County. The Gould family arrived here in the 1880s. They own and ran the original Putnam Hotel. It was a beautiful wood frame hotel with a large area porch for patrons' enjoyment. Captain Frank Gould was born in DeLand in 1907. The same year, his father started the Gould Agency, which is still here in DeLand and being run by the third, fourth, and fifth generations. It was decided at a certain age that Frank would join the military. His father brought home brochures for the different military branches. It was natural for him to choose to go into the Navy, as he had grown up going to the Volusia County beaches and spending a great deal of time on the St. Johns River. He loved the water. The ship he served on was the USS Sterett. During World War II, it served in the Atlantic, escorting ships while protecting them from U-boats. Later in the war, it was moved to the Pacific and was involved in many battles, including the Guadalcanal. In one such battle, the command tower had been hit and all the guidance systems were rendered inoperable. Uncle Frank was commissioned to guide the ship back to base by the stars. Also, I call him Uncle Frank, received the Navy Cross, one of the highest honors given by the U.S. Navy. People that met him would always walk away with the impression of having met a genuine Southern gentleman. It would be a real honor for the 44 Bridge over the St. Johns River to be named after Captain Frank Gould. It would be an honor to the family, the community, and most of all, Captain Frank Gould.
Thank you.
And I just, I meant to hold this up, but he did get this for DeLand.
Wow.
So, thank you so much.
Good. And Vincent.
Lady and gentlemen, I'm Vincent Gould, and just a little more background, as you say, he was born and reared in DeLand, and he did spend a lot of time on the St. Johns River with they had a little cabin cruiser. He distinguished himself at the Battle of Vela Bay, where during the part of his efforts as commander destroyer, sank 3 destroyers and 1 other ship of the Japanese Navy. And he was instrumental in excavating them from the Vela Bay because there was a big Japanese battleship down at the end of the bay that was kind of a dangerous situation, but he was able to get them out of there without a problem. But we come before you in an effort to have you support naming the beautiful new bridge over the St. Johns River in memory of Captain Frank Gould. And as I understand, it's the state's purview to name the bridge for someone, and we hope you will put your effort or recommend that Frank be named as the recipient of the name on the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in. Okay, Troy's name was up first, and he inadvertently hit reset. So go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. I just wanted to say to this council and to the family that is out here today, there are very few things that come before our docket that warms my heart. And I absolutely loved this. I loved the background information. And the one piece about here on August 6th and 7th, 1943, with Frank Gardner Gould's leadership and tactical expertise to lead his men through that historic battle in the Solomon Islands, with the sinking of 4 Japanese warships without loss of life or damage to his crew or vessel. You know, I was fortunate to have 2 grandfathers who served and survived World War II. My sweet mother's father, John T. Counts, was a U.S. Army airman who flew B-17s and was at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, during that day that lives in infamy. And Mr. Kent, the real Mr. Kent, who had a hula dancer tattooed on his forearm, and at the age of 85 could still make her dance when he flexed his right arm. The real Mr. Kent, he island hopped. He was an infantry Marine, and he island hopped. And I just have to tell the family, when I read this, it made me immediately go back to 2 incredible men in my life. And I know you're extremely proud of this. I'm proud of this. The only wish I had is that this had been done 21, 22 years ago. I know the bridge, of course, wasn't happening, but to honor people when they're still alive so they get to see it, you all get to see it. But I am a huge yes on this for all of the right reasons. And thank you for being present today and for having such a bad to the bone, awesome guy in your lives who represented this country in such a positive way and took care of not only his country, but his fellow servicemen. It's wonderful to be able to say these things to you all. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Johansson.
I have a few questions for Mike. Where does this nomination go? Commerce?
I'm sorry, did you say when?
Transportation? Where does the nomination go? Department of Transportation?
That will depend on on the direction you provide to us today. We would most likely engage John and our legislative delegation. With the easiest path forward as a letter of support, we would then reach out and re-engage Lake County to get them back involved and move forward with a letter of support. And depending on how much direction you give us, we can follow through on that.
Got it. having said that, then understanding that you've done some legwork with Lake County to no avail, or with no real step forward to say we support.
Their indication was they are neither supporting nor opposing. I think they're on the sidelines waiting to see what happens.
On the sidelines. All right. I would like to make a motion that Volusia County nominate Captain Frank Gardner Gold Bridge dedication. Go ahead.
We already have a motion.
So I would like to ask if we can amend it.
Okay.
Or let me do this. Keep the nomination, but I would like to ensure that our nomination gets copied to Lake County, so that they're aware right away that we're taking care of that, because I wish they had jumped on board early with a joint resolution. So hopefully they'll get on board.
Councilor, if I may, the applicants both offered, you'll notice the third bullet point on your screen, the applicants offered the opportunity for us to reach out to Lake County and integrate a veteran from their county into the name as a way to draw both counties into the effort. So it's my understanding they are open to that.
If that's a selling point, then so be it. But if it is, I mean, if they're not in, if they neither approve nor deny, then it sounds like they're wishy-washy to begin with. Just let them proceed. I want this to happen, and I'd like to see it happen quick. And it doesn't sound like they're that interested.
We have been given the indication that having both counties in full support would expedite the request. So we will, after the vote today, we will reach out to them and see what we can do to re-engage.
I'm sure Representative Barnaby can help us a little bit. Thank you.
Sir.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Councilman Johansson, thank you for that. I mean, that would look better coming from both as well. I am really psyched about this. I did have a question, though, for the family. I went to school with a Gardner Gould and graduated in 1982. Is that the same family? First cousin. Okay. So lost track of him after 82, so I have no idea. I hope he's doing well. Okay. Tell him I said hi. So I'm a big advocate, big supporter of this. I couldn't be happier that this has happened. You're right, Mr. Kent. There are so many things that we get to do on this council, and this has to be one of the more exciting ones and the more beneficial to us when we get to do good things like this. So that's all, Chair.
Thank you. I just had a question for the attorneys. Michael has said, according to the direction that you give us, we'll determine how we go. What is the best direction we can give them to have a positive outcome on this?
Well, my understanding is you're going to reach out to Lake County and see if they'll participate. I think FDOT is the agency actually we would make application to, but you can certainly involve our legislative delegation in supporting that effort.
Okay. Is that good for the motioners? Okay. And then I'm going to call for a roll call vote, not because I doubt how the vote is going to go, but I agree. I think it was Mr. Kent that said this is an honor for us to be able to honor your family in this way. And I just would like to put that explanation point behind this, that we have it on the record that every one of us, assuming that every one of us vote for it, I think that's the way it's going to go. This is a proud moment for Volusia County, and I hope Lake County sees it the same way. And so, no other questions or comments from council? All right, Carissa, would you please call the roll to approve this, to reach out to Lake County, and to submit it to FDOT?
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Absolutely a yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago, Mr. Johansson,
Go Navy.
Mr.
Yes.
Brower.
Yes, and Donna's not here, but pretty it seems clear he would be also be a yes, but the motion carries 6-0, and good luck with the outcome. And okay, you are free to go to lunch, and we will do the same. It's 1:15. I think we can be back at 1:45, and yeah, before everybody leaves, we need a quick picture with the wake.
Here, can you just have
Makes you happy.
I don't know. Who's taking the picture? He's taking the picture for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. 1, 2. There we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in. Yes.
Another one.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2. All right, good.
Thank you.
You already got one? With the gold? Okay. Why don't we get started with item 17? And Russ, what if you're going to lead us into this one?
Yes, sir.
Would you include, you probably are going to anyway, but tell us exactly what information you need, like start date?
Yes, sir.
How many members?
Yes, sir.
East and west, whatever.
Yes, sir.
You're going to do all that?
Yes, sir.
That's your purpose?
That's part of my purpose. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Lead the discussion.
Well,
do you want me to start, or do you want?
Why are we waiting? Yeah.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Oh, wait. Go ahead. He'll catch up.
Russ Brown, Deputy County Attorney. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. I'm here today before you for item 17, the Charter Review Commission. Specifically, when I get to the end, you're here today to tell me how many Charter Review Commission members you would like to have on the commission, and we'll talk about that process. But as the council's aware, every 10 years, the county charter requires a Charter Review Commission to be commissioned to review and recommend changes to the county council for changes to the charter. So and those recommendations go to the next general election, and that next general election is in November of 2026. The charter says you can't appoint more than 18 months prior to that next election, which is why we're here now. We're at that mark. So what I'm asking you here today is, based upon the charter, you pick the number of commission members according to general law. General law says you can have 11 to 15 members of the commission. At least for the last 2 times over 20 years, and I think all the way back to the beginning, just haven't found the records, the commission has chosen 15 members to be members of the Charter Commission Review Committee. And that would allow each council member to select 2 members individually. It doesn't have to be in your district. It can be the greater, outside your district, anywhere in the county. And then the 15th member is voted on by a majority of council members. And then the commission starts their meeting. They have within 1 year to present the report to you as the council members. And like I said, they present the report. You have to have 3 public hearings where those recommendations for what should be on the ballot are heard and the public's given an opportunity to comment. And then we obviously have to make the supervisor of elections the requirement to make it on the ballot, which is in August of 2026. So essentially today I'm asking you, how many members do you want? We're recommending 15. And that will then start the process, because the agenda item also has the standard application. It's a fillable PDF form that will hopefully go live tomorrow. I'm looking at Ms. Green. I think we've talked about that and getting with Community Informations to get that posted. Applications will be open until June 30th. And then at your one and only meeting, I think it's July 22nd, if I'm not mistaken, those applicants will be before you, and we'll ask you to, each of you, if you pick 15, to have 2. Majority picks the 15th. We'll have a resolution at that time, starting the commission, the timeline, and then they start having their meetings. And so with that, unless there's any questions, unless Mr. Dyer wants to say anything, I'll ask you how many members you would like to have on the commission, and I recommend 15.
I have a question, but I'm assuming Matt, you have a question?
No, I was going to make a recommendation.
Danny or David, is this a question?
No.
Okay. Danny? Okay. You said each member will get to appoint, probably 2. We appoint, and then do we all vote on them? Because you said the last one, the 15th, would be voted on by all. They don't all get?
They all do. Yes, sir. I misspoke if I said that. I just meant as...
Who nominates that last one?
Anybody, any member of council can nominate with a second.
You select as a group.
Right.
And then when you have nominees, just like your boards, you'll nominate a member, and it's subject to approval of the majority of council.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I guess it's going to be who hits the button first on that 15th member. So,
I guess.
If it is fit. And I would, that being said, I firm believer, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 15 has been the rule. It gives you an odd number, so you don't have a split vote on certain issues or items. So I would recommend the 15 myself.
Second.
Okay.
Discussion?
Yeah, let's discuss each one, and maybe we can vote on them all together. We'll see how this goes. But, okay, so the number of members, and David would like to comment on that.
Yeah, I'll support the 15. It's been the norm. We can continue with that. And then Matt, if you're the one that presses the button first, I'll be voting no on that one.
Okay, Councilman Robbins.
Yeah, I'm good with the how it's been 2 per person and voting on them individually for approval.
Okay. And then that will happen on July 22nd.
Correct, yes, sir.
We vote
So
on them all.
today you're just giving me the number. We start the applications open tomorrow. People have until June 30th to apply. We come back to you July 22nd with the implementing resolution and your picks that form the commission, and they start their work. Probably their first meeting, I guess, will be sometime in August, probably.
And each of the 15 will have their individual vote for them,
Yes,
for their
sir.
nomination.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So somebody would nominate, somebody second, you'd vote.
Okay.
Somebody nominate, somebody second, you'd vote.
Just like we do
Yes, sir.
for other. They then elect their own chair,
Yes, sir.
and they determine when their first meeting is? Or are we telling them when their first?
We'll convene the first meeting for them based on their availability, but as soon as we can. August, first part of September is
Okay.
what we're anticipating.
Okay, so a little flexibility there.
Yes, there's a little flexibility, but I will say, this is a big commitment. This is a
lot
huge
of time.
responsibility. It's a lot of time looking on other reports. A lot of time went into it. We have the same rules as any other board where if you miss 2 meetings, you're off. So members need to be present for that commitment because it is a big responsibility.
Okay. Okay, Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Yeah, just a quick question, Russ. I'm sorry. Do they have to abide by sunshine?
Yes, sir.
They do. Okay. That's the other question you just asked for me. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Johansson. Whoop, you
I
disappeared.
got it answered. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So if we can put this all together, it sounds like what we've agreed to is 15 members, 2 by 7 here, 2 by each council member, 1 from any or all of us. Each one of the 15 gets voted on, nominated, second, and voted on by the council. July 22nd is when that picking all those applicants happen, and I should have put this before, but June 30th, the applications would go out or be ready.
No, sir. The applications will be live tomorrow.
That's the deadline.
Oh, and then the deadline is June 30th. Yes, sir.
Is June 30th application deadline.
We'll make sure that you have a link sent to you too of the application. So if there are folks that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Before we vote, Councilman Santiago has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we give any guidance on topics, or they just decide on their own what topics they want to cover?
You, in the past, it's been up to them. However, if there are things that you want to request being looked at, I know, for example, you've talked about the rural growth boundary issue. You as a council have the authority to put something on the ballot, or what I saw the council do in 2006 is they waited, got the report from Charter Review Commission, and then they added one before the general election. You can do that as well. But certainly, if there's anything you want them to look at, I think you can suggest that, and we can relay that to them. And
correct me if I'm wrong, certain items that come from this committee go to the ballot, and certain items, in particular land use stuff, would have to come and be adopted by us. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So that's a bit of a change from 10 years ago. State law has changed. So if basically it's a land use related amendment, kind of abridging the description there, it would come to you. Council has the ability to say yay or nay, whether to put on a ballot or to change it, if you did want it to go on a ballot. If it is not a land use amendment, they make recommendations to you and you schedule them for election.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Then let's vote on this setup of 15 members, 2 by each, 1 by all. June 30th, deadline for applicants, July 22nd, pick day, and that's all you need, correct? Okay. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I made a motion to.
Second by Johansson. Okay, Jake Johansson makes the second. Vice Chair Reinhardt makes the motion on those items. We've had the discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries 6-0.
Thank you.
Okay, chairs, East Side and West Side appointments to the ECHO Advisory Committee, and this is for 2 years?
It's actually technically for the remainder of a 2-year term, so it would be March 31st, 2027.
Okay. East Side, I would like to nominate Lee Washington. West Side, Thomas Laputka.
I'll second for you, Chairman.
Troy Kent makes the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And they are nominated, appointed 6-0. And at 2:06, we go into public participation. Do we have any? Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. 2 items. You had a meeting about a month ago with regard to the oceanfront and the seawalls that went down. Having gone to that, I thought, and I was told, that the concept of reefs offshore as a way of protecting the shoreline would be addressed. There was one sentence and one photograph, and that's it. The takeaway was that they were going and pushing for the breakaways. They wanted whatever they put in when the storms came in just to break away, and that you would constantly replace these things time and time again. Daytona Beach did that. We had cement steps on the boardwalk that lasted 75 years, and they decided to go with breakaways, and because that was what the state wanted. So they put them in, and every storm they'd break away, and for 5 or 6 months, the tourists couldn't get down to the beach. All right, which made no sense to me because we're a tourist town, and you do what's good for them. We didn't do that. So the second set of steps we put in were also breakaway, in which the steps would break away. So you would have to close it down because all the steps vanished. So we ended up for 6 months without the tourists being able to get down to the beach, or the residents for that matter. So I'm asking you to really consider the value of reefs. They're permanent. There's several different kinds. There's heights, there's widths, there's distance from the shoreline. All of these things determine what happens upland. So if we could look at that and that it's permanent, you put it in once and call it a day, makes more sense to me than constantly replacing seawalls. I would ask you to think of that. Secondly, twice you've had a group come in on a one blip item. All right, the gentleman is supposed to have used the word "in." Okay, now I mentioned before I sit right over there, and the 3 of us weren't quite sure whether he'd used the N-word. The gentleman who was here, a black gentleman, said that he wasn't quite sure. So why do they keep blaming the council? Because there's one of the council members that said, I wasn't quite sure, and that's his reasoning. Well, if you didn't hear it, one, because he said he almost didn't hear it, I listen sometimes I get tuned out, right, David? So I listened and I couldn't quite make out the word because I wasn't really expecting it. I don't think anybody here was expecting it. And I absolutely believe Kent, if he were here, would have jumped all over it. He's done that on several other things. So I wish we could at some point make it known you did what you were supposed to do. You've done it. Let's drop the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. County Manager's report?
Yes, sir. Come to my attention that the waiver for the building permit fees for damages due to the hurricanes, that fee expired April 30th. According to my team, there are still people, because of insurance issues, that are still delayed and not ready for their permits. So if it pleases the council, I would like to have permission to bring back a new resolution that would extend the waiver to January 1, 2026 for those permit fees for those damaged in the hurricanes. I could have it apply back to the expired date of April 30th, 2025, if so directed.
Anybody opposed?
Question?
Councilman Santiago.
Could we narrow that and make it a requirement for settlement on the insurance? I think you mentioned insurance, there's delays, right? They haven't gotten their payment yet.
Yeah, it could be that, and I would.
Because you could show proof of when the payment
That,
was
and
made.
the other thing I would say possibly is also some permitting and engineering for the permitting. It's probably the other reason. Clay is, folks are on the front line and they're the ones hearing what the issues are, but we could narrow it to insurance and maybe engineering issues.
I just don't want people to take advantage of something. I'm for the benefit people that were impacted. There's no doubt. But, people game almost everything. And if we can put some controls around there, I'd prefer that.
Clay Irving, Director of Growth and Resource Management. We have a list of the properties that were identified as being damaged and those who have submitted claims to FEMA for flooding and other similar type of things. So we use that to verify. Someone can't just come in and say, I've got hurricane damage. We automatically give them that.
Okay. Well,
so we have a method of verifying that they have been subject to damage due to the storm.
Awesome. That's good enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we know.
So it sounds like you got to go ahead.
So I got to go ahead, and we'll bring it back at the next meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
County Attorney.
Yes, today is also George Rechtenwald's birthday. Thought I would mention that.
For real this time.
It
though.
is.
Really Ben Bartlett's.
Yeah. You borrowed one?
Yeah. I did send out to you yesterday just a bit of good news because I just wanted to touch upon it because I was talking to Sheldon from the News Journal at lunch, and she said she's really looking for things to write for the county, so I wanted to give her an idea. She's not acknowledging my conversation, but you have taken a position objecting to the designation of a spring protection zone for Silver Glen. You issued a letter and adopted a resolution to participate in the rulemaking process. So because of a state law that was passed this session, it's changing the standard on when a spring protection zone could be established. Based on what we're seeing now, the state agency is not proceeding with the spring protection zone. That could change, but they wanted to evaluate the new state law. So I just want to acknowledge, I think some of your efforts here were heard and voicing concerns, and the legislature reacted by changing the state law. So obviously it will depend on the governor to sign the law as well.
I think Councilman Robbins has a question or statement on that.
Thank you, Chair, County Attorney. Thank you for the update. And Council, just to hit quick on that, it's sitting on the governor's desk. There's still going to be a little bit of time before that language adoption. Hopefully he adopts it, goes through. But I just want to say thank you to this council. Within less than 5 business days We called Leek, Wright, Gentry, Tremont, and Barnaby, and they also supported unanimously all of Volusia County. But what I'm going to ask the council to do at this point, can we draft a letter and send it, through our lobbyists to get it to the governor for the adoption or him, signing this language, because it really protects the business and industry, the residents' property value up there. I mean, you name it for Northwest Volusia. And I think we're almost there, and I think this letter would just help solidify it.
Do you have a number, bill number?
County Attorney, do you have a bill number?
And you want that to go to the lobbyists or directly to the governor?
However we get it there.
Yeah, we could, I'm working with Mr. Booker, have a letter if you authorize on behalf of council, encouraging the governor to sign Senate Bill 1388.
Senate bill?
Involving spring protection zones.
Okay. Is there anybody opposed to that? No. I would say if you want to work on that with Mr. Booker, County Attorney. Okay. Anything else, Danny?
Yeah, and County Attorney, during our briefing, you had mentioned some litigation that had to do with the, Matt, you're not allowed to comment on this, the jail. Do you have any updates when it comes to, it was some highlights that you guys were doing, I guess, when it came to challenging the subsistence fees or some sort of litigation, you guys were really kicking butt on it, saving us some money?
Well, on your consent agenda, item R, there was a resolution. What happens typically is you have a right to pursue the cost of incarceration for different inmates. And so we've discussed this with the council in the past, what that will cause us to do if we do have a personal injury case, that we will counterclaim for the cost of incarceration to try to make the taxpayers whole in that. That sometimes results in this case, they dismissed their case if we dismissed our pursuit of the claim. So I think it's a good cost-saving measure when it's available.
Thank you.
You have anything else?
Sorry, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Then we will start with Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. George and Danny, happy birthday, and thanks for showing up on your birthday. Not everybody does, but you showed up, both of you, in a big way. So thank you. And Ben, of course, couldn't leave you out. Happy birthday as well. To Al Iverson in the audience, I don't know why, but far on the east side of this county, I received a copy of the West Volusia Beacon last week, and I loved it. I love reading through it, and I loved your article that you wrote about auto insurance rates, and it hit home with not only me, but I'm sure with thousands of other people in Volusia County, and I just wanted to thank you for bringing that to the forefront. And you not only brought up the issue, but you also brought up solutions, possible solutions that the state legislatures could enact. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. I'm not sure if I told you all 2 weeks ago. I think I did, but I did tour Miller Lake with staff, George and Ben. Again, thank you, gentlemen, for that tour and that background information. FDOT has been working on State Road A1A and State Road 40 in Ormond Beach, and I had a concern. There was an email that came from FDOT. I responded with some concerns, and they called me like within 2 hours. But council, I want you to be aware, and I want staff to be aware. And George, I don't know if it's Ben and his team that you turned loose on this, but in Ormond Beach, specifically on State Road 40 and on A1A, they have had some medians that they have put out. And when you're making a turn, you are hitting those medians. So they came in and immediately took like some sections 3 feet away, some sections like 8 feet away. You can see on the ground where they laid the concrete and then they picked up the concrete. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how you have a contractor laying stuff that is quite visibly in the middle of the roadway and cars are hitting it. My most recent concern was almost in front of Billy's Tap Room on State Road 40, but definitely in front of Ormond Memorial Art Museum. They put a median type barrier on the right-hand side, and it literally was between 8 and 15 inches into the roadway. And cars had hit it repeatedly because there's scuff marks on it. There's chunks of concrete missing from it. And I'm like, how does this happen? So they came in the next day and put some cones on it, not in front of it, but on it. And then I noticed yesterday they did redraw some lines around it. But maybe projects like that, George, you can turn loose our people to help them, to just say, hey, this is going to be a problem if you put this concrete barrier in the road. And I told the gentleman that called me, I said, listen, if my car hit this or one of my families and there was either an accident and or damage to the car because of this, like I would have a real problem. And I'm sure these people do as well. So I wanted to get that out there. I am not beating up on FDOT. I'm appreciative of the improvements they're making, but maybe if they talk to people with local knowledge and maybe we go and look at what they're doing and just say, hey, you know, this is going to be a problem because it's in the driving lane, that would be helpful. Council, 2 weekends ago, my wife and I went down to the beach. We went on at Millsap. It's the first time we had driven my truck on the beach in years. The attendant went to the back of my vehicle, typed in my license plate, and within 15 seconds we were on the beach. We parked at the dog-friendly section of the beach. We were planning on staying an hour. I think it turned into 4 hours. It was a beautiful beach day. I wanted to tell you all, my wife and I walked the entire dog-friendly section of the beach. We counted 32 pups with their owners. Everybody had their dog on a leash. There was zero dog mess on the beach, and it was literally the cleanest section of the beach I could have expected to see. I don't know if the smiles were bigger from the owners or the dogs, and I promise you some of the dogs were smiling when they walked by. It was a great thing to see, and if you haven't been over that way, I highly recommend you go check it out. My next district dialogue will be Monday, May 19th, which is coming up, 5 to 6 p.m. at the Ormond Library, to District 4 residents and anybody else that wants to attend. This is an hour-long access to share your thoughts with me. We talk about anything you want to talk about pertaining to Volusia County. So again, Monday, May 19th at the Ormond Library from 5 to 6 p.m. George, can you get a report or just some background information back to this council on summer lifeguards? I'm concerned about it countywide, but I want to focus also on the North Peninsula up in Ormond by the Sea. And I've had residents asking me about this, where we are with a plan. Do we have a plan to update? And how are we with recruiting, more lifeguards? But we have a large section up there, a beautiful beach. And I know people feel safer, and they are safer when they swim in front of a lifeguard. And I'm proud of our lifeguards, and I want to make sure that we have that taken care of. And my last thing, council, I am requesting at this point, in fact, I'll make a motion that we ask our staff to work with Daytona Dog Beach and bring back before this council a possible second location in Volusia County for a dog-friendly section of the beach. And I'm going to request that we focus in the area of Daytona Beach. I would love for our partner with Daytona Dog Beach to be able to, for us to be able to provide a second area. I know that Nanette and her team said they have the funding available for several, but going with the spirit of slow and making sure we do these things right. And I think it was Mr. Robbins who brought this up about really a shining example of how a partnership should be with another group, in this case a nonprofit called Daytona Dog Beach. But I end with that, just a motion to bring something back for this council to vote on with partnering with Daytona Dog Beach on a second location. My preference is in the city limits of Daytona Beach.
Okay. You made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay. Second by Robbins. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things when we voted on for the Dog Beach down in Ormond, and it was a great response, and I love the fact that everybody was involved. And I was approached by an individual afterwards about that very issue, about the extension of that. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say my biggest concern right now is getting through the beach renourishment project, where we have millions of dollars being invested in trying to put sand back on the beach in lieu of bringing on more projects for the beach. So that's my only reservation at this point. So we just started that process with the pumping of the sand into Ponce Inlet, and the next stage would be to truck that sand north. And from what I understand, what we're going to get from that dredging project will accommodate all the way up to past Daytona, where initially it wasn't going to. But that's my only reservation with that.
Councilman Robbins.
Matt, would you be open to, once that renourishment is done, maybe sitting down and coordinating Mr. Kent and staff to look at a possible section, maybe outside the big tourism area, because there's going to be some other issues there, but and maybe when that renourishment is complete, we can do another pilot for that area, or work in conjunction with him and maybe extend it further north, where it touches Daytona, where I want to support you guys wherever we can. And I was hoping, Mr. Kent, you were going to say bring some horses back for the north end of town. I'd really enjoy that. But I'll support you guys however you want to do it.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
And I'm absolutely inclined to do that once we get the project at least close to being completed before we start doing that.
Okay. Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. I'm not seeing the nexus between a dog on the beach and the renourishment, but I'm willing to wait. However, let's get the show on the road contingent upon the completion. So the day it's complete, we can do this. The other thing I'd like staff to look at is please convince me why we need a animal control person on the beach. There might be some stats that provide that. There might be a very good reason, but I love having dogs on the beach. I don't like money being part of it. The fact that Nanette is doing everything after the capital improvements, the garbage cans and the doggy bags and whatnot, as long as that keeps happening, I'm very supportive of this. If I have to throw another $100,000 at a quarter mile of beach, we just said no to $48,000 for parking. I don't want to spend $100,000 for just another convenience. But I think we can do it without it. So there's my thoughts.
Yeah, I agree. I think we can easily decouple this from beach renourishment just because it takes a while to do it. I would like.
The beach renourishment is a year-plus project. So, Yeah, they have to be decoupled. And as
Fair
far as
enough.
coordinating anything, that has to be done here. Otherwise, you're in a sunshine violation. So,
Yeah.
but if you want to, we'll look as directed, whatever you guys decide. And of course, down the road, after we're done with the beach project, there could be further discussion. But like I say, that's a year out.
Okay.
Then I'm okay with that.
Okay. Let me say what I was going to suggest, and then Suzanne, if you would push back on this, or Tori, I was just going to say I would like to see staff come back and tell us Daytona Beach to Daytona Beach shores, wherever the best places are. That they, like they did before, we declined one in Ormond by the Sea and took the current location. And everything else should probably stay the same. Turtle season and all that, the leash, 6-foot leash. But I do agree with Jake Johansson that I've not understood why we need to have a paid animal control person there. But all that information can come back and timing. Does that fit with what you're trying? Okay. Deputy County Manager Suzanne Conchin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did just want to touch on the animal control officer.
Okay.
Was the reason I asked to speak. And as council may remember, we did have a full-time officer during the pilot period. We recommended going down to a half-time presence, primarily focused on the heavier periods of weekends and holidays. That matches what we have done for many years at the dog beaches at each of our inlet parks. We have one at Lighthouse Point and one at Smyrna Dunes. And it is my opinion, and I can get some of our other staff experts to chime in. If we don't have some presence for enforcement on the beach, then people's behaviors will adapt to the fact that they know there is no enforcement. Our lifeguards have no ability to enforce any longer, and the sheriff's office is not going to enforce the county ordinances in any meaningful way in terms of leashes, et cetera. It's really not their role to do that. So I would urge you for patience. Let us try to match, that plus or minus 20 hours a week. A little less is what it'll equal out to. We're going to try to rotate the hours so we're not predictable. And it's just a means of trying to keep people's behavior excellent the way it has been. We're happy to look for additional opportunities for a second dog beach, and I'll work with our team on what we would suggest options would be. I guess my one question to council on that is, we did have the city of Ormond Beach step up early in the discussion of locating the beach that we have now. Is there a desire by council for us to work with the adjoining municipalities or not?
Can I respond? I think it has to be. Ormond did play a vital role in that, and they were very receptive. It involves their town, a lot of their citizens that go to that beach. Most people that on the east side that go to the beach closest to them. Now we have more people going to Ormond because of the dog beach that don't live there. So absolutely, I think it needs to involve whatever area, even though it's not, it's our beach to operate. I think it needs to involve them.
Councilman Kent.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that absolutely, I think that a healthy conversation with whatever city is chosen needs to take place. They certainly should have a place at the table for their comments and or suggestions. That being said, I am also very appreciative of the comments I've heard today about this. And Mr. Johansson and Chairman Brower, I tend to agree with you about, I don't want to spend money on another person for this. In fact, I feel like the person we have in Ormond could split even that part-time time, because Daytona is so close, that location, they could bounce between both of those, and we could get a 2-for-1 on this deal. I really think so. I'm also appreciative to hear Mr. Reinhardt back off of the uncoupling of the beach renourishment and the timing of this. I also just want to say that I feel like the reason we did an 18-month pilot was to kind of wash some things out. We did that, and it has been wildly successful. I don't know that we have to have another pilot in another location. I think the proof, as I say in Old England, the proof is in the pudding, and it has been successful. And I think that this second location would also be successful. We have an active partner with Daytona Dog Beach who says that they will man it as far as patrolling the area. They will provide the bags, et cetera, that are needed there. And I do think that we could have the same animal control person go to both of them because of the proximity of where they are with each other. I would think that it would be on the northern end of Daytona, probably, would be a good location. But let's get others involved. And Mr. Reinhardt, it's your district, so I'm real anxious for you to have some comments in this. And when this thing is as successful as the first one, for you to be able to beat your chest on it and have it in your backyard as well. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair and Council. I'd made a suggestion of the pilot. What my fear is the closer we get to population, or even those tourist areas, our cases may go up. So I would definitely see about splitting the use, or at least have some presence down there, so we don't take something good and then lose it. But also too about further expansion. We also have to be cognizant of some of the other sensitive areas, especially down in the shores, and also respect to, even though we can do something, but also respect to the residents down there and kind of their needs and whatnot. But sometimes you can't eat an elephant in one day, and I think if we can systematically do this and say, hey, boom, 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 and just go down the line, I think it'll be a success. So.
Okay, thank you. And to Troy and Suzanne, I would just, you would probably do this anyway, but I know Nanette has a list of dog-friendly hotels that actually market to people with dogs and say your dog is welcome to come here. Though they might have some suggestions, and that would lessen the effect that Councilman Robbins just brought up, that being something that just affects the locals. It still would, but I think that's worth a conversation too, because there's a lot of motels that are marketing for pet owners. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not opposed to a second location. It's obviously popular where it's at now too. My only thoughts are, is for me, we have to weigh location, because there's still people on the opposite side of this, right? We had a lot of opposition to it that we pushed through, so we got to be sensitive to their concerns, and it's all about the location. So open to it. Agreed. And if we can find the right one, then maybe. And I agree on the money. And I think to answer the question on the code enforcement, the animal control, I think that a lot of that was by our drive and our concerns. So we kind of pushed it to, hey, we want to monitor this to make sure it works, and that's why that cost was there. So, thank you.
Okay. So, if we, I'll call for a quick vote, and we're kind of giving staff an open-end thing. Find us locations, make suggestions. Suzanne, your direction on why there's an animal control there, your comment is well taken, and it would probably help us with the public that is concerned, because you're right, there was there was opposition. So all in favor of asking staff to pursue this and bring us back more information, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Denny, for the second.
Is that you? Okay. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Couple things I won't take long. One of the items that was going to be a little lengthy, I kind of got my answer already with respect to the Highlands community up there. Chair, I know you have been up that way as well. And I drove through that area even just recently. And the watermarks are still in the houses. So, and those houses are built up. Well, many of them are built up, but I did get a chance to see that area where, and I know it's not a county of Volusia, it's city of Daytona, but that area where the visual drop off from the high school property of Mainland High School to the Highlands area is significant, even with the houses being raised. The school board, from my understanding, has already agreed to the fact that retention failed. And they saw a need to expand it, but my understanding is their expansion of such is deeper, not wider, because they don't have the property for wider and yet deeper. Mr. Bartlett, you can agree or disagree. I think you told me that's not creating more volume. So that is a concern where that would only do a Band-Aid anyways on the project. What needs to happen is, I guess, a canal system of which is costly. And that's where I recommended the city of Daytona to apply for the Transform 386 and hopefully have the match money to where they can score better. So,
Do you know if the city has, in fact, put together
I
a
sat
project?
down and talked with the city. I actually made an appointment and talked with the vice or the deputy city manager, and pretty much said that they didn't have the money for the match. So my understanding is no, they have not applied. So I don't know what else we can do to
Well, I think the first thing
encourage
you'd
them
have to
to
do
do
is
so.
come up with, it should be studied and then decide what the solution would in fact be, you know?
Yeah, because what we're saying is only hypothetical. We don't know if that's the answer.
Exactly. I mean, that's, that particular area has some unique features to it.
It does. I don't want to see them fail again.
So I think the thing for them to be looking at first is, well, what would the solution be? And then we could attack maybe go after construction dollars, grant money, what have you, if they don't get it done in time to use the 386 money.
Understood. Could somebody reach out to them to see where they are with that? Or I can again. I don't care. So I will again.
Well, we're in contact with them too. I mean, we'll see what their lists of projects and things are. So what I mean, but
So I don't know if they're planning on studying that yet or not. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I didn't ask that question.
We have a list of what their basins. I know that they are studying. We can take a look if that's included. Because you also have some near there. You've got other issues. Down all the way down to the Nova Canal.
No, yeah. Okay. I'm not sure what the direction would be. So I'd be interested to hear what my colleagues have obviously jumped in before
Councilman-
I go on.
Sorry. Thank you. Councilman Robbins?
George, what kind of direction you need from us to look at this? I received a couple calls on it as well. A good resident out there too. It's been there for 30, 40 years is Jack Driscoll, and I actually met with a couple other ones out that way, and there's some issues there. And what I'd hate to do is throw. We got to somehow get the school board at the table, in my opinion, before they go ahead and spend money that can be spent somehow, or if we can get some sort of study done for that area, or any future construction that they have for that infrastructure for that area before they go ahead and spend that money. Maybe it could be used for this. How do you? What
What we'll do, I don't need. I'll have Ben take a look and go over the various submitted proposals for the studies. That'll tell us if they're in that basin or not, and if they're not, we'll go find out what their plan is.
That's been a problem. I know even years ago when I served in that city, it was an issue. But also too, thinking forward, if the school board does decide to go ahead with the project, I know they're exempt by state law from certain standards, our standards. If they do go that direction, could we maybe get with them to make sure if there was a failure in there, can they possibly, or we work together to adopt our standards?
Yeah, we'll talk to them about what their standards are. They're using, I'm sure, an engineer. So there's an engineering standard. It may not be exactly what ours is. We would have to find out, but they are licensed engineers. So whatever they're doing, there's going to be engineering behind it, a license behind it. So I'm not so sure that they're out of our so-called standard. And then of course you're also in the city. So
Yeah.
but we'll find out what they're up to.
Okay. Thanks.
I'll just add to that, because I was in a meeting at Mainland Senior High School with Jack Driscoll, all of his neighbors, and the school board, and an engineer that they hired. And while they did say that you're correct that it failed, they didn't take responsibility for it. In fact, they kind of passed it to Daytona, that Daytona was supposed to have an outlet there, and they didn't run it, and they went to Daytona. Daytona was still not going to install an outlet, an overflow. So the plan that they presented to the neighbors, that they were all very excited about at the time, I don't know if it's changed, but they had money set aside. The engineer had come up with a plan that the fairly large retention pond was just too close to the property line. It was a couple feet. So they were going to fill all that in and then make that an athletic field and dig a larger retention pond in the existing athletic field that would be 300, 400, 500 feet away from any property line. At that time, there wasn't a discussion about deeper instead of wider. It seemed like a good plan, and everybody was happy with it, but it sounds like nothing started. Okay. So I would say if we're going to contact somebody, it's probably the school board.
Got it.
So,
we'll talk to the school and we'll talk to the city. Make sure it's...
Okay. Councilman Johansson.
Yeah, one of the things that Ben's helping Mayor Miller and I do on the subcommittee is getting all these reports together and all these studies together. One of the things that, Ben, I know you're back there, that we omitted is bringing the school board into the conversation, so add them to the list. But hopefully this will be something that we don't have to wonder about here in the near future, and we'll have all that information in one repository, and hopefully be able to come up with solutions that we can all live with. So I'm hoping to get there in the long run, but in the short term, I think we all probably need to carry the water and figure it out. The roundtable is coming up in the next few days. That might be a good opportunity to tackle Stacy Cantu and the Public Works Director, and see what you can get from them above and beyond what Ben and George will be doing. That's all.
Okay.
Still had a couple more things, Chair. Some good things. I noticed everybody on the council got this, and I wanted to make sure it was mentioned. I thought it was pretty good that a while back we had approved for leveraging Napa's the auto parts industry to do all of our auto parts and stuff for our fleet. They were recently, that was one of the contributing factors. They were just recognized, our fleet management division recognized a national leader in public sector efficiency, and that was one of the contributing factors. So great job by Robert Gilmore and his crew. Fleet management maintained a 97.44% vehicle availability rate, which was huge. I always thought it was good back when I did compliance and stuff for a while with corrections, but I thought it was great that we were getting vehicles back within a couple of days, but my understanding is they're doing turnarounds the next day. So that's huge. You can't even get that as a citizen with your local dealer. So great job to Robert and his crew. It wouldn't be a meeting without me without mentioning corrections. So I took the opportunity yesterday. I was going to share the pictures with everybody. We have some of the mangroves and whatnot that we're growing out there in the greenhouse that we do have are really taking off. Those will be, of course, we can utilize those. We're replanting them into our Indian River Lagoon, which will help with that area quite a bit, and they've already started planting others for growth because it takes about 2 to 3 years to grow those to where we can replant them. So great job out there. We actually also started the barbering program. It's now underway. The 4 chairs that were donated by Daytona State. They have a teacher who was actually a barber that's going to teach about 8 inmates at a time.
Is that where you got your last haircut?
That's where I'm getting mine. So he's doing a great job, and that will coincide also with the virtual welding. They're going to start a female inmate cosmetology program, a sewing program, where we'll be able to manufacture our own inmate jumpsuits and the bedding and stuff that we have to purchase that now. So we can actually save a lot of money, taxpayer money, by repairing those mattresses and manufacturing those mattresses and whatnot, because you figure 1,400 inmates.
Just don't take the labels off.
Yeah, just don't take the labels off. Good point. Some more good news. Volusia County Fire and Rescue, since our last meeting, did their Fire Rescue Annual Award Ceremony. Georgia and I attended. That was awesome. Great job by our fire services. I don't think our chief is here anymore, but it was nice to see. I was shocked at seeing some of the ones make lieutenant in 6-7 years. That's incredible. So there's some go-getters, and then to see the retirements. I mean, it's a mixed emotion. There's some great people. I hope they enjoy their lives after the fire services. Veterans Day Memorial. That was a great event there at the bridge. I know that project's 17 years in the making, so it's a beautiful, beautiful area. I love the comment by my colleague when we were there. Somebody asked the question, does the eternal flame continue to burn? And as long as we pay the bill. So also, it is National Corrections Officers Week and National Correctional Medical Providers Week, the Nurses Week. So, and lastly on that, Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, I'll be doing a proclamation at the Living Faith World Ministries. They do it every year, and this will be the first year they're going to honor corrections. Go figure. So that's awesome. Last thing I want to talk about, and it's just for discussion, just if staff would entertain it. I had a couple people, and the last one kind of resonated with me, but I've had a couple people in the past bring up, we've all seen the prices with eggs and how they skyrocketed. You see all the memes that are on social media where they're dealing money as if it was eggs, and it's true. There was the last person reached out to me. They own in unincorporated Volusia County, and their property is just a little over a 1/4 acre. And they wanted to do the eggs, but our chickens, and abide by all the standards that we have. They have to go to the class. They have to only have so many. Everybody knows that. But the minimum size acreage is 1/3 acre currently. So I didn't know if there was any appetite to reduce it to a 1/4 acre.
To allow it for a 1/4 acre.
For a 1/4 acre in unincorporated Volusia County, still maintaining the same requirements that they do.
It was a lengthy, I sat through it, probably a 2-hour-long discussion about backyard chickens.
That's probably before the egg prices went up.
Yeah, it was. It was previous council, probably maybe even 2 councils ago. So it has been, and that's why I think the amount of chickens that are allowed came out of.
And I don't want to change the amount. So, go ahead.
Matt, real quick, when I was a couple years back when I bought a boat over in Crystal River. Clay, what county is that? Let's test your knowledge. Crystal River. Is it
Pasco?
Levy. So in this gentleman's backyard, and it was in a residential area, I'd say kind of like comparable to Ponce Inlet. And I said, are those chickens in your backyard? And they were on I'd say a 1/4 acre or maybe smaller on a canal, and they were allowed to have the pen. So I see what you're saying, but let me try to research their rules or help staff out. And
Yeah, they right now, the chickens must be contained in a coop. The coop meets accessory structure setbacks. The maximum height of the coop is 8 feet. The maximum size of the coop is 150 square feet.
Sounds like the jail.
The coop, it is, it's a cell. The coop is greater, if the coop is greater than 120 square feet, a building permit must be obtained. The coop must be screened from view of adjacent property owners.
What was the property size?
They currently are sitting on a quarter acre, and the ordinance requires a third acre.
That's right. It's 72-307.
Yes, sir.
It's a conditional use requirement for residential use. So if they're
residential use only.
if
Yes.
they're looking to create a
Not
commercial, okay, if they're just using it for residential, if y'all feel like you want to change those standards, we can bring them back for you to review them and update them.
That's all I want. Just so we can have, and in all fairness, I think Councilman Johansson brought it best. If you're going to do an ordinance change like that, we need to have the public involved and have their input as well. All I want to do is entertain the idea of a discussion. That's all.
Okay.
And keeping the same, the only thing that would change is the size.
We can bring it back for, if so directed.
Was there, Danny, were you done with that? In the 72-307, this is a serious question. Is there any requirement on, it's not the chickens, the hens that are a problem? Their neighbors probably never knew they were there. It's the roosters.
Right.
So if you just say no roosters.
And that does. It does say no
It does.
roosters.
We prohibit
It
roosters.
does. Okay, so that's already there.
Just want and I think it's 4 hens.
I'm not.
It is.
Clay, is it 4 hens or 5? Yeah, just bring it back so we can talk about it later. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's vote.
I think we're all in agreement. You wanted to give that to
staff, yes.
Staff
Thank
to
you.
come back with. Anybody opposed to that? Just cluck up. Okay, go ahead.
That's all I had. Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. We were hitting on the beach topic a little while ago and started processing and dissecting this issue. I know a lot of it, other than District 3, is not in my district, but when the Main Street folks come in and some of the merchants, it gets your wheels turning, because we all know, I don't have to rehash it all, that there's other contributing factors to why we're at today. So I'm trying to figure out what we can control and what we can't control. We know that the state plays a big part in this. We know that we need stakeholders as well if we even want to entertain opening up a section of the beach. But what I was most concerned about too is the economy behind it, and possibly looking at something or other avenues to stimulate those businesses. And what I'm going to bring up next has kind of been a vision of mine. I know we can do it here. I know this is the council that could do it if there is one. Carissa, down south, I brought this up about 3-4 years ago about the Tortuga Music Festival. There isn't a spot really down in my district. Chris, if you can click on Rock the Ocean, or actually you can see right there, just to give you a visual of kind of what they do down in South Florida. I know we have several concerts throughout the year, but nothing like this. And to help revitalize things, they have a lot of partners here in terms of environmental protection with all of our marine sea turtles, mammals, reef sharks, marine habitats. They do and donate so much money from these concerts, and a lot of the people volunteer and go to. Can you keep going down? Then you'll see a big sponsor list. Keep going. Where is it? Keep going down. Is that it? Maybe it was on the first page. If you could go back. Yeah, there you go. There you go, right there. Well, you'll see there's a lot of big names that would help out. You can obviously become a sponsor. But I have a possible location, Matt, in Troy. It would probably need y'all's blessing, and I'm all open. But I want to do something that's within our control, or at least have staff. I know the hoteliers and the bed tax and the businesses. But what I'm seeing is kind of that area is ever since MTV left, and a couple other things. It's like it's not chicken and it's not fish. But what can we do to revitalize that, capture the current trends, and get these people some businesses other than just the seasonal NASCAR or biker events. That's it. But Chris, I put a map up. So you got the band shell, and then you have this lot down here. You have hotels here. Usually at these events I've seen, I've been down the one in South Florida several times. They'll have a north and a south stage, and then two, time it where we're not going to have those high tides or whatever, and kind of block that off.
Danny, that's where the dogs are going. What are we going to do about this?
Well, that's something I have to figure out. But
what do you want? What are you looking for?
Council,
Swing that
would you
pistol.
guys be open to turning staff loose, let them get with their people and the hoteliers to see if this is even possible? Right? I looked the whole coastline. I can't find another spot, but I know it would help businesses out. Anything like this, I think, would help businesses out there around the Ocean Walk, Main Street. And these are Friday, Saturday, Sunday events. But I'd like to talk about it.
Question for you?
Sure.
Would it be more than 9,000 participants? Because if so, if not, then right across the street we've got the Ocean Center.
Yeah.
That holds 9,000. Now, if we're saying it's going to be 15,000 a day, that's tickling my buying bone a little bit. And as long as there's no one going to come forward with, let's give everybody free parking. You know how I feel about that.
My thing is, when people came to Daytona Beach in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, they came for the beach and to be outside. They can go out to the track, or they can go in other stadiums down to Amway. And if this beach is what we say it is, let's put our money where our mouth is. Let's give them what they're asking for. But I'm not saying we don't have to do this, but let's see what we can come up with here where maybe something like this may work. I don't care how many people it is. I hope we have overflow if we can get an event like this, but to at least explore it, to see if it's even possible.
It's worth a discussion on my end.
The dirt's there. We just have to put it to work.
Suzanne, I'm hoping that when your turn comes up, you're going to mention what you did this weekend. But I was going to say what Troy just said. I think we've already started this, and it's the money we're investing at the Ocean Center. We should. That's one block north of Main Street. So we've got the Ocean Center, the Peabody, and the band shell, where you could have a weekend event with smaller concerts outside. What is it? The Red Hot Chili Peppers at the Ocean Center for the two people that'll go to see them. Yeah, I'm making friends now. Anyway, I'll just end with that. Councilman Santiago.
I think there's a uniqueness to what Danny was saying as far as the beach, what we used to do. But I think if we throw this to staff to get creative, I think you could do the best of both worlds. Why couldn't you do a 3-day and one of those days is inside the Ocean Center, right? So you can get really creative and you can have the best of both worlds, right?
Yeah.
2 beach days, and then inside you have an inside concert too. So I think I'm open to getting more information and supporting it.
And I appreciate that, David. But the thing is, we got to try something new. And if we have to try something new, and if we're sincere and genuine about turning around that Main Street area, we have to try something new. That the skee ball machines and the water guns and the slingshot, that's 40, 50 years outdated, and whatnot. But whatever you guys want to do is fine. I'm just throwing it out there.
Suzanne?
Chairman, members of council, really 2 points. One is just going to be a realistic comment. The second is going to be what I hope is a good solution and opportunity for us. The first visual Danny put up of the Tortuga Music Festival, the first thing you'll notice if you go to the picture, thank you, that is an engineered beach. The mean high tide line, no, please go back to the picture of the beach. Thank you. The mean high tide line, I don't know if, I can draw. I used to be able to draw on this thing. I can't draw anymore. But is down to the left of, yes, thank you, where that cursor is. That's the problem. We do not have an engineered beach in front of the band shell, and our width is probably wide enough at our lowest point of low tide, but it's only probably that width for about 4 hours in a way that would be safe to have that large stages and setup that they have. Now, I could be wrong. We'll take a look at it, but that's been the limiting factor for us. Having said that, here's what I think is the exciting answer, to the ideas. One of the things that we have done at the Ocean Center is done a procurement to bring in a music promoter to help us really ramp up our game at the Ocean Center. We went out for full procurement. The assessment, the staff team reviewed the proposals, and the winning proposal will be coming back to you for consideration. It was Danny Wimmer Productions. If you're familiar with that name, they are putting on Rockville this weekend. So they put on some of the biggest music festivals in the country, including they won at Polestar for the Festival of the Year, which was in Louisville, Kentucky last September, called Bourbon and Beyond. We know we can team up if Danny Wimmer is approved by council. We'll work with them on what ideas we can come up with their guidance, because this music festival was not put on by the city or the county. There are specialty musical promoters who put these festivals on. Danny Wimmer Productions, one of the premier of those production companies to do it in the country. So I'm eager to sit down and roll up our sleeves with them to see what we can do. Both, their number one target is going to be to fill our arena where we can with musical acts that will fit our capacity in the arena. And then secondly, we'll begin to talk with them about festival opportunities beachside. We do have a great facility at the band shell. Of course, we have a fantastic facility. I think 2 at the Ocean Center, the exhibit hall and the arena could both act. Music festival is typically famous for having multiple stages. Yep. So let us work with the professionals. We hope to have them, if you approve their contract, on board here shortly. And whatever the solutions are, whether it's the beach in this area, whether it's a combination of what I've mentioned, I'd like to get their guidance and input, and we'll bring back what solutions we do think would be best for us.
Well said.
Perfect. Yep. Jake Johansson, though.
Yes, sir. Thanks. I like that idea. I do love booking the Ocean Center. I'm glad we have a promoter coming on board, and I do believe it's important to keep the beach vibrant as well. And it sounds like if we hire this promoter, that there could be some way where we can have the Ocean Center utilized and somehow incorporate the beach, because I know damn well you can't set up a 2-stage presence on a beach where you set up, you have the concert, and you tear it down in 4 hours before the water comes. But there could be some things where you can go from the Ocean Center to the band shell to the beach to do something on the beach to go back, besides track sand all over our brand new Ocean Center. But yeah, something like that where we can include it and get that vibrant beach thing going again. So I appreciate it.
It's good. And you can't sell beer on the beach, but you can sell it at the Ocean Center. And it's very profitable. Okay.
Thanks, guys. Real quick, too, got a couple more things. I'm going to call on Ben here in just a second. City of New Smyrna Beach adopted an ordinance, had to do with their floodplain and floodplain management. Something that caught my eye is they added capacity, and I'm going to be calling upon Ben to explain a little bit more. I know that we did give direction to NRAC to look at it amongst a laundry list of other things. And what I'll be asking the council is, I think this may be something we can discuss at our level. It seems to make sense to me, but I'll let Ben explain the more professional and technical end of.
Yes, Ben Barlow, Volusia County Public Works Director. Talking about some of the improvements that we can make to our code as far as looking at protection from flooding from future development is impacts to the floodplain. One of the most important things you can do in terms of ensuring that we have maximize our protection from future storm events is to make sure that we're not filling in the floodplain, because those are more than half of the Volusia County is in the 100-year floodplain. So that's that area where if you get 11 and a half, 12 inches of rain in 24 hours, you're going to flood. So New Smyrna has implemented as part of their floodplain protection ordinances a stronger rule than what's required by the federal government, which is whenever you add fill material to the floodplain, you're required, according to the National Flood Insurance Program and FEMA, that you have to basically excavate out a comparable amount of fill material so that you're not increasing the amount of fill in the floodplain. You're not taking up space that water will go during that flooding. And the reason you do that is it protects people that are already in the floodplain, but it protects people on the periphery of the floodplain to make sure that you're not expanding the floodplain. And so what New Smyrna has done is they've looked at that and they've added a 50% factor of safety, so to speak. So instead of requiring 1-to-1, 1 yard of material added, 1 yard removed, they're saying if you add 1 cubic yard of material, you got to remove 1.5 cubic yards. So it's basically a factor of safety of 50% that says, look, it allows for any possible issues with the calculations or anything like that. And so that's something that they've implemented at the city level. I know that's something that we've asked NRAC to look at as well, to see if that's something that we want to include in our Chapter 72 Land Development Code, or possibly as part of the environmental minimum standards, which would apply countywide to all the cities.
And thank you, Ben. And the only reason, council, that I'll make the motion for our team to grab this is that NRAC is still bogged down on things from 2 to 3 years ago with tree ordinances and a couple other things. So,
pardon me for interrupting. It's on the agenda for tomorrow for the discussion.
Really?
With NRAC.
Well,
because that was tied into the discussion that y'all gave us with the 7 strategies. So we've accelerated any discussion on the floodplain with NRAC. So they have it on the agenda for tomorrow.
So we'll know an actual answer.
Yeah, we'll have a recommendation from them shortly.
Okay. When can we expect that back? In a couple weeks?
We'll see what their recommendations are. Based on that, we'll know whether or not we can go straight to drafting ordinance changes and amendments and then processing it. That would have to go, if it affects Chapter 72, it would have to go to the PLDRC. If they select Chapter 50, that's a little bit more process.
Okay. So we'll know a little bit more.
Definitely within 30 to 60 days.
Thank you. And council, that was something I just figured if there was any chance, to save them some time, but it looks like they're on it. But just to save some time and get the best bang for our buck. Jake, you have some?
Councilman Johann?
Yes, sir. Clay, real quick, can we throw it in Chapter 72 in the short term, looking at Chapter 50 in the long term, just to put a statement out there?
Yes,
Thank you.
Sounds good. You guys are doing a good job. And council, I've talked to Mr. Burbaugh. There's a couple pieces of property that are pretty strategic from what I can see, and I think staff is already on it. There's just shy of 1,000 acres that came for sale off of Maytown Road. Great candidate, I think, for our rural ag lands or farmlands program. And it has direct access to, I believe, Deep Creek and a part of the St. Johns River. So, and also, too, in the Tomoka Farms Village where I live, There's a piece of property that for the last 30 years it's kind of been controversial, and we're looking to reach out to the owner of that as well to see if they're willing. I know that this council has expressed some interest in expanding equestrian and really in the Tomoka Farms Village along Spruce Creek. That's what this was for years and years and years through there. And there's an old covered bridge. There's a lot of history through there. So I've been working on trying to capture that, or at least get some of the stakeholders and at the table. So other than that, that's it. Appreciate it.
Ms. Santiago.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Okay, can you pull up the picture for me? I want to kind of jump on the bandwagon of the school issue. Oh, Ben, did Ben leave? Oh, there he is, right there. Okay. This is Osteen Elementary. Similar kind of, some of the points that were discussed earlier. That's Doyle Road there that goes across, County Road, right, Ben? Doyle Road. So that pond there, I guess it looks like a L or a boot, is the pond that the school built when they rebuilt Osteen Elementary. I mean, Osteen Elementary used to flood, and they built it back in the same piece of property, but it's here. So, and the county school board designed a pond, and I know they're exempt from the rules. I don't know if it was built to standards or not, but Ben, I think you and I met out there after the storms because that impeded Doyle Road, correct? During the weather?
Yes, sir. And to be clear, the school board doesn't have to get any permits from the local jurisdiction. So they do have to pull stormwater permits from the Water Management District. But our stormwater standards are slightly more stringent in some areas than what we require. And what we've observed in not just this location, there was also the issue with this pond, I think it's Freedom over on Blue Lake, the one that let loose with the water into Victoria Hills and then went across Blue Lake. And then I do know of an instance, I forget the name of the school off the top of my head, in Ormond that I've talked to the city engineer. And the issue we saw during some of these storms was that some of these ponds, they basically got full and overtopped or failed and caused some issues. And for instance, our requirements, you have to treat, or you have to provide a certain amount of volume. We actually require additional freeboard, which is another factor of safety, where you add volume to the pond for instances where maybe the pond didn't get a chance to recover for the next storm and things like that.
So that being said, I'd like to ask for two things. One, I'd like to put it on as consideration for our legislative agenda for next year to take away that exemption specifically to any infrastructure that can impact neighboring areas, county roads, things like that.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I moved that, for our legislative agenda for 2026 to add to removing the exemption, lobby for it, of school boards from not having to attain local level stormwater approvals.
I actually wrote that down in my book. So second, absolutely. Same time.
Again, any love for that?
Absolutely. You got a second? Yes, absolutely.
Got a second? I don't see any questions on it.
And then I have something else.
All in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, go on.
So this particular site is causing a lot of heartburn for me, and I'm sure the others for my colleagues. But we always take the blame for it, right? It becomes the county, as I talked in our last meeting. Everything falls on the county shoulders as our fault for all the development and all the problems out there, and this was not of our doing. And I'd like to, if there's consensus, George, through you in this council, to also include this as a conversation for Ben and his team to figure out how do we find a way to fix this site. And if it requires them looking for 386 or for them looking for state funding to improve this, because that's a major road, and it's a major headache for me. So is there consensus to let staff run with that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That's a crazy design.
Yeah, it's right up on the road too there. So, I mean, and I don't know which way the water flows. I went over there, I heard two different things, because there's a subdivision across the street that the city of Deltona had approved years ago. And, you know, the topic is, it's because of the subdivision. It's not because of the subdivision. Which way does the water flow? I don't know which way it flows. Anyway, it's frustrating. The other thing I have is, if I can get consensus, we talked about the road designation for John Tucker, the former sheriff. And then I think one of the last council meetings, I had recommended going from a road designation name change to going to the sign similar to the legislature. I'd like to propose that we have staff bring to us within the next 2 meetings a design concept of what that sign would look like. We would have a standard and that we could apply going forward. And I'd like to consider having staff to move to the next step with Mr. John Tucker, former sheriff, to consider the segment between Tomoka Farms Road between 92 and 44. So what that would look like is there's a sign on that end of the road where it starts, the sign concept that we pick, and a sign at the other end of the road, basically saying this segment dedicated by Volusia County Council on this day as Ben Bartlett Road.
I don't want to road name
That one fell flat. Are you guys okay with them bringing that? Because we have to approve a design. Second?
Yes. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yep.
Thank you. I'm trying to go quick here. PACE program, the lady that brought up the PACE program issue. You know, I know we weren't fans. I've never really been a fan of the PACE program, but I was wondering, legal, is there, if you could research, if there's consensus, if you could research how many people might be in limbo of this when we withdrew support of the program, if there's a temporary door we can open, and I'm using that term loosely, if there's a legal temporary door that we can open that allows these people to settle their finances with the bank to allow for closing, and then we can close that door. I know it's maybe complicated, but
well, if I could, what the citizen did not say,
okay,
is that Russ Brown and Sarah Jonas had spoken with her and tried to call back and left a voicemail and never got a call back because I think there was a concern. As number one, we can't provide them legal advice. So if money was an issue, to direct them to a legal aid clinic. But if we could just revisit what this council has done, because there's multiple players in this.
That's what I mean. What we've done, if we can open up a door that allows for something to be relief.
You had a state law that said PACE programs could operate in this county if authorized by interlocal agreement. Prior council authorized commercial PACE programs, not residential. PACE programs proceeded to operate anyway.
Correct.
Your tax collector has elected, along with, I want to say it was 40 other tax collectors around the state, it was a very large number, to not put the special assessments these PACE providers have asked for on the tax roll. PACE program, at least there's several entities, companies that are dealing with it, have made one of them has made the argument in court, they don't have to get local government approval. They can just operate because they had an interlocal agreement that one county and a city, I think it was Flagler County, City of Kissimmee, had approved. That's enough for them to operate statewide. We're in the middle of that dispute right now. It's in front of the Florida Supreme Court. So what I'm hearing, what this person was concerned about is, well, I had I forget what she said, it was a roof or new windows or solar panels put on my house, which had a value, but the tax collector won't put them on the tax roll because whether it be a city or the county, because some cities have allowed residential PACE and they're doing it, but whatever the governing jurisdiction is has not allowed them to operate. So the contractor says, I've provided something of value to you, I want to be paid. So In the meantime, state law was clarified last year, to say, made it abundantly clear, it was consistent with our argument, you definitely had to have an interlocal agreement to operate in a jurisdiction. So now you have, I think, some individuals that you're pointing to that said, well, I got the benefit of the bargain. I got that those windows or the roof, and I don't want to have to pay. I thought I had 30 years to pay this. I don't know of an easy fix for that. I heard one of the comments, I believe she even said, is there some way that government to, it wasn't bailout, but it can be some fund to offset assistance.
Yeah. And I'm not suggesting that, Mike. Here's what I'm suggesting, and I know everything you said there, and I don't know if we can do it, but it has to do with the tax roll placement, because that's where it gives the guarantee to the lender that they're going to be able to recover their money. That's really where the hook is for these lenders. I don't know if we can enact some type of, and I don't know how many people are in this boat. She said there was others. I don't know if it's true. But if a, lack of a better term, a temporary door opening, would it allow people to be filed on the tax roll and then closed? So I know it's just an idea. Just find some relief. I don't support the creating a fund. You don't have to give me an answer now. You could say you didn't find anything later, or you did.
Yeah, I mean, we can look into it. I mean, I'll be honest, when I hear this story, one response I would have is, if I were the consumer, I would be saying, hey, not so fast that you want me to pay you. You represented to me that I had 30 years to pay this back. Give me back a payment plan that's consistent with that. That's what I would be saying back. I just want to be careful that I don't see this as a government responsibility. This was a private transaction. Now, we could allow PACE to operate by interlocal agreement.
No, I'm not interested in that.
I know. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm saying you could do that, and it's not an issue. But I think we can have a conversation with the property appraiser on that as well.
And I know but I think what happened here, and kind of sort of her defense somewhat, I agree with you, she should go to that, but it was a government action that was taken that caused that loan to not be able to be processed completely.
Government, just to be clear, government inaction.
Because we didn't have a local agreement?
You as a council did not approve that program, and they proceeded.
But the tax collector was recording them at one point.
Yeah.
So the behavior was a part of the normal operating procedure. Sorry, I got to go help Don in this case.
No, we can take, and I'm not upset with you about it at all. But yeah, we can take a look at it and see what options. We would need to have a conversation with the tax collector.
I just want to brainstorm, see if there is something there. If there isn't, there isn't. If there isn't.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Yes, what's your point?
Due to the time constraint, I don't know, there's still two more people to talk. I'd like to get approval to extend this to allow the
15
Mr.
minutes?
Johansson and the chair to be able to do their council comments. 15 minutes, no max.
That goes to
It can end
3:45.
To 3:45.
Till 3:45, yes, sir.
Okay.
I only have one more item. As I mentioned earlier today, if we can make it a formal procedure that when we have either former members of the county council or officers of higher office of the county council and they attend our meetings, that we recognize them in the beginning of our meetings. Okay.
That's fine.
No objection, I guess?
No, I usually try and do that. I didn't.
Yeah, no, I wasn't calling you out, Mr. Chair. I just want to formalize it, you know? I got no issues. It's not easy. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. A couple of things. I would like to thank Terry, Carrie, Erica, Bree, Dana, Carissa, Jenna, and anybody else in the admin, Kristen, right? New Kristen. Admin Assistant Day was on the 24th of April, and they do a great job for us managing our lives, our schedules, and our council meetings, making sure we have motions and seconds and votes. So I appreciate everything everybody does, not to mention the lunches that they provide. Veterans Memorial, what a great day. That is the start for me of what I hope will be a good Volusia Values Veterans conversation. I think the next meeting we're going to have that, discuss some other things that we can do for veterans. In the whole proclamation, I'm trying to catch up with Mr. Reinhardt on giving out proclamations. So I did go to Sunrise Community for Autism Awareness. This is Autism Awareness Month. I'm going to have them show up for 3 minutes at council, and I am going to ask each one of you the week prior, 2 weeks prior, to bring $25 so you all can purchase a handmade Christmas ornament that they make there personally, because they'll be bringing them, and when they show up for 3 minutes, it'll be hard to say no. So I implore that you bring your money, and if you don't, I'll have a few bucks for you to lend. A couple days ago, we had the flooding subcommittee, and we met, not yet, and we met with a majority of the cities. There's a couple cities that haven't shown up, but are otherwise represented somehow. And we've talked through a bunch of items, a lot of which we talked about here. The key points that the mayors and the council, or the members of the subcommittee, are that everything they want to do, they don't want to bring harm to their sister cities or any other city. So that's the start of that collaborative process. We'll keep doing that, and hopefully have, like I said, a one-stop shop for everything stormwater. And I hope it'll help Donna Butler in the long run as well, with her 386 project. She is our next speaker, and we'll move forward with that. Yesterday, I visited John Knox Village, and there's a lot of citizens out there that have a lot of concerns. Fortunately or unfortunately, most of it is private property, which kind of brought home the conversation we had at the subcommittee, and that's, how do we hold HOAs accountable for their stormwater systems, and keeping them up to speed and on board with maintaining their stormwater systems. So Paulo is giving the subcommittee some ideas on how to do that, and hopefully we'll get all the cities on board and come up with a plan to make sure that stakeholder group that has stormwater responsibilities is also playing their part in the game to keep us all from flooding. I have a lot of other stuff to talk about, but that's just a basic update of what's been going on the past 2 or 3 weeks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think everything I wanted to talk about was handled. Troy, I'm glad you brought up the A1A situation. I had a meeting on West Granada on Saturday, and that was the only question I got from attendees was, they said drive down Granada and then down north on A1A. So I'm glad that FDOT is dealing with that. The PACE program, we've kind of really gone through that, but just to let everybody know, I know that the tax collector is also working with this constituent about that. And the last thing I just wanted to mention, I didn't want to, wish I didn't have to. I thought we had dealt with it properly with the outburst that we had here, and we probably, a few meetings ago, we've probably all got questions about it. And, my explanation was that I didn't hear it. And people don't believe that, but it's true. I remember when it happened, I turned to Matt and said, did he just say what I thought he said? He didn't know. I don't think any of us heard it except for Jake, and Jake had hoped that I was going to deal with it, but I didn't hear of it. But so we dealt with it the very next meeting. I'm trying to deal with it at every meeting now. I realize how sensitive that is. It's highly offensive. It offends me. I wasn't raised that way. I have never heard one of you up here use that language, and so use that word. I've heard you use other language, but not that word. And so when it was said this morning that we all, I'm not quoting, but that we reacted like a bunch of guys at a barbecue, that it just fit into our lives. That's offensive as well. And that's not how it was received by this council. And I'm doing everything I can, our lawyers are, to avoid that within the constraints of the First Amendment. And it protects language that none of us like. But that's what it's there for. So, and hopefully that's the last time we'll have to speak about it. Councilman Robbins, and then Jake, just follow him.
Thanks, Chairman. Mr. County Attorney, do we have any leeway or policy that we can adopt where, listen, if that happens, boom, you're out of here. We're not even where we're still within our protecting our First Amendment rights, or do we already have that?
You do. You have a process in your ordinance. You really have two things to think about. I mean, if somebody's speaking on during your public input at the beginning of the meeting, they're supposed to be speaking on, your ordinance says, something that county business, for lack of a better term, something that's relevant, something you could act on. If they're here to speak on an agenda item, the chair can keep them on point for that agenda item. That's tool number one. The other tool is the disruption tool. So if somebody maybe is speaking on something that's relevant, but is being disruptive in that manner, the chair, the ordinance says, the chair can warn them, give them one warning. If they don't heed it, they can be escorted out.
Okay. Can we take that warning away? I mean, this is stuff that we learned.
You could change the ordinance, but we spent a lot of time in putting this ordinance together. I would say that what you have now has been modeled on, we saw what others have. I don't know of a legal requirement sorry, that was my watch, that you have a warning first, but.
Well, I guess we'll leave that.
Hopefully a warning's enough with most people.
I just, we can't, you never know how people are going to act. I mean, this gentleman obviously isn't firing on all cylinders. I'll say that publicly. I think it's quite obvious, but, this stuff we learn in preschool, and the individual that did this, knows better. And I'm even for not having a warning. If it's, if something that's said in bad taste, like that, go on, get out, have the deputy escort him right out. I'm open for not even having a warning, to be honest with you.
Just to add to that, Jake, go ahead.
So I thought, absent the chairman not hearing what was said, I thought the rest of it, the interaction went well, because then there was an outburst, and then he did stop the outburst. So, I guess the easy way out to keep our First Amendment rights available, but stop it, is to have somebody outburst, right? That's what stops it. But more important for me culturally is I think we're all old enough here to know all the old slang ethnic slurs for every one of us. The Italian guy, the Irish guy, the Hispanic guy, the Jewish guy, and so. But we don't use those anymore because we don't hear them. Yeah. We have to stop hearing that word. It'll go away if we stop using it, and that's throughout everywhere, just stop using it. And until it's stopped being used by everybody, it's going to remain in our dialect. And every time it's used, every time you hear it on the radio, it's less to our ears. If some other word was used out there, we would go, what the heck is that? I hear that word all the time. And it's pervasive, especially in music. So until we get rid of it, it's going to be around, and we got to do our best here. And I think given our play of how it worked out here, it probably went the best way it could possibly have been. And I believe the chairman's preamble at the beginning is spot on. The only thing we can do that we didn't do that day, and you can't speculate, the second the chairman says, you're not talking about anything on the agenda or anything that this county can, what are they going to do? They go, oh, I'm getting to that. And then they'll talk about something in the county. So we're kind of on defense during that 3 minutes, and you hope to heck that person is respectful and uses his or her time at the podium in the proper form, but sometimes that doesn't happen. So I appreciate everything everybody's done to stop it, and we'll do the best we can to continue.
You haven't spoken yet, right? Oh, I was just going to say, to follow up with Danny's comments, the warning is what the chairman opens up with. So that's the way, that is your warning. And that's the way I accept it. And then after that, if you broke the rules, goodbye.
The good thing he hasn't been back. Okay, so we are adjourned at 3:41.